हे गाइस वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। यार मैं लेट हो गया थोड़ा, मैच स्टार्ट अभी हुआ है, जस्ट मैं कहीं गया हुआ था, अभी आया हूँ। जस्ट मैच
Versus
स्टार्ट हो
two
चुका
off
है,
rip.
लाइव आ चुके हैं
Pistol
गाइस।
round could be online
हम
early
लोग
on.
लाइव आ
TP
चुके
by
हैं,
Mazzino. They know
तो
that he's
इसलिए
here and they're backing off.
वी आर
Trace
लाइव
looking
नाउ।
to give the space
तो
away, taking
जल्दी से
control
जुड़ो, वीडियो
instead
को लाइक करो,
towards the
चैनल को
lamps.
सब्सक्राइब करो
For
यार, और
behind
मजे
that
उठाओ।
box, two
आज
players
किसको
tucked
जिताना
in. The
चाहते हो
cam's
प्लीज
already
वोट करो, पोल दे
reconfirmed
रखा
the
है।
information.
तो जस्ट
And
2 मिनट में
that
आया,
wall is
क्योंकि
causing
मैं
a
बस
bit of a
आके
problem
स्ट्रीम
for
स्टार्ट
Com.
किया,
Got to expend a
आराम
lot of ammo to break that open, and they use it to
से
bait in. Locking into the fight. A good start. Still that trap. Two players stood in behind that box, and Kai's the first to strike. Com now left. An uphill battle. A tough position. At least lands the first, but the time is ticking away. He has to get on that spike soon. Has to root these players out of position, and the double swing.
Nice shot,
Very
nice
close,
try, bro.
but not close enough. It's 1-0 to the Chinese squad.
Yeah, I think the time had already gone, so that's why you see the double face towards the end. But I do like just how they're playing their post plants. Relatively safe, but also just having that double up in an uncharacteristic position. And again, we just see the value of the solid timing. I think this team has a lot of really good fundamentals where you're not seeing them make too many mass mistakes, which I think a lot of the teams we've seen like burst onto the international stage or come into the international stage have had as problems. The fact as well that Fong Fong has been able to get that far forward in the early round is something that might have to be thought about, but of course, it's early days here for Leviathan.
And early round two, you can see that Leviathan have stacked up A. They've got a lot of space, having already pushed straight down A short, so the timer is ticking for Trace to get into B. Com doing his best to slow them down, and there is a rotation from Mazzino, but he'll be here too late to do anything. Walking out to the site, just a pistol in hand, and he is quickly dealt with. The site now completely under Trace's control. The flank may be able to find some value, though, from Aspas and Tex. It is being watched, though. It's not going to be found for free, but a battle against these two could go either way.
Well, the other thing as well is the way that Tracy using the barrier is it just isolates players. So King is just having to wait at the moment because he's completely locked off from a teammate. It means that there's not an easy way back in, and in fact, we're going to see King just go in the other direction. Nice shot from Kai. Looking like they'll keep this one nice and clean unless there's some sort of mistake. And Texas' position could be that mistake. A gap left in the armor. A re-rotation. They've kind of got lost at where Com was, but the shot's not quite clean enough. Even still, Texas done fantastic work.
Yeah, good damage at the end of the day. No chance to defuse that spike, and both players falling to it, all for the economy. A 2-0 start nonetheless. And 3 weapons carried forward to the next. It's not a terrible start for the attacking side, but here's where the guns come out on the defense and where Leviathan have a chance to put rounds on the board.
Yeah, it's safe to say as well that I think that this choice for Trace is a good one. It's a map that regionally hadn't been going great over the last stage, lost it 3 times in a row to solid opposition. You're talking about the likes of FPX, Titan, JDG, but ultimately it didn't look great. But after their victory versus Vitality and a close victory for Leviathan versus Talon, clearly feeling confident in what they can do with this comp. The buy, though, it's not the best. A couple of pistols will be in play, and I think if they win this one, that will be a pretty impressive start. They've done a lot of damage, actually. Com almost down already.
I definitely started out as a hater of the deadlock, but looking at Trace playing it last time, certainly started to sell me on it. In the first couple of rounds, I agree. That barrier has been a bit of a problem early on. Leviathan control over Bath. Orb taken, space taken. And it's going to slow down the round for Trace by quite a bit. When it comes to blow, they haven't really got the weapons. Instead, they're going to use the numbers to try to overwhelm that A site. 3 players stacked up, though, and big players at that. Aspas, the first line of defense. And he's going to get an opportunity as this smoke fades.
40 seconds on the clock. Execution now beginning, but King, as we saw last time out, kicking things off with a bang. Already going to isolate the rotation, make it a little bit harder, but the players on site are already doing an impressive job from Leviathan, but there is a trade back from BNK, at least making it competitive.
And they're starting to get some of these sonic sensors up. Trying to throw in a curveball in case Leviathan get aggressive and take some space. Immediately Mazzino dropping Locking, that's a problem. The spike needs to get on the ground, and they know that swing can come in from Bath. 8 seconds now, and they're isolated. No chance to put the spike on the floor until the round is over. 2 to 1 we go. Leviathan have bought right back into it. 4 players alive as well. It's a very successful round for the defensive side.
Yeah, I think just being a little
चलो
bit
जी,
more
पहला
committed
round
to
तो
that A
Leviathan
side.
आ
As
गई
said,
है।
like the way that the barrier can sort of isolate teammates from being able to rotate, and obviously more of a problem in the pistol than any other round, but also just holding on to some of the aggressive control. Like you're not allowing them to get deep through lamps, you're not allowing them to have that showers control, and just denying that space, it makes this execution a whole lot harder, and also just the weaker weaponry in general is always going to be a difficult round for Trace. Now though, we're going to have the buyback in. The only ultimate available right now is going to be the Thrash for Tex, and he was someone in their first match who had a fantastic performance.
Big battle from Zeno. The sprays through the orb doing damage. Fung Fung sent back the other direction, but most of that was the decay. They'll be in fighting form for the late round, but they've been denied any of that control. The Tigers sent out to seize it back, but nobody up close. Trace definitely want to take control of that area now, but in comes the Thrash and sends them back yet again. It's not committed. It's just going to be capped out for the late round, but it's used to get Mazzino into position alongside the orb. And then Texas jump spotting it. This is a bait play from Leviathan. And Mazzino might be able to catch someone off guard as a result, and he does. The orb back up, and he can get right out of there.
Yeah, wonderful interplay.
Leviathan team बहुत जबरदस्त
Man
है
trying
bro,
to lurk
हराना
back through.
बहुत मुश्किल है।
But this is also going to be checked. No, it's not.
Whoops.
Well, you know, it happens to the best of us. It's not going to work out this time. He's able to check long again. He can't quite make it up the box. And in fact, we're going to see a late rotation. The thing is, there's still 2 players here, Aspas and King, patiently waiting for this push to be attempted.
Even after still seeing 1 player outside B, yeah, there's just no over-rotations on the Leviathan side, knowing they've got the advantage. Molly now to slow them down even more. And with 15 seconds on the clock, this is getting uncomfortable. Trace have to try to fight for this space, and the nade's gone in. That is going to take Fung Fung off the plant, drop the spike, and with that the round already secured. A follow-up from Aspas gets another nade, and there is no chance even saving the weapon now for Kai. Nearly impossible. Everybody trained in on that position. 2-2, and this round went even better than the last.
That was just a fantastic read from the side of Leviathan. Just not using their utility unless they were pressured over on that A site, and they had a late round Molotov, a late round nade, getting a plant out. They even put a smoke in, so there wasn't really an opportunity for anybody to actually battle versus them. They could just spam through those smokes, and it took ridiculous risks almost just to try and get into position. And then also just the initial combos that you can see the synergy that this team has built over time. And that was the sort of major criticism. When this roster was formed, sure, we knew that there was insane individual ability. They were signing champions winners. Of course, we knew where this was going to head, but the synergy wasn't there. And that is what has happened a lot through stage 2. Com already under pressure, but he's thriving with it.
Amazing, bro.
Talk about this guy being underrated. If he keeps this up, that won't last long. 7-2 already. Big kills, shutting down what could have been a flood straight out of hookah and sending Trace to the other side of the map. They're hoping that Bianche can find the space in the meantime. But even walking out here, you can see it's being watched by King. He's been good at just finding his pick, punishing the space taking on this site. Now it's Tex that's swapped in for him, with the smokes being set up as we speak. And Tex ain't missing a beat. Nice clean kill. Kai low HP, just outside the bath, and the swing up top from Aspas. That is going to close him out. All left into the hands of just one. The Brimstone of Locking. He's going to have a tough time with this Sheriff in hand and the spike on the site.
Yeah, any damage he could do here would be nice, but with the smoke fading, it's going to end up with back-to-back flawless rounds for the side of Leviathan. After the pistol and follow-up, does seem like they found their footing. And I kind of want to comment on that. It is crazy to me that the only guy coming in looking for a back-to-back champions win is underrated. Like, it's like, how did that ever happen? How did anybody consider?
But even on his old team, the conversation never revolved around him.
I wouldn't
support of
say
utility was always fantastic,
never,
but
yeah.
in the broad scale of the community, though, I think this is a guy that hasn't got the roses he deserves.
Yeah, I think maybe he should be a bit higher up. And I think this year especially, as I said, with the beginning of the year looking a little bit more sketchy for this squad and not having the performances people expect, I think the blame was sent somewhere, and unfortunately it went to him. But I feel like that narrative, especially if they're able to perform in this tournament, is going to change incredibly fast. Trace taking a fairly early pause though, and I don't mind this. I think the patience of Leviathan has definitely made things a little bit more difficult, and that's the thing with a composition like this. Okay, maybe people weren't looking at Trace within the first round. Like, I'm sure, I don't doubt the Vitality did their research, they looked into this team, but expectations were not that they would, well, I think if you looked at the pick list, people would have to win. And that's not the most ludicrous thing to have. The thing is though, they played this map. And I don't doubt that Itopada has been sat behind the scenes, he's watched those demos, he's known what they're going to do. And a lot of their execution on the A site especially is a very similar vein each time. Like, they're trying to lock off that spawn, they're trying to basically make it so they can get into those post plants. And so far, what Lev have done on that side of the map is deny them getting the plant, which it takes away a lot of what the value of this comp has.
You saw a lot of pressure put onto the extremities of the map by Leviathan as well. The orbs fed to Tex, got Thrash online so early, and that was what made them pump the brakes twice on their B execution a few rounds ago, leading to the time being the main enemy. Now again, there's a player tucked in the corner. This time they'll clear it, and Bianche's the one to find it. Doubling up in the battle. Seekers go out, Tex in trouble, and it's Bianche's triple that gets the B site for Trace. A 4 versus 2 as a result, and a plant almost guaranteed.
Well, they got to get the spike back, but it's not going to be easy, already having to destroy some of the deadlock utility that was slowing them down, but that's all it's done, slow them down.
Double sensors.
And already, well, Bianche is looking for a little bit more. You can see comms dissipated to the other side of the map, but he might meet Kai. Waiting there on that lurk, a late lurk, but Com expects it. That might just allow him to hold on to the rifle. The thing is, though, we already mentioned it, the last couple of rounds were squeaky clean for the side of Lev, so I really wouldn't mind if he goes hunting. Tries to drop some weaponry. He is going to have max cash anyway.
Really enjoyed Heibei's little sonic sensors, doubled up on that B choke point. You take a fight against the player, well, even if you go down, your teammates got the trade with the stun, and if they break the first sensor, the second one hits them while they shoot at it. So absolutely gorgeous, tough to deal with, and Calm, just like you said, went out to try to punish, but it's him that ends up in the dirt. 3-3, and a well-used timeout by Trace to get them back on the board, but a lot of that goes to Bianche. What a phenomenal opening, great flash to start, fantastic correction in the Seekers, forcing Tex out into the open, and he quickly punishes them, and that's the round done before it even gets started.
Yeah, no, he is someone that we already know as like the nightmare of a very specific Americas team, but someone that I guess was there to put some of the other Chinese teams on the map. Because I think we've always looked at the likes of EDG as a threat. I think they proved themselves very early on. FPX had that sort of quirkiness that I still think underrated as a squad. But I think Billy was a shock. And I think Trace are looking to be that here in this tournament. Already equalizing. But as said, when they played versus the likes of Vitality, their attack was clean. The only round they lost was a pistol. Everything else went their way. So definitely facing a lot more resistance and an early Viper's Pit and some aggression on the other side of the map from Aspas, who now has himself an operator. As said, they had so much cash. So him spending to basically lock down an awful lot of control. The question is, how far does he go? And does he catch the spike?
This would be terrible. And it is. The spike on the floor. He's not sticking around to defend it. The right call. But early on, Trace losing that, hesitating to pick it back up, and they'll go running right to the other side of the map, right towards that Viper's Pit. The orb already up. They will have a timing to get out here in just a moment. They'll still have to deal with Mizzino on the backside, and he's looking for a fight.
Yeah, nade's going to be put in. Mizzino is going to deny 2 before the showstopper connects onto him. And that Viper's Pit now has extra support. King has joined the B site. Tex is there watching behind. They don't have time to go back either. They have to just run into this site or just hold on to the weaponry that they've got. And I'm assuming at this stage they are going for that second option. The question is, again, with credit still available, do the remaining players of Lev just opt to fight this and try and remove those guns?
All the final seconds are ticking down. It looks like a more passive face from this squad. Content to have their credits running very high in the early half, and a 4-3 lead now locked in. This is starting to look a little scary because there's a theme to the rounds that Trace are losing, and it's just stalled out by the clock. They're denied space everywhere they look. They try to force rotations by showing presence on one side of the map, but the picks aren't coming in.
Well, I think as well they've got to start denying some of that early map control. Like, either we've been seeing Lev be able to battle for B-Long, which they did fantastically, a lot of utility use, or this round they just walked up in towards the showers, and Aspas having that much command of the map just can't happen. By the looks of it though, they might be opting to pick up the pace, and oh, it's a missed shot that will give them the site.
It will. Ultimate used by Hebe. It's not caught anyone, clearing out the back corner at least, but 4 players inside of Bat. That's a hard one to calculate this early on. Spike tap to try to draw out the spams or any extra utility comm. A little bit of a tough spot. He's in jail. Might not have been annihilated, but he's put behind bars. Breaks himself out. He's free to rotate back around to the spawn just in case the TP is taken and the B side is the ultimate target. For now, might not be a bad idea for Trace, but they have no idea how many players are waiting on the opposite side of those smokes.
The danger as well is they don't have any more smokes of their own. A cage or two might be able to go up, but I think this has to be a brawl rather than an attempt to plant. Maybe waiting to see if a mistake is going to be made on the other side, but again, planting here is definitely not going to be easy. There will be spams, there will be attempted denial. I don't mind the idea from Bianchi to just throw out a flash, but now they are going to make that switch. Kai has been lurking, he's been taking space, and he's going to get the kill. That's a huge kill. That allows them to plant, that denies all the space that was there for the side of Leviathan. It's going to have to be a full retake.
This is what we've been missing. They've tried to push and pull the map, but they've never found the kills on the lurk in these rounds. It was only Bianchi opening up a site, leveraging it out of their hands, but now they've actually got some space. They've got the plant, they've got the advantage to work with as well. Some players tagged up. Leviathan definitely gearing up for this retake. The operator on Aspas, waiting for an opportunity for someone to show their face, but it's not happening. A very patient display by Trace as the timer runs down. Fung able to take the double on the back, and now it's just the off. Turning tail to the A site and being chased down. Eventually, they'll just decide to let him be. And content with the round conversion. Lead not extended by Leviathan. We're tied up 4-4.
Yeah, and high impact from Kai. Like, the thing I've always been impressed with from just these recent matches I've seen from Trace is, again, we talk about a lot of the teams that we've seen come in from China, or even initially from the likes of Pacific, and the way that they would play would be, okay, let's use our individual skill, let's be overly aggressive. But that hasn't really been the case for Trace. They are willing to walk into that A site initially and then wait for almost a full minute. Like, they'll just sit there and see if anybody on Leviathan is going to make a mistake. And then the reliance was on Kai. He goes down there, that's going to be such a difficult take. There was already a snake bite put into Hookah to delay by Leviathan, but it's that one kill, it gives them the plant, and then the post plants from them have been fantastic.
Well, much more global control by Trace. I like this look. You're expecting the adaptation from Leviathan, the aggressive pushes. The camera actually didn't spot it, but this will be checked periodically by Kai. He's not going to let them slip by undetected. 2 players tucked in the corner for Leviathan. They've been good at taking that space and farming the orbs. Again, Texas got the ultimate online. Thrash was a big problem for Trace last time they tried to hit a site. B was defended by it. Both pulses of the Thrash completely halted the play and left the attackers with next to no time to get that plant in. Now, though, the space taken for free. There's the spot from Kai. Cage to protect him as well. A little bit of cushion, but Tex comes around the side. Opens up the back control and the big swing again. Bianchi, they're rushing to try to defend this man, but he can't get away. Luckily, the trade is in. 3 kills from Tex. Keeps it doable for Leviathan, though.
Yeah, the sensor to the back site. The wall also holding them back at least a little longer. It's going to take time to break it. I think Aspas not even going to shoot. He just wants to make sure that the game isn't given away, but the nade will do just that. Hebe, that's landed perfectly on him. It will force him out, but he's still standing. Hasn't been spotted. They don't know where he is right now. The sensor will get one. And in the meantime, Aspas, he's actually popped the showstopper, but instead, it's going to try tapping it. Knows he needs to get this one to half. Rocket back out, but he's not quite quick enough. Hebe with the Red Bull clutch will put Trace on the ball once again.
And now the lead swaps hands. It's the attackers spearheading the way. That round 5 pause, they come right out of it with 3 out of 4 rounds. Momentum in the sails and starting to fall apart, considering how dominant the early round control was for Leviathan, winning it off time in 3 of those rounds. And Hebei, he tanked the nade to start with, showing no fear. And it's Aspas that he ends up dropping. With that beautiful start for him, he mentioned how Aspas was his idol for so long.
But that's the thing as well. Just the way this round kicked off, it almost looked like it was over. Like it was Tex finding the high impact double, able to hold control of Showers, having his ultimate online. I'm thinking it's a done deal, but it's the way that they immediately clear the site, realize that there's no further control there, and just to wrap back around to try and catch those players. They knew that it was critical that they had that control for the post plant. Again, just good calling, solid reactions from a position that looked like it was all doom and gloom. You can understand now why there is going to be a pause from Lev. Because they had a streak, they had a good read, a couple of flawless rounds, but now the economy is coming back to bite them. 3 of the last 4 haven't gone their way. And we're starting to see some of the impact that Hebei can have with his utility. Bianco already mentioned just how good he can be. And although, yeah, I think expectations for Sunset is it should lean relatively heavy. I think that Trace have already proven throughout this tournament so far that you can look at the stats and how things have played out in China, and it doesn't really mean a lot.
Again, complementing those sonic sensors, 1 on the spike, 1 for the control around the back of the tall box. That's why Hebei's so comfortable sitting in that angle they thought was cleared. Now the early push-up from Aspas, I thought he was going to commit fully. It certainly looked like it, perhaps with a dizzy over top.
Nice, bro.
They sense that there's presence here. Now refocusing towards the bathroom. Aspas on the way. Tiger goes through. It's seen them, and they've got their sights set on it. They're going to fight for the control. It's Aspas to find it. And in goes the Stim Beacon for the swing. Aspas with another, and they're shutting them down, lighting up the kill feed. The Leviathan side now with a 2-man advantage. That spike has no chance to be planted, and a flank underway. Traps covering it, but a lot of control given to the side of Leviathan.
It's such a deep trip as well. By the looks of it, it's been bypassed. But there is a second one. So it's not going to get any easier for Mazzino to lock them in, but he can make sure they're not coming back. And understandably, again, Trace are looking to try and take their time. Patience is key. There's a possibility that Bianca can find a timing here, but I think that timing is well gone.
Nice shot, Aspas.
Holding and watching will be the scoreline equalized once again. A much more aggressive stance this side for Leviathan, and one that works out for them.
And even in the late round, Aspas wasn't covering Bath. I started to sweat a little bit, but the man's got a clock in his head. He knew exactly when that player could have shift walked all the way around. The early aggression, like you said, Stim Beacon used after the first kill. Tex holding down the site. He's been consistent so far. There's a reason you've heard that thrash online a number of times. Early on, it was about farming orbs and a couple of kills. Now he's 13-5. Gecko having a worldly of a performance, but still, the scoreline's equalized.
I'm excited if we get to Ascent, because he was unbelievable when playing on the Sentinel. Immediately, though,
it's dangerous.
Annihilation has been popped. I think it's going to catch King. I don't know if there's going to be any savior. They are going to try and spam this one, but they've got to be careful that they're not the ones running out of bullets. Aspas, an immediate response to the IGL going down. But even still, the rest of the players somewhat locked out of the site. A flank coming in. Aspas has to fight versus 2, and he gets nothing. The jump across baits the fight. The stun as well to catch Tex. They know exactly where he is. Well, Mazzino's only just getting into play.
They know he's coming. He had to break the trap to get through here. I think the hope was that Kai would be one of those players to fall, but nobody's falling on their side, and it's Kai's triple already. Mazzino out to put him to bed finally, but there's plenty players to trade that out. 6 rounds now for Trace.
Nice try,
You came in today thinking that they weren't a competitor. I think they're proving you wrong here and now. And a chance to confirm the lead for a 7-5 half. Phenomenal display already.
But yeah, I think the fact that I think their game versus Vitality woke a lot of people up. That this team can do some damage. Of course, there was talk of a lot of new players for Vitality coming to the stage, but I think it was Gorilla in his interview afterwards was saying, no, this is a legit team. You got to watch out for them. I think Kai definitely
tough है
proving
bro,
himself on the
competition
jet,
तो
but
देगी भाई
as well,
Trace.
his depth of agent pool with the Sentinel. Let's look pretty good.
Paper X जैसी
Again, we're going to
team
see
को
the
हरा
sequential.
के आ रही है, मतलब
Put Aspas into play. Tex alongside him. Kai is watching. The first goes his way, and the
EDG
information will be
जैसी
there.
team
He
को
actually
हरा के आ
gets
रही है.
Aspas as well. Okay, that's a deadly judge to take. That kicks out enough. Just running, spamming, knowing his opponent was
भाई
low.
क्या हुआ ये?
But the rest of the team haven't just been sitting there. They're making their way towards the B side, but with 2 kills going down on A, I believe Viper being
अभी
spotted and
chance
maybe even a
बनता है,
flash being
एक
popped.
kill मिलती है तो
Definitely a
Leviathan
flash, in
आएगा
fact.
ऊपर.
Vizino doesn't have any left. They know there's only one man on this A site.
ये करेंगे वो लोग.
They're
Info
looking
आ
for
चुका है
him. The
इनके पास.
Tigers got the scent. It's on the way, and King's being spotted. Molly down will delay them
The
slightly,
chase.
and the net is
Beautiful.
gorgeous. No escape for King.
Deadly
He's
combination,
caught,
deadlock
not just by
versus
the net,
Rage.
but by Fung Fung as well. Watch out for this swing comp.
बहुत ही
Locking's
तगड़ा
already
combination.
swapped up his position deep to cover that walkthrough.
7-5.
With the wall, the barrier blocking them out completely. Vizino's going to have to give away his position. He knows there's a likely swing, but he can't do anything about it. Phenomenal half
Best
from
esports
Trace.
और
And what a
Leviathan
recovery after
fight
those
पे
first
करा था.
couple rounds.
7-5
Yeah,
first
I
half
think when we
complete.
saw the 3-round
Second
streak in the
half
middle,
तैयार हो जाओ
we're
यार.
definitely getting a little
go.
bit worried that this could be another strong performance from Leviathan, and maybe they've learned from the mistakes of Vitality. It seems like Trace is still a tougher.
भाई ये बहुत deadly combination डेडलॉक और वर्सेस रेस का. मतलब भाई नेट फेंका और अपना वो डैश वो स्टन मार के चली गई. सचल मार के जाके उसने पेल दिया भाई ब्रिम को. काफी डेडली कॉम्बिनेशन है. वेल प्ले. ट्रेस ने अच्छा खेला ये हाफ, बट लेविएटान ने भी उसको टफ दिया. 7-5 इज गुड. देखते हैं अभी क्या होता है गाइस. जल्दी से जुड़े रहो वीडियो के साथ.
Joined by Leviathan's
हमारे पोल के हिसाब से
안녕하세요.
लेविएटान को 71% वोट दिए
이번
और
서울 좀
29%
챔피언스가 이곳에서 열리는 게
프레스
조금 더
스포츠도
특별하실 것 같은데
अभी
이번 챔스 좀
तो
어떻게
लेविएटान
즐기고
ऊपर है और
계신가요?
होप
Champions in
जीत
Seoul
जाएगी
must
मैच
feel
और
a
नेक्स्ट
little
भी
more
जीतेगी
special,
2-0 से.
right? So how's this
बट हम
champs
जो अच्छा
experience
खेलेगा
been like
उसके
for
साथ.
you?
It's
It's
pass.
definitely a surreal experience. I was born here. I left when I was about 8 years old. And coming back here, I felt a sense of belonging. And Corbin, Com, also felt the same way. So it's really special to be here.
이제 여기서 태어나셨지만 8살에 이제 미국에 가셔가지고 다시 이번 챔스로 좀 돌아오셨을 때 파파컴도 그렇고 콤 선수도 조금 뭔가 소속감 되게 집에 온 것 같은 그런 느낌을 느꼈다고 하십니다. 그리고 만약에 이번에 콤 선수가 챔피언스를 우승하게 된다면 작년 챔피언스에 이어 2연속 트로피를 드는 유일한 선수가 될 것 같은데 좀 본인은 좀 어땠는지 가족분들은 반응이 어땠는지 한번 듣고 싶네요. You know, if and when Com wins the title this year, he's going to be the first ever player to win the champions back to back. So how's his mindset been, and how's the family feeling on this?
He's always been mentally strong. He's always about team first. He brings the best in every one of his teammates that he's been part of. And it would be just amazing for him to win back-to-back. I know they'll win back-to-back.
Alright, that is incredible. 이제 워낙 컴 선수가 멘탈도 좋고 이번 팀원들과의 화합도 너무 좋기 때문에 이번에 만약에 2연속 우승을 드디어 차지하게 된다면 너무나 감회가 다를 것 같다고 하던데요. 오늘 파파콤과의 인터뷰 만나봤고요. And let's go back to Mind.
Thank you very much, Bella. Well, good, always good to hear from Papa Com.
I'm a big fan. If you don't follow him on Twitter, it's worth it. Trust me. It's worth
Absolutely.
it.
And for Trace, this has been a phenomenal first half. Now they move on to their defensive side. And a good, well-rounded showing as well. This isn't the Fung Fung show or anything like that. Bianche had some phenomenal rounds towards the end. Kai really stepped it up. Now the challenge is on for the America's #1 seed.
Listening.
And indeed, I'm excited to see what else Hebei has up his sleeve now that they're on the defensive side. It can be harder.
Yeah.
with
He
that
has
deadlock.
some really cool ideas. One of them is throwing the barrier through the TP to block off Shower's control and try and trap people in when they go for the orb. We're not seeing that this round. In fact, it's going to be Lev walking towards the trip. Kai's been decent so far, under pressure, but you wouldn't think it. The way that he's playing! 3 in the pistol round. As said, this guy at times can look like an insane jet, but put him on the scent. He's still hitting the shots. Mazzino, though, returns kind.
टफ
This
हो रहा है
would
लगे
have to
टाइम
be
के ब्रो बहुत ज़्यादा
an absurd
साइफर
clutch.
3 किल ले गया
But
एक
I've
साइड
seen
से
this man do it throughout the years.
किल लेने के लिए थोड़ा
Well,
He knows where he is.
that spam would have taken him out otherwise. The
Machino.
heal comes back through. Just below 70. Trace, 4 versus 1. Nobody looking to peak.
भाई अगर हो
Playing
गया
this
ना
one
ये
down to the last on the
तो
timer.
मजा आ जाएगा
Letting
30
Mazzino be
seconds
the one
left.
that has to step forward. He sees an opportunity. And the shot connects through the wall.
पता है
So
इसमें
much
इनको
damage
है
done
दोनों।
already. If he had some teammates by his side, we might start to believe as he walks through.
थर्ड की
It's
नहीं
Fung
थी
Fung to find him. 8
तीसरे
rounds
की इनको
on the
नहीं थी
board.
भाई, दो
Another
की इनको
pistol
तीस
in the
थी बस,
hands of
बस
Trace.
तीसरे की नहीं
And
थी।
an early lead in this half pushes them ever closer to that
One more
map
round
victory.
for
I have to
Trace
say, I'm
Esports.
starting to become more and more of a huge fan of this Trace side. Again, like, this is somebody getting pushed by 2 players exactly the same time, getting both kills with a classic, not reloading, and then getting a 3rd kill. Like, I have to say, mine does not work like that. Like, I probably would have maybe hit the first guy, and then the other bullets would have gone into the abyss. And well, that map's not even in the
भाई
series.
EDG को
8 to
हरा
5.
के आई है यार
A
ट्रेस
huge pistol round to
कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल हाई है
convert
भाई
and increase
Oh.
that lead. And obviously for the other side, there can't be
बहुत
a lot
ज़्यादा
of here.
strong लग रही है
Tex
इसमें
and Aspas, 2 players who've been performing so far in this map, will have Sheriffs
सारे
a chance
शामिल जा
to
रहे हैं ये राउंड
do
से
some
उन्होंने
damage,
कहा होगा कि हम पुश करेंगे
reduce the purchase, and what is a fairly safe one. In fact, I don't think you'd normally see
चारों
this
इधर
many
साइड में
SMGs,
वाइपर
but
होल्ड कर
on
रहे
a
हैं
map like
दोस्तों
Bind, there's a lot of tight angles, a lot of ideas that you can throw in, so I don't really mind it.
I think it was Con who said that at this event, the Chinese teams are going to surprise. They're going to give their all, and well, so far they most certainly have.
When do we stop being surprised? That's
Exactly.
the real question.
Yeah, I think it was a few days ago. This performance already phenomenal. And now, 8 rounds on the board, looking to convert another. Plenty of weapons in play for the defenders. The site has been overrun. A deep flash, Aspas already passed it, close and looking for the fight. Down goes King and Mazzino, and Aspas gets nothing done either. It's again Tex that has to do the heavy lifting, and well, he's certainly being spotted. Deleted moments later. 9 rounds now, locked in for Trace, and a wonderful conversion for them with 4 rifles carried forward. The only player that died, well, they had a rifle, but it's recovered by the one with the pistol.
Yeah, it was just the SMGs and then obviously that one pistol, so it really isn't that much of a problem. They're going to lose that one player and everything brought through. Again, though, a lot of teams nowadays, you'll even see some going for like 4 rifles. Well, we saw that quite a bit yesterday, so I'm intrigued to see what the plan is in this round. Is it to try and trap players? Is it to give Kai a little bit more of an aggressive stance and try and use that Guardian? More importantly, though, I'm looking at King, because King's someone, again, you're going to see those assists, you're still going to see him putting in a performance, but last time out versus Vitality, I think he ended on like 25 kills. It was one of the main reasons they were able to win, and it was the post-plants of his Molotovs that did so much for them. I think he still had impact with the Molotov in the last half, but expect a bit more from someone of his caliber on an individual level. Although the Des put him at number 5 in their blind ranking, so maybe not, maybe not, maybe not.
And we don't expect anything. Close to double digits. This could be the round to do it, but like you said, it's common now to see 4 rifles bought up for Trace. They go for a lot of SMGs. They're left with a Guardian on Kai. Good man to have it. And he's right up in A heaven. With an opportunity as they look to come through. 2 big traps set up to try to catch them. For the Vietnam, they have to be cautious. That angle is being watched. Cam further back.
दोनों सेंटिनल्स जो हैं
Ability
वही
for
खेल
Fung
रहे
Fung
हैं ये
to
साइड से
swing straight through after contact.
Yeah, they were waiting for contact to the cam. They've also got Aspas still holding on to control in case they want to go back through the TP. The worry I have, though, is that he's alone with the rifle. So if he goes down, there is potential. The rest of the team are going to go pushing, and they've walked straight into the trap. The sensor catches one now. Aspas trying to take space. He loses the fight as well. This bonus round is about as good as it could get. The nade going to do an extra little bit of chip damage. And my main worry now is that time is ticking. Com, though, has brought this back. He's made it competitive.
They don't want to get too far ahead of themselves. 20 seconds on the clock as the spike was starting to be planted, and sometimes you'll just go swinging in madly, but now these players are boxed in. The rotate's not quite here in time. Tex holding from further back. He has the back, and in fact, he has the front too. Fung Fung down, but the battle for Lamps is a little labored. They get there in the end, a 2 versus 2. Big swing in from Bianche, but he gets nothing done. The tap from Hey,
Nice
and that was terribly close, but it's calm to bring it across the line.
दो
A narrow
बंदे
margin
अर्ली
in this
खोने के
round,
बाद
but Leviathan
ये
win
round
an
बहुत अच्छा
essential
है.
round victory in number 3.
That's such a huge bonus, though. Like, you're looking at like multiple SMGs,
Three
a single
SMGs.
Guardian. So they're like, really, they've done an insane amount of damage. The setup as well was just utterly gorgeous. Like the way they're combining the sensor alongside those trips, because you kind of have to either just slow walk into those trips through a smoke, where you will die. Like that'd be an insane risk. And then the second you pop out, if you do pop out, you get hit by the stun.
Yeah.
So you basically have to either be
अपने
giving the game
दोनों
away
timeout
and maybe
use कर
throwing a
लिए
nade in to
Leviathan
try
ने.
and break that early, or
But ये
you
round
have to
जीतने के
walk into
बाद
that
इनको
setup
feel
where you
अच्छा
can
नहीं
get
आ रहा है,
stunned
इसलिए no
and
timeout
revealed,
लिया.
and that's exactly what the guys on Trace were waiting for. It doesn't work out, and of course,
discussion
there's
की
still
ज़रूरत
players
है.
like Com, like Tex, who are up there at the moment performing. I do understand the pause though from Leviathan. Like it's about to clearly realize, okay, that was too close. That was a moment where things could have slipped away from us, and this map might even be in the dust at that point. So I'm going to try and take a moment. I think since he's taken that head coach role, it does seem like this team has found that synergy, has found ways to turn around maps that aren't quite going their way.
Yeah, sometimes NA needs a bit of EU to lead the way, you know?
You had to do it, didn't you?
Of course I did.
You had to do it.
Oh, they got text too. I mean, it works in both parts. But, you know, the funny thing is for Trace, in this position, they're still in with a chance to do exactly what you said, to leave Leviathan in the dust, because the damage they did last round means every credit has to be invested. So many players down to their last couple. Couldn't even man the arcade machines. And the beautiful thing as well is the trap set up by Kai, he leaves one out for free. You know, if they go blast packing through, they're going to get caught, but most of the time they'll destroy the first trap. And then they think they can walk right in. Little do they know.
Oh my
He's
God.
stuck.
Beautiful net. Tex, though, holding his ground. He doesn't want to take the pin out just yet, and will use Mosh to do it. I like that. A little bit of utility just to make sure he stays alive. Now this time, they're going to go forward. They've already broken the traps. There's a sonic sensor covering it, and then Feng Feng ready to swing.
Oh, he took it back.
Blocking.
He took it back. They didn't break it. He took it back, and he has the second one down. It's actually just... The guy is reading them like a book at the moment. Expected it to come in. Maneuvered it. I think he's put it over the TP, so if they try and rotate, they're going to get stuck. Yeah, it's like right on the edge.
Past it. And this one not as easy to break. Oh, never mind. You have to swing out wide. I thought it was on the other side of the box.
They'll
इसके
get
बोलते ही
broken
टूट
one
गया.
over towards
This is
Xiao.
not
So
easy.
information is there. Feng Feng's still in position. It's expected that
Nice
he's going to
shot,
be
Aspas.
removed. An important opener, in fact, two coming up from Aspas. We know what this man can do when he's in form.
Nice,
Oh, well,
Aspas.
he's cut the
2
whole side on
kills,
his own.
hard
3
kills.
kills for Aspas. The other 2 players from Trace are out of there.
He's
A
कर यार
much
bro.
better round from Leviathan, dealing with those trap setups, ready for the player to be tucked in the corner. It's a gamble that Trace took that evidently did not pay off, and it's just due to the pacing. The fact that I assume LawKing was going back to put down another smoke. He wasn't able to swing on time to trade it out, to take Aspas down, and as a result, even the third kill goes his way. Leviathan locking in the 7th round with the save from Hebei and Bianche. And the credits for that defensive side, well, they require these weapons to be carried forward if they have any chance of the next.
Yeah, I still feel like they might just opt to save in this next one just to make sure that they'll have a better buy going forward. But
बहुत अच्छा round
those
मिला
are
भाई.
sort of
दोनों
rounds you
save
expect
करेंगे.
to see
Aspas
from
को
someone
ace
of
नहीं
the caliber
देंगे.
of
ना
Aspas.
ace
I
ले
think
लेता Aspas.
widely regarded as the best of the best. I think
Guaranteed ले
the
लेगा.
texture of the one put into that bracket right now. But well, this is the exact reason why. Just finding opener after opener. Stun not quite catching this time, and well, even the nade to close out Kai at the back of the side. Trace are going to take the pause of their own. And again, I like how proactive they're being with it. I think both teams, the coaching staff, are willing to get involved, not going to wait until it's too late to try and slow down what has been a response, because we've already seen it. Like the last time this map was played versus Talon, it was a late resurgence. I think it was a 4-round streak to close the map.
एक और time out
I
use
think
कर लिया भाई.
Trace probably had their eyes on that game and have decided, you know
जल्दी time out
what,
use
let's
कर
not
लिया
allow
दोनों
them
ने.
to build that momentum, because, well, if Aspas does
दोनों
that,
के बाद
then once
कोई
you're
time out
big-
नहीं बचता है.
You can see it on your screen there as
दोनों
well.
ने
That
early
little
time out
light
use
in the
कर
bottom
लिया.
left underneath Trace. It's the last timeout for either squad. We've had them all burned up
अभी भी
early, like you
Leviathan
said.
पोल के हिसाब से lead करती हुई.
Sorry. That's the last
हैं क्या
pause
रहता
in
है?
regulation. You know, I think most people understood
हमारे
that, but
पोल के
yeah,
हिसाब
you
से
get an extra
Leviathan
one if we
जीत
make
रही
it
है.
all the way to overtime. And in this, with how the map has played out so far, that might not be too much of a surprise if we do end up there. For now, though, you're not expecting much from Trace. They have their 2 rifles, sure, but minimal investments
ऐसा नहीं
around
लगता
those.
रोनाल्डो
Orbital
बोलता है।
strike not likely to be put in. See, Feng Feng's able to afford himself a Guardian, a Stinger in play. There are definitely going to be a lot of weaknesses, but a killer 2, and this is doable.
Yeah, they made it work with the SMGs, even though they didn't win round number 15. They managed to do a lot of damage, so I always like watching what ideas teams have with the deadlock, because I think a lot of teams, the way they played the deadlock was just put it underneath hookah, like one of the sensors, and that was about it. That was about all the ideas they had, just try and throw the wall over. But he's using all his utility on that side of the map, and then just running back in the other direction to set up on B, which is currently where the remainder is going. Zeno's trying to sell the idea that there's a lot of presence, and Bianche, he believed him. He believed there was someone there and decided to swing and take the fight.
Right here.
Successful fight, a good scrap, and the rotates on the back of it. No information on the A site, nobody else seen. They suspect that the B site is where the fight's
What
coming
the
through.
fuck?
That's when Feng Feng steps up. The lighter investment, he couldn't even get full shields. They're trying to save their money for the next round, but now, like I said, a killer 2, this becomes doable. That orbital strike, you start to think about possibly using it. If you get the information, and that they most certainly have. All 3 players spotted towards long. They're not going to have a way out of here. It's being watched, and they've been spotted coming back 35 seconds, even dealing with that man. If they don't kill him, you're not going to want to rotate to the A site. So much utility waiting there. And yeah, he's on his way to the other side. They still have to break through. Feng Feng, who's got another, the nade and the net, stopping them in their tracks. 20 seconds now, and Leviathan, they have nowhere to go. No space taken, and the spike on its way to spawn. That's a double-digit round for Trace. And it looks like
Right here.
they might want to go hunting when this timer ticks down. Yeah, Feng Feng stepping through.
It's more so if there's guns. I think that's what it is. He's only got himself a Guardian. There's also a Stinger. They are somewhat being watched for, but I think King couldn't really risk an overextension and giving that away. A big round for Trace and a big round for Feng Feng as well. Just being able to find some ridiculous shots with the Guardian. And that was a lot of what this round was. Sure, I think after the fights, there were quite a lot of really good pieces of utility, but the actual kills that came in were raw firepower. Like, then, you know, look, then we've got a nade, and oh, once you got the kill, I put a wall down. That was just firefights. And I think if there was any aspect of this game where we went, yeah, let's probably have the B, it was raw aim.
Again, you know, you look at Trace, it's not an issue of what if one player cools down. Everyone is putting up the performance. It's a team effort that's gotten them to double digits and pushed Leviathan into another bye. Credit's still decently healthy. They need to figure out this defensive side. No one there to capitalize on the traps this time. Much more passive on the A site. We saw this from Leviathan when they had 4 players in Bath. I don't think there's going to be too much of a fight on the site itself. Instead, those players will focus on just keeping the control.
With this, it's a delay strategy. Like, you've got the orbital strike, you've got the Molotov as well, the nade from Feng Feng on that side of the map as well, so that they're literally trying to play the exact same game we saw moments ago. Already, pressure being put on. Aspas is just running out. He takes down Kai. That's a great start. The spike attempted to be planted. Orbital strike going to be used, forces him out of position, but there's not really anyone to capitalize just yet. Feng Feng trying his best, and actually, he comes out with 2. Now has a showstopper his own. I think Aspas may have actually just jumped over that, but now he's surrounded. He's got players coming in from behind. They still don't have Shower's control, and I feel like they need to get out. They need to get out as quick as possible. They may get stunned on the B site, though.
And Hey Babe will be there to capitalize if they do. In fact, Annihilation is used, and it's caught one. That's the spike. They have to break Tex out, and he's gone when he comes out the other side. Com left with it all to do, and he's shut down. From Hey Babe. That utility, the rotation, the reads, absolutely perfect. 11-7 for Trace. They are steaming ahead.
That was just unbelievable. Like, you look at this round, and you kind of sit there and go, okay, they lost an opener. A showstopper has been used by Aspas. You go, that's probably a done deal, right? He ends up in no man's land because of what Feng Feng was able to do. Like, he gets 2 from Showers and holds that control. Like, that was pressure being put in by Leviathan to try and clear that angle. And then you just had just superb utility users. That was the exact sensor I was talking about. I was like, that's what a lot of Deadlock players do. You
पहला
put
मैच
that
जीते
sensor
भाई
down and you
लोग,
leave it for the
Trace
whole
जीत गए
round.
पहला मैच.
He combined it with his ult.
Spectacular. Trace 11-7, putting Leviathan in jail, and it looks like Heibe's the warden. Lights out though for Kai. Aspas the one to find it.
Back to back.
He's been opening up well on this site, but there's always a response. Only the one to start, and the trades come in favor of the attack. Now the plant can come through. There's not much to deny it.
No surprises.
Maybe an attempt from Heibe. Oh, it's definitely not pretty.
I got the spot.
Eventually, Mazina will get the job done. And the only reason I'd say about Bianche going for this, credits are not bad. 2 players are incredibly low. Now, one of them is going to get healed. So that's something at least. Aspas is not going to be on his last legs, but we've already seen what Bianche can do. That information's crucial. Mazino willing to give up his life, potentially, just to try and find that. And why I think there's going to be the swing eventually from Aspas, but he's playing it slow. He's playing it patient. Bianche just trying to isolate one of these fights, but the crossfire should be enough to take him down, and it will be. Tex ready and waiting. Left break back immediately, a continuous back and forth between these two sides.
3 rounds between them. This one's going down to the wire. And we've seen some spectacular uses of those timeouts. Every time one has come in, the team calling it's finding a new groove, but there's no more left to use. They're on their own down on that stage. And it's Leviathan. Big ultimates coming online. Viper's Pit. Seekers as well for the late round information. And a spread net from this attacking side, just looking to find any spots where Trace are getting aggressive. They're feeling confident in their individual duels. And if worse comes to worse, just send Aspas in to kill them all.
Spike dropped.
This could be a way back in with credits on the edge for either side. Wong Fong waiting patiently, but after the shot's not connected, he's not going to overextend. That is something else I've enjoyed with these players on either side, is feel like there's a respect for each other. Again, those sensors are going to be frustrating. I think they did throw a blast back to destroy them, but just wasn't quite there in time. Spam, it is going to deny the plant. That will at least buy a little bit of extra time, and this fight for Showers could be crucial. We've already seen what they could do with that control,
Nice
but
shot.
clearly unaware of how far Com had got.
Great lurk by Com. Yeah, he's just been shift walking up the whole round. Kill comes back in the other direction, and Aspas isn't happy about that, but he goes a little too far. Bianche waiting for him. Com walled off and dropped, and a stun in.
Uh-oh.
Retaking the control at the very least. King down to 58, and the double TP used. This time, the B site not so well defended. No traps waiting for them.
He's jumping
no
to the left.
annihilation. It's going to be the plant in the 2 versus 3.
There needs to be an immediate shot connected, which there is. One goes their way. It's all up to King. He gets all 3. It's been a quiet game for him so far. But the crown back on his head.
क्या swing करी है भाई
Tex
वेंडल
hyping him
इसने.
up afterwards as well. Leviathan starting to
Right
hit their
play,
stride.
bro.
That's 2 in a row, and just 2 between them.
क्या बात है. That's good.
Trace will feel that pressure, and they'll see it manifested in their economy. This was a round that put them down to their last. What a way for King to close this. He had one opportunity, and he seized it.
Hey, my hand's sweaty, my bad. I saw you wipe it.
Coming into the next, there's a Viper's Pit and an orbital strike
I
still
love the honesty.
for Leviathan.
Credit छीन
Attack
लो.
side, couple of safety nets to fall back
Credit
on.
छीन लेते
They
हैं.
get site control. Post plant's going to be strong with either one of those ults, let alone both.
He's had a bit of a tougher time. I feel like
भाई
he's
नहीं
always
आ
been
रही
in a
है
1v1 with
Leviathan, bro.
Aspas.
भूल जाओ अभी नहीं आ
Anytime
रही
he's
है.
in a fight and
Comeback
he's not
है
been
भाई.
winning
2
that
round जीत के
1v1.
ना comeback है.
going to try and play a bit more aggressively. Bear in mind,
But
couple of
timing ना
stingers
हो
in
कोई
play, but
और
we've already
close
seen that.
check करना bro.
Trace are competent when it comes to their lower buys. Kai already going to fall out of there, not look to overextend and make sure that there's delay. The Seekers have gone out on the other side of the map as well, which means that we're going to see Low King already push all the way up. They have so much information. They can stack this side of the map.
Com's repositioned though. Now he's up close, ready for this fight. But
Already
he
enough.
loses it. And now the back is open. Leviathan have to worry about that. The rotation through the TP won't be as easy this time, and lots of utility. It wasn't placed in the early round by Kai. Oh, he has to get out of there. Giving up the control, and Leviathan quick to seize it. Trap goes off, but no one there to capitalize on it. Broken the trap to take Lamb's control, and a lot of space now given to that side with Kai down. It's on Feng Feng, able to at least take King, keep the favor in the hands of the defenders, but it doesn't last long. The weaker weapons starting to show the cracks in this late round defense. The play up by locking, going all the way around. You can see Bianche's trying his best to draw the line. He's done exactly that. A free kill. And now these players surrounded, pressured on both sides, locking down to 11, and he gets one. One more needed, but he stops at the last second. Tex delivers the fatal blow. And double digits for Leviathan.
I don't know if he thought he was dead or if his mouse went off his mouse pad, but he just froze in place. I don't know what's just happened, because that looked like it could have been a ridiculous clutch. Instead, though, it's the same again. I mentioned this last time out, when they played Talon, it looked like Talon had the game done. And then Leviathan dig deep. Then they start grinding out these rounds in clutch scenarios with big individual plays who have been missing. Wow, King literally doubled his kills.
Yeah. Equalizer आ जाएगा. Leviathan ने वापसी तो करी है.
It was a low buy. Trace now have weaponry back in hand, but for the series' sake, if they've learned anything from Talon, you just can't let this map slip away.
Oh my ass.
The nail for this one. Orbital strike primed and ready by Trace. Loking wants to have that. As a response, if they step up into those traps, if they get stunned on their way into lamps. But you can see Leviathan were just wrestling for this control, grabbing an orb, forcing the rotations, and they've done just that. Heibe's on his way to A, 4-man stack up on that side of the map.
Well, Bianche just used a lot of his utility. He used the Sky Flash down long, then used the Tiger to clear out Hookah. So that's why they've gone for this massive rotation, because he cleared all other information. Now they have to try and sprint their way back to get into position. There is an orbital strike available. Maybe they could try and use that to deny the plant.
I think that's the idea behind the gamble. They'll allow this team to take side control knowing they can pop down the orbital strike. It's primed and ready, but a little late. Perhaps the plan is to use it in the post plant, in the retake, for the defensive side to open up some space for them to fight with Aspas up close. That could be the disruption that they need. In goes Thrash, causing problems. In fact, detaining a teammate as well, but it's good enough. Aspas is caught, but they still have to get through that Viper's pit, and plenty of players are standing in their way. The spike right inside of it, but the sprays going Trace's way. Blind fire, and every shot landing. King and Calm with the smoke now falling. Heibe dying because of the decay, and quite a lot of these players are decayed, but the health goes back to full. They start to tap that spike, cause the spams to go back in the other direction. Kai loses a lot of his life, but the spams aren't landing. They're not even close! Right under their nose! Trace of defuse behind the smoke!
What are you
and now,
guys?
on the cusp of victory in map 1, who could have seen this coming?
Well, I'm sure there's a few analysts after that first match that were saying that they could have seen it, but versus Leviathan, as that comeback looked to really gain some legs, just that retake into a Viper's pit, the orbital strike didn't even really catch that much, and it came so close towards the end. Those spams, not far away, but just not on. And even though there was some body blocking, I think if they had got that correct, it would have easily cleared the players. Just unable to get it. Look at the weaponry as well. Now Leviathan need to make it work with a couple of stingers, or 3 in fact. At least they've got a showstopper.
Well, that's exactly what's going to open up this round for the side of Leviathan. Dodging the annihilation, but the rocket doesn't land. And Mazzino already out of the round. He's caught by a big play through the TP. Feng Feng keeping the control up there. Aspas desperately trying to hold on to life on the site. But this attack side's being split, diverted, and now they've got nowhere to go. Sending it back in the other direction, utility awaits them, but more importantly, there's an aggressive stance from the Brimstone. Now falling back, conceding the space somewhat to Molly to slow them down. King's isolated by it. Beautiful utility. And although he's down to 5, please don't step into that Molotov. We've seen that one before. It's only Calm 1v3, the first kill easy, the other two.
took the
Should be
spike.
impossible, he's just stolen it. he's walked right in and walked away.
Wait a minute. Right, he must have been in that
Why
smoke, but he's a
skip
little bit
around
late.
with
The
this
thing is, the
spike
trip's
leaving?
still online. And in fact, Loki, he's going to die here. Surely he's going to
Oh
die!
my
The man
God.
was on 5 HP, but he still manages to land the headshot. Well, if you weren't
पहला मैच
familiar
जीती हुई
with
ट्रेस
Trace's game
esports
after their
क्या
first
जीती है
match,
बहुत बढ़िया
bet you are now. What a
played,
surprise.
bro.
Map 1 goes to China
Well
number
played, well
3.
played.
Leviathan have got to turn
let's
it.
go
America's #1 struggling early. Hebei got to face his idol and best him on the first. Let's see if they can take the series after the break.
सीरीज तो नहीं जाएगी यार इतना ठीक है इतना ठीक है ब्रो सीरीज नहीं जाएगी सीरीज तो नहीं जाने देगी लोटस में अच्छा है सनसेट में अच्छी है लेविएटान तो नहीं होने का कुछ भी गाइस जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ जो पहले मैच में नहीं जुड़े हैं दूसरा मैच कुछ ही देर में स्टार्ट होने वाला है तो जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ और 1-0 से आगे है स्ट्रेस ई स्पोर्ट्स लेविएटान को अगर इक्वलाइजर देना है तो ये मैच जीतना पड़ेगा वरना ये सीरीज हारेगी और स्ट्रेस ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेऑफ्स के लिए क्वालिफाई कर जाएगी तो लेट्स गो क्या होता है देखते हैं गाइस तो जल्दी से बने रहो स्ट्रीम के साथ वीडियो को लाइक करो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो बस 2 मिनट में मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है आ जाओ गाइस जल्दी चलो मैं 30 सेकंड अर्ली आ चुका हूँ 30 सेकंड पहले ही आ गया मैं ब्रेक लेके गया था बट यार स्विगी वाले ने तो बहुत लेट डिलीवर किया सच में मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा गुस्सा आ रहा है इसके ऊपर कि भाई इतना लेट डिलीवरी क्यों मेरे घर से 1 किलोमीटर भी नहीं है 1 किलोमीटर चलो मान लो 1 किलोमीटर इतना लेट डिलीवर कर रहा है और एफसी तो यार रेडी रहता हूँ आई डोंट नो क्यों इतना लेट
Gonna
help with some translations. Now, there were some very important moments in that game, and one of the moments I wanted to talk to you about was round 16 when you called a timeout, and after that timeout, you guys managed to recover and win a few, again, very important rounds. So what did you say to your boys during that timeout?
那其实在这场比赛当中有非常多重要的时刻嘛，有一个非常重要的就是16回合，你当时的那个技术暂停，帮助你们追回了很多分。当时你是说了什么呢？
我当时和他们说的是，让他们回想一下我赛前跟他们做的一些布置和他们有一些习惯性的动作，然后其次就是我告诉他们手上道具要捏死一点，而且我们的防守策略是没有问题的，只需要多冷静冷静就可以了。
At the time, I just told them like, be calm down and think about it, the preparation before today's matchup. And I think the tactics in our defense side is super nice, and there is no mistakes on our tactics. So just remember a little bit and take more time on your utilities.
Well, thank you very much, Echo. Thank you very much, Coach Destroyer. Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And look, I'm just gonna. It's happening! It's happening! What's happening right now? Oh my word! Trace Esports pulls off the win on Bind against Leviathan, and you might be thinking to yourself, "Oh man, it's a fluke." Maybe they were caught off guard. No. That was not the case here. This is a perfect description of this Achilles. Why don't you run through why this worked out so well?
I mean, one of the things that we were talking about coming into the series was wanting to see really good proactive reads coming out from the side of Trace, and they were able to put that on display. This last round of that opening half where they're on that attack, and they just immediately know that there's going to be this pressure coming out in through short. Kai's able to collect 2. They once again get that net lockdown onto a player, and Lamps, Fung is able to just jump forward, get that punish. They read the wraparound here from Com, and it's just bing, bang, boom, one by one, picking these players apart.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed overall with the way that they approach these games. I really like the question that Sue asked during that interview, because I think it's really important for the way that they come out of these timeouts with them. Great mentality and the way that they approach this map. But I think the most important thing for me here is that their post plants continue to be an absolute nightmare on this map. They are absolutely disgusting. It is so hard. Like, you could see early on, Lev had ideas to try to stop it. They were posting themselves in angles to cut off the executes, to knock players down as they were forced to dry peek, to avoid some of that early utility. But then there were adjustments made right after that timeout. 3 in a row for Lev, timeout, boom, they start stringing rounds together. And once they get that plant down, it is such a nightmare because of all that utility that the Deadlock has in particular. That wall is so stupid good on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Trace talked about their bread and butter being their teamwork, their tactics, how they play together. But the thing is, the individuals also had moments as well. That takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment. We got to give some love to Heibei taking out his icon there, his idol in Osmos here in round 9 Achilles. And I mean, this has to feel good for him.
Oh no, it really does. It's a monstrous clutch. It really sets the tone for the remainder of the map. And like I said, yeah, you might have to kill your heroes here today. And Heibei did just that to be able to get this big clutch. That's going to be a huge inspiration for the rest of the players. You can see right there the pop-off coming through, just bigging this guy up. I mean, Heibei just a couple days ago was on that stage getting his first ever international win, having a nice, wholesome cry about it, and now he's here potentially looking to take down his idol.
One map away from defeating Leviathan. I did not think that that would ever be a possibility. In fact, I don't think the coach of Leviathan thought that either. Let's actually go ahead and hear from Itopada as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now standing by with Coach Itopata ahead of map 2. Now, this is the first time you faced Trace Esports on stage here. Is there anything that they did you felt like maybe caught you off guard, surprised you, that you guys can maybe anticipate a little bit better for Sunset?
I don't really think they surprised us. I think they played exactly how we were expected them. The thing is, they played better as a team than us, and that was the main issue we had. So going into Sunset and then Ascent, we need to fix this in order to win.
Thank you very much for joining me, and good luck on map 2.
I just love this, whole thing about everyone always likes to harp on the individuals and how they shine, but even Itopada got to give the flowers there to Trace, saying they just played better as a team, plain and simple. They lock up the win, but now, Clinton, we set our sights onto Sunset here. This is a great map for Leviathan. If you're a Lev fan, you should be feeling pretty good right now, but keep it a $150, man. Like, they saw what happened in their last one. Trace, they could have fixed those errors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. about it. I mean, again, it's some little things that Trace just needs to do. A little bit more proactivity, getting info on the map and making better reads overall will potentially lead to results like we just saw in Vine. Now, Leviathan really good on this map throughout Stage 2 in Americas. Almost went undefeated, lost a crew, I think, at the end, but they didn't look great at it at Shanghai against Foot. It was a real stomp for Foot on that map. So it's interesting for me to think about, is this going to be Leviathan kind of coming back, kind of flipping the script from their last international appearance on Sunset? Are they going to be able to really showcase that, you know, they're not having any problems here. They're going to come through. They're going to be able to bounce back, and they're going to be that team that seems to be on that upward trajectory throughout this year, just like DRX, just like EG last year. Right? These teams that peak at the right times.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a preview there of what we should be seeing from the Agent Select in a moment. That'll be popping up here too, but we are going to be getting Aspas on that Neon. Right back to, you know, hopefully seeing him, if if you're a Lev fan, and I'm a Lev fan, hoping to see them bounce back out of this, because I think this is a series now that deserves 3. All right, let's just take it over to Ascent. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, man.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how things are going to come together for Lev, because
और एसेंट है मैप डिजाइन तो मैं खुश हूं तीनों मैप से
they did exactly what we
मुझे
expected,
नहीं
but our
चाहिए
teamwork
थे
wasn't there.
एडवीज
It can be really tough to make sure that you're shoring up those gaps that you saw in the
मैप
first
से
map
थक
with just
चुका हूं क्योंकि
a
मैं
brief
खुद
little bit of
खेलता हूं तो
time,
ये
you know,
लोग आते
10
हैं
minutes between those maps to try to make those adjustments
बस
to get
स्प्लिट
everybody
लाओ
back on
ना
the same
यार
page. On
फ्रैक्चर
Sunset
लाओ
should be
पर
feeling
लाओ
a
यार
bit more
ये
comfortable, so
मैप
maybe
है
that will come more naturally
ये
here for
दिल
the
है
side
ब्रो
of Lev.
इनको
But
लाओ
also for Lev, I mean, look, Pung really absolutely utterly
चलो
destroyed.
जी एस पास खेल रहे हैं
He's
नियॉन
still going to be playing
और ये
this
डेडली
Raze.
है
This is where he
मान
can be.
लो
If Trace have fixed the issues that we saw from them versus
बड़ी
Vitality
टीम
on
सैम है
Sunset, if they continue to have a really
सैम है
solid
सेम
read on
सैम
this squad,
सेम
and they
है
know how Leviathan's going to play
सैम
this map,
सेम
they very well could get this win.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you need to turn up the tempo a little bit here as Leviathan. Get Aspas fired up. Make sure Mazino's in sync with him, with that breach utility. That's a real key part of this composition on this map, is making sure that that breach is really getting that deep util and connecting with it.
I'm seeing everyone on Leviathan on their bread and butter, right? The things that made them, prolific to begin with. Calm on that Sova, Mazzino on that breach, right? What got him the MVP at Americas, right? King back on the Omen. If Aspas can get activated, it will be quite difficult for them to shut down. But on the other side, man, I mean, if Fung and Heibei keep doing what they're doing, if Kai keeps showing up the way that he is, this is going to be wild. We could be seeing Leviathan getting 2-0'd in a #1 seeding game.
Yeah, it would be monstrous here, but Trace, the ball is in their court. They're holding this match in their hands.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send this back over to the casters, see if this one goes the distance. Mitch and Tom, take it away, fellas.
Well, America's #1 is going to need a third map to take this series, and they fight for it here on Sunset. A map that has looked good for them. Crew managed to beat them in the rematch, but for the most part, this is somewhere I think most people will expect them to beat Trace.
Yeah, for sure. I think even when we saw Trace play versus Vitality, I think it's going to be... It was a tough one. Vitality very good at this map as well, so it's not like the end of the world there. I think the other thing as well is, like, it was spoken about in the interview, that they weren't surprised on the last map. Well, if they're surprised on this one, I'll be gobsmacked, because I believe that Trace have played this comp 15 times in a row. So even though it hasn't been the biggest success for them this year, they have stuck to their guns. They're comfortable with what they're playing, but it hasn't been massively successful.
Well, this dart's going around the world to try to break some setup on B, but there's nothing there. They know that from the double bounce. Leviathan sat in position on B, but the A site push has come through. Trap broken.
डिफेंडिंग करनी पड़ेगी भाई लेविटान को
some pressure behind them, and again the
इसमें
clock is
लेविटान
ticking
थोड़ा
to get into the site. They've done just that. The plant secured. One man left behind with a camera.
हो चुका है भाई
It's looking
और
that has it
timing होने
all
वाली है
to do, and King about to walk straight into his angle,
Oh,
but hold on.
nice,
One
dude.
shot connected, still drawing breath. It buys enough time for the trade from Mazzino.
Yeah, they're looking for Aspas as well. They want to try and close out some of these flanks, but they're slowly starting to be picked apart. Aspas just almost acting as distraction now as the rest of the team look to fight back in. Even still, they managed to hold on for a moment, but Mazzino putting another in the death toll. He's traded out as well. Some utility being expended and that time ticking, and Com so desperately low. Heibei with a triple.
Pistol round
and it's a pistol under the belts of Trace.
Another. I think that's 3 for 3 so far for Trace. Early injection of rounds. And that's going to go a long way on a map like this, one that they struggled against Vitality. And as we said, Leviathan, they may not be so good in a rematch, but this is first time around. And EDGvsG2 said they weren't surprised. You said 15th time playing this composition. Won't be surprised here either, but that wasn't what he put the loss down to. EDGvsG2 said that they weren't playing as a team. That's a tough thing to correct. See if they've got the stones for it, but it won't be in this round. Just pistols in play for the defensive side. B aggression. The hit is coming in on A.
Well, I think they come in as well on a much more comfortable note on this map in general. Like, okay, sure, they beat Talon, but on the last couple of times they'd played G2 regionally on Bind, it hadn't gone well. So I think that this is one where, excluding that crew defeat, they have proven that this is a solid map for them and a comfortable map as well. So I'm hoping that the issues he mentioned will be fixed in this round again. Like, you're playing into the post-plant and Trace. They've got these SMGs up close, not needing to play at the same level of distance still. A little bit of damage being done, but expectations are that there won't be too much more.
Still one pistol to be upgraded. Any damage from here will actually be felt, will be shown in the economy. Aspis, well, he's on the slide.
Oh, nice,
Star points, and now looking for a bit more. How many weapons can he drop? The round's already lost.
Nice try.
The answer is just the one. The big guns saved through to the next. A 2-0 start for Trace Esports.
I'll be curious to see what they're to invest. So do they bring in another rifle? Do they maybe put an extra stinger or pistol in, or are they just going to keep it relatively low? It doesn't seem like there's going to be a mass amount. There you go, just a stinger added in. Last time out, previous map, they were able to make these rounds very costly. But I think that was one of the other issues that they had is, although they had a couple of flawless rounds at the very beginning of the game, other than that, every round seemed costly. And it meant that their economy quite regularly ended up on a lower note. For now, though, immediate pressure. A much faster paced look from the side of Trace.
Straight push towards the A site. It's not too pacey for now, but there goes the utility that signals the start. The blast packs in and around elbow we go. It's not started out too well though. Leviathan taking all the picks, good flash, but it's dodged and King's there to support. Mazino steps up to the plate and leaves it into Kai, just with a pistol in hand. And only the one kill to be found. A much better response from Leviathan than what we saw on map 1.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea from Trace that you're going to try and test your opponent early when you have those weaker weapons, see how far you can get, but it looked comfortable. Like, the shots connected, counter utility, able to move out of positions and not get caught by an off angle, and also just having a solid read. The three players were ready for the pacing of that take. For Trace, now they buy back in with the rifles. But as said, early in the last map, Lev were able to get their first few rounds very clean, at least build up a bit of economy. We'll see if they can do that again here.
Oh, an early bit of aggression as well, but Aspa still caught by the stun. It was sent from further back, so there was no safe haven. And now the nade puts pressure on Tex to try to push out of this angle. The drone was watching him as he attempted the escape. Looks like a late lurk on mid might catch some value, and a very early peek in from Market gets next to nothing. The one-to-one trade's not really worthwhile. Great response by Trace already, and it's not going anywhere.
Com was... He's even going to get spotted, yeah. There's not even any way out. Is he going to run into the trip as well? Yeah, why not? Let's just reveal him on the other side of the map. I think perfect denial. And it does seem like in a lot of positions on this map, Trace just have a very good read. Like, they're willing to commit early utility if they believe there's going to be a push. And I actually think the counter stun that came out from Leviathan was pretty good as well. I think the Fong Fong on the other side was stunned. He just hit the shot while stunned. So again, the cosmetic didn't play out for him. But a really clean response. As said, having 4 players left alive and saving a weapon in the last round will mean that Leviathan will be able to get back in, at least maybe with a few light shields here and there. But for Trace, I've already said, like, this map, regionally and versus Vitality, has been a little rough for them. Getting off to a strong start here, using the momentum that they found from the last map. Capitalizing on it is going to be a big part for them.
Most definitely is. The question is how far can they push this early lead. Leviathan, no slouches. They'll be buying right back up. Rifles in hand, light shields for the most part, Rolling Thunder online for both sides. But a couple more ultimates very close to being online for Trace. They could find themselves an early safety net, and that was almost the showstopper. The wall got in the way, and the spray slightly off. If one kill goes his way, well then that's a completely different round we're looking at. Still fighting for the orb, a possibility. Leviathan won't be able to defend. Instead, they look for some mid control. I think they wanted to pincer 2 players out of the market. A flash or stun perhaps on mid if there were players there. Tracer taking that control much later in the round than expected. And they're rotating to A as well. You know, they stopped the B push. They saw nobody mid. They think it's A. There's 3 players from Leviathan stacked up there. Rolling Thunder for retake, of course, but that can be countered right back.
Oh, well, they know where Tex is, that's for sure. Stuck at the back of the site. Post plant will be in, and it's almost like a double lurk. You've got Kai. They're going to try and isolate Kai, but they don't know that there's actually a second player. In fact, they may not even know that the first player is here. This late push could be everything. The whole goal, look, they've got a Rolling Thunder and a Hunter's Fury. They can delay a ridiculous amount of time, but King is holding. I don't know if he spotted Low King, though. That second player, he's still watching in case somebody looks to wrap around from that corner. A good read from King, but he can't quite land the shot. Now they have to try and deal with it. Bianche's gone, and so is his ultimate, but that doesn't matter anymore. The time is ticking way too far. Trace have played this post plant fantastically well, and well, Aspas has no choice but to try and hold on.
Well, at least he will get that rifle through to the next, but this is a devastating start. A 4-1 lead. And the fact that they were so contained when you have Leviathan pushing in, just complete calm on the side of the attackers. Trace, keep the Rolling Thunder at first, use it.
That's what I like. I think they read into the fact that, okay, we have a Rolling Thunder, so chances are they're not going to play close because we have a Rolling Thunder. So let's just walk in a plant and hold it. It's a gamble, but it's a really smart gamble.
After Mazzino puts his through, you saw Heibei take out the ult and then realize, I don't need to. Let him have the space. Now, there was a read from Leviathan that there was a late lurk on mid, but that didn't really net them as much as you'd hope.
Okay.
The fadeaway King get killed, and well, the A site's going to be taken over by the drone. There is a response attempted by Mazzino, already tagged up heavy, and that's one of the 2 rifles that they have to work with. He goes out anyways, and he goes down right after.
It's definitely going to make things tougher, but with the kill onto Kai, the flank is no longer covered. This gives some space. Now, it is being watched by Bianche, but if the remaining players, Com and Tex, can make a bit of a distraction, show a couple over on that short side, it might allow Aspas the space. I think that's the goal. Just try and give him a route into this one. The thing is, the post plant setup again is strong, and Bianche is watching. He hasn't switched his position, but he still loses the fight. Second man here, and with the bullet shot off, they now know it. Aspas no longer stunned, but Heibei catches the other 2. Puts it into the 1v1. Aspas on 5 HP, and that time is ticking. If anything, I think it's ticking too far gone again. Aspas, he's looking to try and find him. He's even going to land that last shot, but it's too little too late. Has to fall out of the round. Trace will convert. It's incredibly costly. And it does mean that there's still going to be a bit of damage done to their economy, but they'll comfortably buy.
A timeout called by Leviathan. They're feeling the pressure, and it's Heibei applying it. That could have been a very different round if he doesn't catch that double.
He's just sat on the spike as well. Like, it's not the most uncommon spot.
Yeah,
like,
मुझे लग रहा है आप लोगों को भी लग रहा है
why,
GG हो
like,
गया.
a lot of people would check that, but you can kind of understand why they don't. Like, when they have the rifles, you expect them to be a little bit more passive, maybe playing behind that sort of default box on site. Not going to be the case. And yeah, Leviathan, whether you're a Trace fan, whether you're someone who watches all the watch parties or even the main broadcast for China, I think a 2-0 for Trace here was unfathomable.
Out of the question.
No shot.
Up against Leviathan, out of the question. You know, for me, Leviathan, G2, they've looked so strong. America's impressed me in opening games, regionally as well. They're playing a good game. But Trace have flown under the radar. Even after that first game, I expected to be close. And to be able to have a little bit of a battle here, but not to be able to decimate them. The first quarter already behind us, and it is firmly in favor of China's #3 team.
You talk about like their last match versus EDG. They got 7 rounds in 2 maps. So maybe that just shows that everybody should be a little bit more scared by EDG. They also were 2-0 up in a best of 5 versus FPX, which they then lost. So they've had those sort of tough defeats. And let's be real, it's definitely not over yet. But just the manner in which a lot of these rounds have been going. I think even if you're the biggest Leviathan fan right now, you're probably quite nervous. As said though, I think both coaches, their tactical pauses haven't gone amiss. Like, they have been valuable, to say the least. We'll see if there's an immediate response from the side of Leviathan.
A lot of the time it is going to make you change your setup and your plan, knowing they've just called that pause. Obviously, Leviathan are going to do something different. So Trace do much the same, focusing fully on the B site. They found space here for free before, and this time there's a showstopper to lead the way. Tex knew where he was, but couldn't quite get it done. They know Feng Feng's going to the back of the site, and the flash is good. Calm, trading it out, looking for more, finding it! 4 under his belt already.
Let's go,
I don't know what Edapata said during that timeout, but it's got him fired up. Not much Hebei could do. 1 versus 4, and all the roses to come in this round.
I think we've costed 1 million 4Ks at this point after yesterday's match, but
that
one has to be up there with the best of them. That's a perfect response. Do I think that was part of the coach's game plan? Absolutely not. Do I think it's more likely to bring them back from the brink? Absolutely. Those are the sort of rounds that get everybody pumped up. And after a quiet start for a fair few of the players that have been fantastic throughout the season and throughout the tournament so far,
भाई हम एक और अपसेट नहीं देख सकते यार.
Just look, actually,
अगर ट्रेस ये जीतती है तो एक और अपसेट होगा.
There still seems to be enough to purchase. Trace are not going for a full buy here. They're going to go with Stingers instead. I'm not sure if this is just wanting to have everything online, maybe even wanting to get themselves the ult, but I feel like they could have put a bit more into this round.
I think Lev thought that too. Early commitment of the Hunter's Fury after catching the tag, but no conversion.
Damage found.
He was so close to everyone.
All 3 pulses.
Just didn't hit a single pulse.
Oh yeah. Gave some of those players a haircut, but not quite enough. Reveal, flash. Nobody there to execute on the back of it unless the reveals go through, but those players are safely behind the box. Very slow round from Trace. I think they're trying to find the gaps in this defensive side, and it looks like they're assuming it's towards A. Smoke on right side, drone going through. This is looking like a B split from the side of Leviathan, but now they're about to find out it isn't. That paranoia's bought just enough time to retreat.
We've seen this for a couple of rounds now. King getting aggressive on A, taking that space away. This battle could be everything. Bianca waiting. Door actually going to be closed by the attack. That's got to be a bit of a confusing way for the round to be played out. Instead, they're going to go back to top mid, looking to try and surround the players on that A site. A lot of space already taken, but a double up will be in from the defense. Com joins them.
It's King. Able to find that one, dancing around the box.
seconds.
12 seconds, they have to hurry up. And Com's here to support as well, watching the back. No element of surprise, but still the fights go their way. The plant will come in just in time. Fast as he is, Aspis won't be there in time to stop it. But both players tagged terribly low. 50 HP between them. Weak weapons, it's tough to get done. And Tex swings and he doesn't miss. 5-3. Leviathan are on the way back.
It still comes incredibly close. Like, considering that they'd invested into Stingers, a pistol, and a couple of rifles, and the way that those early fights went. Like, it seemed like all the information was there. They had 3 players within the site already. I don't think we needed a slow-mo replay of that last one, but... oh dear. 5-3. A couple of rounds back-to-back.
This goes here.
The players from Leviathan starting to wake up, but yeah, that was a reduced investment in the last round from Trace. Rolling Thunder will now be online once again, and early control, even with a boombot in hand.
They're pushing them right back, but Leviathan are all too happy for that to be the case. The Rolling Thunder expected and denied with players now far back. They'll concede site control, but look to take it back with numbers quickly here. Any aggression will be punished, and a shock dart through from Com. Taking out Bianca. Another shock dart does big damage. Beautiful stuff from the side of Leviathan. They haven't had to face them, and already these players are nice and squishy.
And the post plants.
ये round है जीतने पड़ेंगे भाई.
Thrive, overdrive utilized, information gone, and paranoia even sent through to try and leave them in awkward positions. Oh, in fact, almost a kill directly through the smoke. Re-aggression attempting to do something, but they are being torn apart. It's left all on Takai. He knows where they are. The spam isn't going to do anywhere near as much as he's hoped for, and even though he catches the kill, they're already defusing. Just not enough time for him to get that done. An incredibly nice attempt from the Sentinel. He's made things costly, but it wasn't a round. That's gone to Lev.
Yeah, he should have fallen flat there and been deleted instead. At least able to put up a fight, carry the weapon through, but like you said, the timeline's all that really matters. 3 times in a row, Trace have gotten themselves a sight, more or less for free, although this time the shock dart certainly added an extra flair to it. 3 times in a row, we've seen Leviathan fight back and grab those diffuses. Economy, though, for the defensive side, is in a shaky enough position. Trace could still capitalize, but they're not too healthy either. This is going to be a swing round for the lead. Trace have their sights set on B.
Yeah, they definitely know that Aspas is there. There's no doubt about it. Drone is available. It makes me a little bit nervous just because of who's on the other side. Available to get aggressive, and it's actually Castellan the first. The guy defending, the paranoia, the stun, in fact, everything has caught on to Aspas. He's still going forward! And he's just torn them a new one. It leaves Hebe to try and fight alone, but this round is for Aspas.
He uses his own stun to keep them in position. And then another comes in from a teammate. Door closed behind them, and well, that's the door closed on the round. A timeout called now by Trace. Not happy with how this has gone, and they just got decimated by Aspas, so I'm not surprised.
He starts his move while still stunned up because he knows it's going to fade while he's swinging.
And he knows they're going to be stunned. He had full faith in Mazzino's breach stun.
That's fair enough.
Good reason.
Yeah, that's fair enough, honestly. I think if Mazzino was my teammate, he'd carry me. But also, I'd have faith.
I have no doubt in that, Tom. I have absolutely no doubt in what you just said.
Oh, yeah.
But
you reckon he can play in bronze? It's actually tougher down there, you know.
Oh, yeah. People do things you're not expecting, you know? Well, Trace.
No one DM me saying bronze commentator. Don't you dare. It's not true. It's a joke, please. I don't want those DMs.
It's at least silver.
At least. Minimum. I'm a peak gold.
Oh, man.
Oh, pause taken. 4 rounds in a row. The 3 before it had congestion. Retakes were necessary, but that was, I guess, much more of what we had expected to see. The Aspas show with support. For the other side of things, the economy is still a bit sketchy. Again, we've spoken about the fact that they're able to do quite a lot with very little, but I guess with loss bonus maximized and a few extra credits here and there, they can afford to go in for what we currently see in this round. Ultimates, not particularly close, but a kill or 2 in this round could mean that they have a lot online for the next.
Scanning ahead.
Like you said, limited on the attacking side, but they've done some serious damage with less than this. Same old story with that shock dart, but Tax has been very aware of that in the early round. Moving his traps around. This time one for mid, broken, and Fong right into the fight. And it's Calm to actually take that kill, certainly softened up by Aspas. 2 players you don't want to fight in current form, but Calm has been dropped. The rifle, the bulldog in play for Hebe. Aftershock on both sides, and it's Hebe forced to the open, taken down. Yankee's taking space in the meantime, but in goes Aspas, and he ain't taking any prisoners. 6-5. Leviathan from a 5-1 deficit have claimed back the lead.
It really feels like he's back. The last few rounds have just been Aspas styling, using those slides, using the fact that they're almost completely accurate, just to take fights that really should be impossible for the opponent to react. We're just looking at it for his POV. They don't even see a thing. Gone in a flash. Well, he can barely see anything from the fights he's taking, but there is no opportunity to respond. Lead taken by Leviathan. The pause that they called clearly a turnaround point. I'm not sure what was said. Might just have been something as simple as remember who you are.
I mean, there really are. There's two kinds of Aspas. First time they played Crew, and second, and you rarely get the second performance. He had a tough time there, was shut down in every duel he went for, but now right back on form. Rolling Thunder used to deny the planned aggression from Feng Feng, caught immediately, and Aspas back to his old tricks, sliding around, looking for the fights and finding them. Calm, again, assisting on those kills, taking them down in the end, and Hunter's Fury used to try to keep them in the choke point. King is here, and he's defending his throne. 7-5 now. From a 5-1 lead, Trace have got nothing, but the foundations are still set for the second half.
Yeah, I think they're going to appreciate this, the halftime break, because in all honesty, those last 6 rounds, like they started with some sort of competition. Maybe there.
जरूरी था ये भाई 2 राउंड की लीड बहुत जरूरी थी. लेविएटान नहीं हारेगी भाई, पता है मुझे. तुम्हें एक और अपसेट देखना चाहते हो ना, नहीं मिलेगा. डेफिनेटली थर्ड मैप में जाएंगे. थर्ड मैप में जा रहे हैं लोग. अगर यहाँ 2 राउंड जीत जाती है ना, और लेविएटान तो हम थर्ड राउंड जा रहे हैं. थर्ड मैप खेला जाएगा भाई.
All right, time to get back into things. 7-5 when we left you off. Leviathan were in full swing, getting themselves round after round, 6 in a row. But the pistols have always fallen into Trace's hands so far. We'll see if they can keep that going. Here on the defensive side, there's a challenge, and that challenge is just to stop Aspas from killing you all.
Yeah, I think as well, now the game becomes about supporting him. We saw it in the first half as well. I think Feng Feng as well had those sort of moments where there were like paranoias and stuff put into place to set him up with stuns. The same will be said for Aspas leading the charge. Maybe see if they can get themselves their first pistol, but there's already a trap being set by the defensive side.
Oh! Well, that is quite the reaction.
Who was trapped?
Aspas doesn't seem to be slowing down, and right into the fight, but Hebei and Bianche, they've got the control. Trading it out, keeping the numbers now equal, and then that's when LawKing steps it up. The paranoia doesn't land, but the shots do. The plant from Calm. All that remains of the hope of Leviathan taking a pistol here. You know, 1 versus 2, both players 70 HP, no shields to work with, but they're already on the spike.
They've already pinged exactly where he was going, or at least it seemed it. Now starting to realize that he could have gone back in the other direction. The spam just not on at this point. Already getting it to half. They're going to look to try and fight him together. And there was a world where he wins that. But his doppelganger, Bianche, is going to be the one to take that over the line. It is another pistol round for the side of Trace 1. But a plant and a lot of kills. There could even be a temptation to force.
I wouldn't be surprised with Aspis on this form. Half the time he dies, he's shot in the back.
Install round में
You
problem
get
हो
to
रही
see
है
his eyes. You ain't going anywhere.
ठीक ठाक
Big
problem हो रही
round
है
from Law King, holding down that control on mid, swinging out, giving his life for the trade. And that was all they needed. The pistol, another early injection of rounds, and as we saw in the first half, that was very essential. Them being able to keep this close. Aspis off rip, no force buy. Pistols, a couple invested into.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy round.
Yes, the few extra credits off the plant and kills just being expended into this one. A chance to do some extra damage. And you can see that Trace definitely had the same thought. They haven't gone for any pistols this time around. There was always seemingly one, but wanting to make sure that they can convert this round as cleanly as possible. So now any loss here will be costly. SMG or two, it's not the end of the world. You lose any of those rifles, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I want to see limited
nice shot.
losses, although off rip.
Well, that's a rifle.
It's Leviathan with the opening pick, with a rifle to be recovered. Luckily, Aspis is nowhere nearby. That won't be given to him just yet, but they're grouping up. I'm going to approach this one as a blob, go back to meet King, who's tucked in inside of B main. If they take site control, this is a different round altogether. Trace have to be very careful not to give away too much here.
BNK already getting the information. Smoke for top mid. Almost trying to bait their opponents. It seems to have worked. They're re-aggressing into middle. In fact, it seems like they've got completely the wrong read. Going back towards the A site, I'm not sure what the point of call was, what gave the game away, but whatever it is, it was completely wrong. This is going to be a post plant over on that B site, and now having themselves potential to maybe play main or with those pistols play aggro.
That's a problem. Yeah, from this point, trades, all that Leviathan need, and they've been spectacular in early fights, even without that rifle that now sits on Calm. Trace having to use up the stun to clear the first angle. Law King hoping to catch them off guard, and he might just do that. He's being flanked on though, and does he suspect it? Two quick kills, but shot in the back. I think he's got just enough done to give them a chance. 30 HP on Tex, trying to buy time, but the defuse is underway. Someone needs to go out and drop that diffuser, and there's no one to do it. The rifle still inside of main. It will not be carried forward. Mizzino looking to do as much damage as he can, and that is huge. At the start of this round, a couple of kills would have been a fantastic end. Instead, they've left it with one man alive coming into round 15.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Trace will even opt to play this one as a bonus anymore. Like, do you just fully invest and try and fight this as your buy round? The problem, though, is that economically, they're not going to be in a fantastic spot to even do that, even if they spent everything here. So huge round, and again, just a pretty big misread from them in terms of where Leviathan were going to be going. Now they come up with a fall buy. It's going to be SMGs, pistols. In fact, Heibei is only on a classic.
A lot of players pushed up. They're going to try to use the aggression to catch them off guard, make up for those weaker weapons, and it certainly worked to start with. Tex has been spotted. He is completely surrounded. Players absolutely everywhere. There's no way out. He tries to fight his way out, and he's doing it. 3 big kills. This could have been a nail in the coffin for the round. Instead, an uphill battle remains for Trace. Kai, well, now detected. They've got all the information. The cage might buy him a moment to breathe, but his teammate's been dropped down to the classic. Aspis is dropped, but 20 HP left and a flank under. Get your gun out, Mizzino. Flank underway, now got him, stuns, got him. There's nowhere for Kai to go. It would have to be the headshots, and it's just not to be. 8 rounds for Leviathan.
Yeah, it almost feels like Tex was shooting off warning shots to begin with, because it went from not connecting a spray to hitting every single bullet in a second. Again, with what was on offer, I don't mind the idea in the round. Get aggressive, put the pressure on, and if it wasn't for some incredible isolation of battles and more so just the headshots,
let's go.
That easily could have slipped away. Leviathan are going to take the lead once again after their big streak in the previous half. But this is where the defensive side do come back in with a purchase. An immediate push, though. Aspas has almost caught Bianca, and in fact, with the stun, he gets both players.
That's
Follow-up is there from King to
भाई ये potential है इस बंदे
A site completely
बस ये potential
overrun.
है
Blink
इसको देख
and
के
you
समझ
miss
जाओ
it.
क्या खेलता है
I see the credits are low, but that felt more like an eco.
Yeah.
He just dismantled that
last.
setup. And now, well, all that's left is to save. You can see Kai already repositioning his utility, be a little bit more defensive. But that's a big blow to the side of Trace. This was their round, and like you said, almost getting caught. Even as the barriers went up, Bianche doesn't expect Aspas to be that close. And that's a worrying sign, because he's going to do that a lot, and you've got to be ready for it.
There's either going to be immediate pressure onto elbow in a lot of rounds. We've seen that with many teams. I think the example that always springs to my mind is how Heretics play it with the pot flash. You do the same thing with Breach. So either you're expecting vast elbow control, or you have to be ready for that push towards short. And he was completely unaware. Then just, again, a solid stun, but the rest is Aspas. The rest is why we put this guy in the bracket of the best. Like, it is so difficult to play against, and then there's just even the swing from the rest of the team. He's done the hard bit, but they're there to clean up the rest. Again, we've seen this in the previous map. The pause is being called by Trace before the problems, well, I don't want to say the problems haven't arisen, but before it gets too dangerous. Like, you've only lost one round that I would say that you have to be a little bit more careful with. The last round, you came in with weak weapons, you lost the round. It's not the end of the world. This one, you had your first 4-buy on the site, and you get decimated within 15 seconds.
Barriers up, players down. Trace have one last chance to touch in with the coaching staff, and a 2-round gap, it's not gone too far. Like you say, before it gets out of hand, this is where they want to do it. But the fact that they invested so much last round means they don't have a lot of credits for this one. So even deciding how heavy the investment should be is going to be a challenge. At 9-7, one roadblock to Leviathan, and they're in the home stretch. Credits sitting pretty as well. No matter what happens, they're going to be able to buy up in the next. And if they keep getting a run at it, well, the way Aspas has been running at it, this map might not last long.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I do want to see an ascent, so I'm kind of okay with that. But
it is what it is.
I'm waiting to see. Once again, I think at this point it would be foolish to doubt the team of Trace. I think that we were foolish the first series, maybe even a little foolish in the first map. But that has long gone already. A good reveal, even a good stun. But Mazzino is going to win that initial fight. Hex has been traded out, even with these lower weapons. There's danger. In fact, they're going to use that Rolling Thunder to try and push the defense back. This has become a deathmatch server, except one team has only more pistols. It's always one, right?
भाई अब अपना असली रूप दिखा रहा है
Sure. That's going to work for you most of the time, although Kai's managed to shut him down. 1 versus 3 now. Perhaps an opportunity with Mazzino low. Spotted up by the drone, swung on and sent package. Eventually has to break the drone. Little reload to close it out. Okay. Check their positions on Leviathan. They're tucked in. They're letting him take the first move, and they'll shut him down right afterwards. Contact from Com, and then a triple or at least a double swing. And whatever angle Kai decides. Say it's an uphill battle. I mean, when they play like this, it's an unwinnable one almost. Oh, if that shot had landed, perhaps.
The thing is, it's fine for Mazzino to do that. He's 5 HP. Like, if you don't hit the headshot, he gets to survive, and Com will close the round. Double digits. Leviathan getting closer and closer to a map 3. Maybe a place that the initial expectations weren't to be, but after the first, well, maybe even expectations back in the other direction. It was a 5-1 start that has now turned into a pretty healthy lead now. Again, the last time the defensive side had themselves a purchase, they got slaughtered. See if they've been able to react.
3 राउंड में ये मैप क्लोज है. पिछले 10 मिनट में ये मैप क्लोज होगा. हम जा रहे हैं नंबर मैच. मैच नंबर 3
over here, ready for the
क्लोज है
fight.
ये मैप.
But look who's
इसमें
going
कुछ और
in
कमबैक नहीं
full
बचा है.
pelt. It's Aspas. He's caught. Well, he stunned himself. He stunned us many times with his individual ability. The paranoia kept him back for a moment. Now it's time to push right back into that site. In goes Anders Fury, and Aspas is shredding them, doing all the damage, making this ult look a lot stronger than it usually is. And he's got the firepower backing up every single duel. It's Kai left to do absolutely nothing. 3 kills for Aspas, and Trace's chances looking slim.
क्लोज है भाई मैप.
They barely took any damage in that round. Normally we talk about
Match number 3,
this man's jet.
decider.
I think his raise is a close
Decent.
second, and then okay, he's a good
Aspas
He's a
खेलेगा
good
jet.
Neil. Right now he's been unstoppable. 21-9. The supportive utility as well. I love seeing him diving in alongside that Hunter's Fury. It means that anybody is slightly displaced, you need to be holding an angle ready to insta-headshot him because he's sliding all over the place, moving at the speed of sound. And so the Hunter's Fury in combination makes it so hard to play against. Now that was a very good ult. I was about to say, we saw 3 players get pinged up immediately. I think there must have been either a combination flash or stun. I think it's definitely a stun.
Follow up onto Com. Weak weapons across the board. Okay, Mizzino's making a play. Trigger discipline on display. Got one, but that's it. Fong now activated. Tex, he tagged up by that nade, but he's not deterred. Still pushing forward. 2 players extremely low. One of them in this first crossfire. The firing squad takes it across the line. 8 for Trace. Their chances were slim, but that improves them a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the initial combo, like, did a huge gamble. Like, just throwing that in immediately. I think there may have been a ping initially. Yeah, so it's the dart that's used straight away. Fantastic to catch them all. And then just the push up, I think maybe even a stun. Yeah, that's a gorgeous setup. That was all based on just that dart catching someone. Maybe they even do it anyway, just off contact, but that is a huge round from the initiators of this defensive side. It's one that isn't recreatable though. The only thing I will say, they still have a lot of ults, but this is an early fight. How does he still get one?
Well, the stun certainly helped out. Might have saved the day. Push up from Trace on the back of the Rolling Thunder. They've gone through middle, but the paranoia sent them packing. One player had been caught by the Rolling Thunder as well, so definitely chopping up this defensive side aggression. However, Locking finding one puts the favor back on the defense. 3 players close, and the information there to play with. The attacking side executing's a different story. Seems like Trace have come back online at just the right time. 2 versus 4, and the info now in their hands.
Ooh, just getting out of there seemed like it would be difficult. They have managed it. All 4 players on this B side of the map, so they're able to move into this A site. They will be able to get themselves an afterplant. All the utility has pretty much been expended. An extra smoke is granted to King, but it's thrown down immediately. And you have to feel like this retake should be too difficult, but you never know.
I think they're deciding on whether to break that trap or just sit inside the smoke. And
ये
keep
तो
his
भी
favorite
भाई में
choice.
निकाल पाएंगे.
No one's going to give him it though. They're all going the other way. For a second, I thought Bianche would double back. They made the right call. Tex already spotted. They don't know about King, but now they do. All the info there, but the kill's going the other way. Spike still needs to be defused. Kai does well. And the trap catches King eventually. Uses the Shrouded Step to try to fake them out. But Kai's not falling for that one. The defuse close. But just about enough time. 0.91 under a second. But Trace's dream's still alive on map number 2.
I feel so bad for him that the trip that he doesn't break is what ends up being his undoing. That is so cursed. None of them come in that direction. And all in all, it's a good play. Like, you want to sit there and go, okay, if anybody comes through this, they're not going to expect me just to be sat on the edge. Again, a lot of counter util being expended, ultimates utilized, and more importantly, yeah, just some big plays to end it all out. With under a second, a nice attempt from the side of Leviathan, but a 2-round streak. Operator now in as well for Fong. We'll see. That could be the difference maker, because without the ultimates, they really haven't had any success in their rounds.
Felt like a third map was inevitable, certainly owed in a series like this. Trace don't want that. They're looking for their 2-0, still with a showstopper in play. Fong has that towards the A site. It's Leviathan setting up for the B site take. Stun goes through, catches no one. It's quite a deep play from the defensive side. There's no ultimates for the attackers. They're just conceding this space. Probably knowing that if Fong rotates, showstopper can breach right back through whatever post plant's in play.
Well, 2 spotted, an immediate stun. Aftershock isn't quite deep enough. be countered immediately. The push onto the site. We'll garner them a plant, and the showstopper's on the other side of the map. There's going to have to be a sprint from Fong Fong, and he's got to be aware as well that there is still a player lurking. In fact, a couple that could double up in a crossfire. Aspas is going to try again. This time he's caught, but so is Lord King as well.
The up rotate, checking the wrong
Pretty
angle
smart,
as well. Tex able to grab one, and Kai is so desperately trying to pull this round back into their favor. King's gone down, and so's Mazzino. They know exactly where the last man is, but he gets the jump again. Out goes the cam, it's broken. He knows the defuse isn't underway, tries to stop it from getting the house.
Oh, nice, bro.
And while doing so,
Match
takes
point,
his
guys.
fourth kill
Match
for
point.
a Red Bull clutch and map point.
He's definitely had his moments in this game as Tex, 18 and 16, but that might just be the best of them. A lurk of absurd impact, waiting so patiently to catch that first. You think a lot of the time when that door's closed that you would almost try and maybe push the spawn or reposition elsewhere. But he's confident in his team getting into the late game and then confident in his own ability to take it over the line. A meaningful clutch that puts them on map point, the potential to take this to Ascent, a map that both teams are incredibly comfortable on, and a great place to end this series.
Especially in the last round, considering they closed the door and they were stuck in market with so much utility coming at them. That's when you just don't think there's a lurker anymore. Like, why would the guy be sat there staring at a closed door? But that's why. He wanted the round under his belt, and a phenomenal time to step up to the plate. 12-9, 3 in a row for an overtime for Trace. We're going all the way to Ascent. Map that, like we said, definitely deserved to see a third map from this series. Leviathan fighting for it. Showstopper fire not landing. Aspas, he took the damage, but at least managed the trade out, and King still fighting for the backside control.
Nice,
King
GG,
caught
guys.
off guard. It's Kai and
GG this
Walking
time.
to do it all. The step out from Kai with the paranoia, but they're just evading him,
this time.
dancing around this pillar, forcing the fight. This time, it seemed to go Trace's
GG.
way. That's when King and Kong closed out the map, 13-9.
Equalizer आ चुका है. Leviathan 1, Crest Gaming, esports 1.
Yeah, they might have been
Decider
beaten
match
down in that
start
first
होने में
match.
सिर्फ
Needed
10
a
मिनट बाकी हैं,
response
तो guys
after a
जल्दी से
slow
छोड़ जाओ वीडियो के
start,
साथ.
but Leviathan are definitely back, and we'll
चैनल को
see who's going
सब्सक्राइब
to take
करो यार,
it
वीडियो
in the
को लाइक करो,
decider.
जल्दी से छोड़ जाओ यार. Let's go. 10 मिनट निकलते हैं.
क्या है शेड्यूल? अगर आप देखिए चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी 2025 से पहले क्या क्या आपका शेड्यूल है, श्रीलंका के खिलाफ ये श्रृंखला चल रही है आपके सामने. इतनी देर में वो ग्राफिक फिर से आपके सामने लाएंगे. लेकिन आज जो बैटिंग कंडीशंस हैं बैटिंग के लिए बेहतर है, चाहे दूसरा ओडीआई हो या पहला ओडीआई हो. और उस लिहाज से एक बार पहले शेड्यूल पर नजर डाल लेते हैं, क्योंकि श्रीलंका के साथ ये जो मुकाबला है उसके बाद ओडीआई क्रिकेट आप खेल रहे हैं फरवरी में इंग्लैंड के खिलाफ, सिर्फ 3 मुकाबले, और उसके बाद आता है जी चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी 2025. ये फरवरी को होगा वो इंग्लैंड के खिलाफ पहला ओडीआई. 3 मैच की श्रृंखला होगी, नागपुर, कटक और अहमदाबाद में खेला जाएगा, और फिर जी सवारी जाएगी चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी खेलने के लिए.
मिनी वर्ल्ड कप कहा जाता था पहले उसे. 50 ओवर के संदर्भ में विश्व कप के बाद
Let's go.
Surprised if there was a world where either of these teams picked this map. I think versus other teams that they would have done, but it was basically both had the expectation the other wanted to play it, so they left it to this third and final map. This is the best map, arguably, of either side at times. Maybe the Ice
Deadlock का combination लिया है.
but it's going to be the attack side start. This is where you have high expectations from the side of Leviathan. They can lock off so many angles, create awkward positions using all of that utility, and already sweaty lineup.
Well, there goes the net. It's landing in a spot with no players. Same for the Paranoia. Much closer angles being held by Trace on the site, around the door. Up top, Kai goes in for one, but doesn't find it. That's okay. He'll fall back to the site, and the rotate's underway from Bianchi, but take a look at Leviathan. They're going elsewhere. The read is made by Trace. I don't know if they're going to get here quite in time, though. And in fact, it's a double fake.
Yeah, they've now locked them off on short as well. They've placed down the barrier. So obviously, the time of it may have run out at that point, but there's still very little information. The only thing that worries me a bit is how much time it's actually going to take them to get round to this position. Still a pot flash available for Hebe and a couple of shock darts, but those are not going to be anywhere near this fight.
Recons and smokes, angle sectioned off. They know the backside is under their control, but down below, still one lurking. It's Law King for the double, and he's eventually shut down. But the damage is done. The drop, though, from Hebe that gives a chance back to Leviathan. They need to plant. 10 seconds on the clock. And the shock dart, they're not quite landing for the damage. King safe from the reveal. That's a blind side and a win for Leviathan in the pistol, 1-0.
Yeah, there was no expectation that there was going to be a player up in heaven. The dart, even in hand, but just fired on the other side of the wood, and because of that, it doesn't actually reveal. They're expecting players down below. This seems to happen in almost every pistol where there's a player over on the Trace side who looks like they're dead to rights. Like maybe they get one kill and they still come out with a little bit more. But this time, Aspas is able to match them on it. The first pistol that goes the way of Leviathan. The exact start they were looking for coming into the final map.
Now round two. A different buy to what we've seen from Trace every time they've won the pistol. There's been heavy investments. And for Leviathan, they've gone for 2 rifles, an SMG, and 2 pistols. So there's quite a bit of room for error. The margin is wide this time. Some players spotted getting a little bit aggro on A. We're going to the drone go through. It should be broken by Hebe before it can find too much information. And denied even the ability to clear out wine. We're going to see Leviathan give up this angle and fall back towards middle.
Yeah, this is a nothing but utility round for the defense. So you kind of expect no kills, but they are stacking up in a manner that could cause issues. They're giving no information away, only the turret for contact, and everything else, they're just reliant on if they can get anything from this crossfire. The thing is, you expect there to be some counter utility. Paranoia is solid. It did catch one. Okay, that's not bad. At least a kill going their way. In fact, the second is there as well. Aspas, though, puts a pin in it. He's going to try and deny anything more, and even still, they managed a third kill.
2 versus 2, not a bad situation for Trace to find themselves in, but the door closed, blocks out a player. Kai up in heaven, not even punished for the kill. Now Calm surrounded, and he can only get one. It's classics! They might not win the pistol, but they sure as hell win the second pistol. Their follow-up.
They bought nothing.
That's ridiculous.
They literally didn't buy anything. How have they managed to... Like, I thought the moment that Aspas got 3 kills, it's over now. It's over now. And then Kai just walks out and just manages to get a free kill onto him, blindsided. But this is... I don't know. This has to be one of the most embarrassing rounds I think Lev have lost in a long time. It was just classics. 1-1.
Information at times. Even here. Fun opened the door. They know.
Yes, there we go. Let the rage consume you.
That's a devastating loss. If they thought losing the pistols was bad, well, this is a slightly worse way to start it. Blade Storm active for Aspas.
Which is insane, by the way. To have a Blade Storm when you won one round and lost a round, like, it's just nuts. It shows that he's still been carrying his weight. The rest of the buy stinks. And look at the other side. Look how much they have financially.
Wow.
And while this is the one time you needed a little bit more from him. Fong as well. Now, of course, worth mentioning, from Raze to Killjoy, it's the switch up of duelists, but both seem comfortable in their alternate roles. I will say, I'm quite excited to see Kai on the duelist because he has looked filthy playing over in China.
Yankee picking up one. Fong overextends eventually, but it's being cleaned up across the board. Just the one loss. And a gorgeous start to this third map for Trace. And I have to say, you can see already that they have the ideas. They sort of knew what Leviathan were going to go for there. Fong playing way back, so the paranoia didn't catch him. And then he's able to quickly execute on Aspas, who was dashing in to try and catch him off guard. But there was no one caught off guard on the side of Trace, and the Blade Storm falls flat.
That is the cool thing with the idea, though, from Leviathan, is a lot of the time they combine that paranoia with a net in the exact position that he tried to hold from. It's just further back. So it's definitely, like, there is a plan. That time wasn't put into play, but there is now a purchase back up. Now, information is known from either side. King is throwing down smokes in middle, giving space to others. In the meantime, something we're going to see quite regularly, I'd imagine, is this B push from Kai. He loves to take deep control, and it allows for them to have much earlier rotations. Hebei, though, has to escape.
Avoids the net that was thrown through just seconds later. And the orb gifted to Calm, now just one away from a Hunter's Fury. Big round for Leviathan, and they're on the rotate. Looks like they'll attempt to get some space with Tex later on, and well, his timing is going to be key. If Kai swings into him, he might have a chance. If he swings into Kai, I don't believe he will. And with a trap in hand, it got dangerous. In fact, he has trapped him.
That's actually brilliant.
Precision.
He was like, okay, what's the chance of someone just holding on the edge of my trip? I'll put it down just slightly deeper and take the other one back. Clever stuff. The problem is, look at the stack. There's still 3 players here. It's only that one operator on the defense, but they start rotating away. They start pulling back. It will leave just 2 here to hold, and in fact, make that just 1. Well, King, the same as the pistol, needs to go big. The rotation has come through from above, but it's going to be an all-out brawl. Aspas, King combining, and Aspas again, leaving Kai, well, to save.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to want to risk this operator, is he? 4 players left alive for Leviathan. They don't have a sense that he's saving just yet, but they will eventually. I'm not sure, you know, he got revealed and he had the op in hand. It just depends if someone was staring him down and got to see that big gun in play. But he hasn't had a chance to flex it just yet. No one's stepping into his crosshair. For Leviathan, right back on the horse, tying it up 2-2, and after a pretty horrible way to start out the half, they have at least got themselves a little bit of momentum stolen from Trace. Problem is, because of that rough start, Trace will be buying right back up.
I do think as well that's just a read. Like, if you've watched Trace play this before, if you've seen Kai play before, he's a big fan of the sniper. Like you'll be excited because there's high potential. He pulls out the Outlaw on the attack. Like, he loves just going for those mid-fights. I even saw them have a second round buy, which was a double Outlaw attack, and then had some SMGs alongside it just to sort of pad the gap. But I think that is just the guys over on Leviathan doing their research, knowing that he likes to push B main, knowing that he likes to take that control, and just forcing him back. And even though they did manage to get the players back in position to fight it, they were too far forward. They forced them into a box and then put them up against the bodyguard of Aspas, who is now 8-2.
Well, there's the op shining through eventually. Tex is the one to fall right off rip. Dodging the initial spam, Hunter's Fury sent through, reveal, decent. Not able to track Hebei though. And the pulses ultimately falling flat from that ultimate. Kai not able to land the shot either. The cloud burst offering a little bit of protection. Moment of solace for Leviathan. The shock dart decent, and the plant could be secured. Although, Trace are very quick to break all the utility. Door open, barrier gone, or door mostly broken. It's not quite fully, and they're on the run from this annihilation. At least they should be.
Oh, no! It's going to be the catch. I don't know if they have time to break it. They should, but it doesn't matter. All too easy. The sensors are going to catch them as they look to make their way back into the site. Kai, though, he's gone from operator to Odin and somehow made it work. Back to the operator again. I don't know what that was. That was maybe the greatest juggling we've ever seen. If that was an outlaw, Mitch would be on the floor.
That was absolutely gorgeous.
You
know what? I love it when someone swaps out the big expensive gun for the big, quite also expensive gun. They haven't saved it though. That's a mark against their good name. Irrespective, what a round from Kai. The opening shot, precise. Although the Annihilation manages to take down Bianche, that didn't slow them at all. They knew there was someone down below, and Kai was hunting them down relentlessly, runs the ammo dry, and goes straight back in for more. That is a confident player if ever I've seen one. 3-2. Leviathan have at least some credits to fall back on. It's not going to be easy here. Light shields across the board, and early on a ton of information for Trace. They're playing a risky game against this operator, and the flash is good, but the shot lands for King.
Yeah, it leaves them with a disadvantage, but also it doesn't look like Leviathan are going to overface this one. They're happy to just take that control, even have a sensor available to set up King if he needs it, and the rest of the team are going to go pushing around the other side of the map. And you can see the defense have fully rotated already, leaving just Low King over on a short.
Take flight.
He might be the one that's going to come under some serious pressure here. Although, as said, Leviathan, after getting that man advantage, are very comfortable to just feel out the map.
That's exactly what they're doing. The A site will be their ultimate target. You can already see the rotation from Recon online. It's been an essential part of how they take this A site. Recon up, dash in, try to get Aspas the opportunity to take a kill from inside his cloudburst while they're being revealed.
Left.
I think we're going to see much the same this time. Smoke for left. Nice shot by Law King, though. He's kept control over short. The reveal will give them all the info. There's no one here. A site wide open. Oh, but the flank! Not expected! That's a massive oversight from Leviathan.
He double shrouded step up the top of mid, so didn't make the step noises. And I don't know if that just completely caught Cobb off guard, or maybe he was just tunnel visioned in, but now they're going to try and fight more aggressively. There's 3 players. Blade Storm activated. Mizzino, again, we've seen this so many times. That stun causing issues. Over the top goes Kai, and then the trade is there. It's all onto Mizzino.
Oh,
fighting 1 versus 3. He knows where they're defusing. He's trying to catch him with the spam, but it's not accurate. It's not on. He's not getting anything. He's defusing right in front of him. And Biang is even there to close the round. We're seeing ludicrous play after ludicrous play. Give me those TPs. Give me the TPs of him just going up top mid.
Take some gold to just shrouded step straight through. Here he is, finding the kill.
He literally just, used 2 shrouded steps. You can see he's got none online just to get to top mid.
Through.
No, he didn't sprint.
He stepped.
But you can understand why. You can understand why you'd just be fooled by such an aggressive play.
Yankee rattling off those Odin shots as well, sectioning players and taking them down in the end. Leviathan have called a timeout. This half certainly hasn't gone as they wanted. That didn't stop them from taking the previous map. But here on Ascent, Tom, you were telling me earlier, Trace, they don't really know what defeat tastes like, do they?
No, the closest game they've had has been facing off against Vitality. This is the one map where they've consistently been able to best FPX. I don't think they've not played it versus EDG, so they'll tell you what you like. Maybe that would have been a different story. But other than that, they are 6-0 for the year, 5-0 for here and the last split. Even though it was incredibly close versus Vitality, this is where they win. But the same can be said. If you go over, not the whole year, there's been 2 incredibly close defeats back in stage 1 for Leviathan. That kind of paints a picture that they're kind of good, because since then they dominated G2 last time out. And I think, as we've seen throughout, they were 5-1 down in the last map. Pause taken in the half 7-5. So let's not even get close to counting them out just yet.
Barriers back up. Post pause for Leviathan. They've been picking up rounds most of the time. Here on the attack, they look to close the gap, but it's pistols
I must wait a
and
moment.
SMGs, and they need to be very cautious. BNK hungry for a battle, waiting for contact, but soon he's going to run out of patience, and well, this is like shooting fish in a barrel. They're all here. He hears the drone go out, and now the spams, but the Sheriff's on the other side, doing damage, forcing him back. There's the reveal, but they're safe behind the box. Shock darts about to be sent through. But the close one almost takes down Aspas. 15 HP. BNK not even checked on the way in, but Tex is able to drop him. Aspas on 15 isn't dead. He's still going to be able to take a fight or two, and they need to be very cautious about the amount of damage. If Leviathan takes site control, there's upgraded weapons, there's post plants. This could get terrifying in the end, and Tex firing off shots. King joins him. 1 versus 2, winnable. But Kai saves the day. Damage done, but another round for Trace.
Yeah, decent damage, and they had to bait out the Omen ult as well, just to enforce the back of the site. Even still, though, no real trouble economically for Trace. Maybe a couple of orbs up here and there. Annihilation available for Mazzino, which we've already seen in post-plant scenarios, has its benefits. This time, though, it looks like after the last round being relatively successful, I don't really blame Leviathan for going, all right, let's run it back with guns.
Why not? Get the counter spam in the Odin. And listen, if anyone knows about this, it is Calm. Captured my heart early on this map. The further back position from BNK, finding damage. He's lit Aspas to 50. I think Aspas is getting pretty tired of having an entry on low HP. And now with the rifles, it's even worse. Lockdown used very early on from the side of Trace. Usually you'll see this even in retakes, but they're using it just to stop these players from pushing out. And then the Hunter's Fury catches them on the way back. This was the plan all along. 1 kill and very close to more, sending them into Kai's waiting arms, and he's swinging out. He's going wide, and oh, he's in danger, but he's made it out alive.
There's so much damage done, even to Com. Left on 49 HP, but yeah, the goal was to force them back. The goal was to push them into Kai. The Hunter's Fury even utilized seemingly as a bonus. This time, though, Mazzino's not going to fall for the same trick twice. Now he's going to use that Annihilation. Low King caught. It leaves an isolated Fung Fung on the side. First goes his way, but he takes a lot of damage. The spray's not pretty. An opportunity from the brink of defeat in this round has presented itself to Leviathan at the hands of Mazzino.
He's trying to wall bang with the operator, and Hey, he's wall banging with the Phantom. Got the kills and left Tex all alone. 51 HP, a 1 versus 2. Kai is at least low, but Hey has been consistent. He might be able to isolate a fight, but in fact, he's the one that's isolated. Dropped by the operator's scope. And 6-2 on the board for Trace. A massive round for this squad now, with Leviathan's credits decently low.
I think this guy is very quickly going to become one of the most fearsome operator players in the game. Like, which says a lot when you're in the same region. This guy can. Like, it really does, but there's a reason that I was excited to see this Jet battle after a couple of maps. Bear in mind, he goes from playing a Cypher, playing super passive, like having these defensive setups, looking for basically, oh, this trip's going to catch someone, and then I'm going to basically that. I'm going to wide swing the guy when I'm low on HP, full confidence. Now, Aspas is only going this round, get the orb, and hopefully not from being shot, because otherwise he's not going to have the Blade Storm for this round.
Well, there's Aspas. Blade Storm online, rifles for the rest. It should be a relatively close round in terms of packing a punch, but again, avoiding Kai. A big part of the early game. Odin still spraying away over towards B main, making some noise. And how did Leviathan plan to bypass all of this? Aspas is definitely making some space for the squad, but the spike still sitting back on mid, and some aggression in A main tells me this is just going to be a fake.
Yeah, they're trying to bait a rotation. It's possible that they have. Can't really be a check into middle. They're selling the idea that this is going to be a B split, but there hasn't been any maneuver whatsoever. Also bear in mind, null command is available. This ultimate could be gone. In fact, not even needed. It's going to be the knife that does it instead. You'd think this would hold to them, but it doesn't. Instead, it's the swing. HeyBay goes out. Already, they know all the information. They haven't spotted Low King either. And now it leaves everything onto Tex. He doesn't have a lot of time. And they know exactly where he is.
Well, his teammate's gone. And he has closed the door with the spike on the other side. He knows he doesn't have time to win this, but... Oh, no!
Oh, my God.
The 180 on a dime with the Odin. And that actually manages the operator save as well. That would have been big economic damage at least. 7-2. I can hardly believe my eyes here, Tom. This much of a lead this early on. We need to see Leviathan come up with an answer, and they need to come up with one fast.
Oh, the utility in this round from HeyBay was everything. First things first, the knife takes away the Blade Storm just as they're about to entry. Literally the second they're about to entry, they lose the Blade Storm. They're already committed. There's 26 seconds left. He pops the ult, makes sure that they won't have any abilities back for pretty much the rest of the take. And then he throws out Pop Flash and takes 2 with him. It's a tough spot. Aspas, because he didn't buy last round, will have a rifle in this round, and well, who's surprised? God, he's going back for a little bit more. This man has no fear. Even a third bite of the cherry. Has to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, they're nice and close. Pistols are going to be happy to take those fights. His 4th shot doesn't find its mark. He's been doing a lot of spamming. Now he's at a nice, safe distance. Kept himself outside of arm's reach for these weaker weapons. On short, double stacked up. Law King's contact will have an immediate response from HeyBay. Backside B being defended. They're all the way in Boathouse, and Calm's almost lost his life. He goes back out. He goes and looks for a fight with the Sheriff. It's a brave play. You look at this map, you would be forgiven for thinking it's a death match. I mean, the attackers are in defender spawn on both sides of the map. They've got a lot of space, but this is calculated. Trace, no, they can't get a plant. They're just trying to force them into a site push where these rifles can have the advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to clear. And if they are going to run it back,
around the world,
it has to be now. Now, Tex has made it into the site. Heaven in here, and the read is completely wrong. Trace have now stacked 4 players up. Kai is the only one here. For him to go down would be atrocious, but I don't even know if they're going to clear this. In fact, he unscopes. Now here's the plant. Doesn't know that Tex is this close, and he's going to be dead to rights. That's an operator into the hands. This is one of the best chances Lev have got, but he's immediately traded.
They're going for the op. They're running it down. Okay, they'll retrieve it as well with the smoke. Calm's got it. 54 HP. Bogdan's happy. But we need someone to step up to the plate. A weak weapon on King. He's been good on the headshots. And he's good again! Oh! That double up! Bianche tries to pull this back. The Odin spots both players, and they'll rush onto that spike, start the defuse, put the pressure on, try to split them in 2, and that's exactly what they've done. The jump up from Aspas, it's already halved, and a double swing to close it. It got way too close, but the recovery is there in the end. And a streak of rounds for China's number 3. They're leading 8-2.
That round had so many things that went wrong for Trace. The initial rotation, the misread after giving up so much control. Leviathan finds space with Tex. They even kill off the superstar of Kai. And then you have this huge double coming up from King. But Bianche just holding the line. The quick read to get back in to kill off Aspas. Moments that seem to just lead to disaster for Leviathan. I said after pauses last time, that was normally when there was a turnaround. Well, they've lost 6 rounds in a row.
Domination over
they need the last couple.
They really do. Otherwise, the pistol, which so far has been...
Oh, they won 1.
Oh, they did, didn't they? They won 1.
So let's ignore round number 2 where they lost 2.
Of course, you know,
Classics.
Trace probably 4 spots second round, right?
No.
Yeah, it's all classics. They're pretty good with those weapons. And that's a pretty scary thought moving into the next half. If it's 10-2, even a pistol win for Leviathan, they might lose the next. They need to put rounds up. And this timeout, I agree with you. It's the right time for it. But you can see those dots underneath Trace. They're still colored in. They have felt no pressure so far in this half. See if that can change in the final 2 rounds. Some of the last chances for Leviathan
दो
to
राउंड
recover.
जीतने पड़ेंगे लेविएटान को यार.
It's a day of China facing off against Americas. We'll be honest, I think this one was meant to be the shoe-in. This was the one that everybody looked at and went, okay, Leviathan are in playoffs. Congratulations to them. The whole way through, Trace have been competitive. Their weaker map of Sunset, they still made it close. Bind fought tooth and nail, and now they sit on Ascent, 8-2 in the lead with a 6-round streak, and we're looking at Leviathan and saying, what have you got? You're America's #1. You have 2 champions winners, one looking for a repeat. And let's be honest, the rest of the players on that team are not slouches. Already the reveal attempting to do quite a bit of damage, but there is going to be a response. While the retreat not going to be punished.
Well, they're certainly worried about someone being up close. All the shock darts and recon sent out in this round.
कुछ राउंड में
Leviathan
बहुत
have cleared
जल्दी
that
पुश किया
control.
है इन्होंने.
Paranoia. Well, it's almost just to do that. Cause
थोड़ा सा होल्ड
paranoia
करके
amongst
पुश
the
कर दिया तो
ranks.
क्या पता राउंड
Leviathan are
नहीं डाला.
spread, looking for an advantage
Buying
anywhere.
round
They
की
haven't
बात
tried
करो.
this all too often. But again, the patience of Trace is showing
30
off,
seconds left.
shining through.
Barrier deployed.
Makes me nervous getting this low on the clock.
20 seconds. Look, Spike
20
is mid.
seconds. Spike mid. They haven't even broken the alarm bot yet. Now that's going to be the reveal. An immediate TP from both sides. That's going to put another player in the boathouse. 10 seconds. They haven't even got close. They've got to get past an Odin. This is looking messy. They need to go right now, and they're going to get slaughtered. It has to be the plan. They have this happen. In fact, I think he let go. I don't know if he's going to get this one. It doesn't even matter. It's absolutely ridiculous. Leviathan are falling flat on their face. The #1 from Americas. Wow. They're #2 in this game.
Well, right
America
after a
की
pause
#1
time,
team
they
है और
get to the
China से
site
हरा
with
रही.
5 seconds left and start the plant and then reposition it? There's no time. It was done. You saw the round win pop up. No one needed to defuse. That one was done before it got started. That's a big mistake. That's not one you can be making this deep in a series. In that round, an essential win.
Yeah, as said, they're the ones with experience on this stage. They're the ones with players of high caliber, and right now they're the ones looking outclassed. A new boy on the block in Trace. An organization coming into VCT China, coming into Champions as their first look. And right now, well, it looks like they've been here for years, looking to make their way to join some pretty impressive teams over in the playoffs. Heretics up there. Another team of youngsters.
Spike down mid.
And right now, well, Kai, it doesn't even look like he needs support. He's going to go in for a little bit more. He's looking for style points at this point. Had support from his teammate this time after a miss, but even still, yeah, of course he's going back in for more. Why wouldn't he? Yet to take a point of damage. He's looking to put a 10th round on the board, and finally he's been put down. But does it matter? Absolutely not.
10 rounds on the board at the half. This team, painted as the underdog, well, they are most certainly on top right now. America's #1 pushed to 3 maps, but now pushed to 10-2. We'll see if they
दो राउंड की जरूरत है मैच पॉइंट के लिए और 3 राउंड की जरूरत है ये सीरीज जीतने के लिए ट्रेस ई स्पोर्ट्स को. तो एक और अपसेट होगा लेविएटान के लिए. एक और अपसेट होने वाला है इस टूर्नामेंट में. पहला अपसेट हो चुका है, इसी टीम ने किया था ईडीजी के खिलाफ, और अब ये लेविएटान के खिलाफ करने जा रही है एक और अपसेट. तो तैयार हो जाओ यार, बहुत कुछ होने वाला है अभी इस हाफ में, क्योंकि अगर यहाँ से लेविएटान कमबैक करती है तो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़बरदस्त कमबैक होगा. वो रेयर कमबैक होगा. Kai on Jet VCT. I cannot believe what I am seeing. अरे भाई सही कह रहा है, मुझे भी यकीन नहीं हो रहा. Jet diff on Kai OMG. Jet diff तो हो गया भाई एस्पेस के लिए.
2 rounds on the board for Leviathan. This has been a dominant display from Trace, and now they're on their attack, where I'll be honest with you, I'm even more scared of what Kai can do. He was attacking in half of those defensive rounds.
Well, I say if some of you are just joining us.
भाई मतलब एक टूर्नामेंट में ये दूसरा अपसेट होगा और सेम टीम करेगी. भाई दोनों नंबर 1 टीम है, लेविएटान और EDG दोनों को हराया है इस टीम ने. हरा देगी मतलब अभी लेविटान को भी हरा देगी. बहुत रेयर चांस है क्या लेवी कम बैक करे और आगे जाए, बहुत रेयर. बट सेकंड हाफ के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं.
That's not been the story.
थोड़ा सा जल्दी पुश किया इन्होंने, कुछ राउंड थ्रो हुए, कुछ राउंड थ्रो करे ज्यादा जल्दी पुश करके.
Players that, hey,
उसे थोड़ा दिमाग से खेल
Bianca,
सकते थे.
when you hit before, but Kai is
मैडम देखकर बोल रहे हैं वो इतना इजी नहीं होता है खेलने.
Not a lot of people had this result on the board. I think maybe Artis predicted this, but yeah, double digits for Trace. I think this is a surprise, to say the least. And now, on the cusp of victory, they've won every pistol bar, the one where they won the follow-up. And it looks like we're getting into the same boat. It's Aspas immediately eliminated, and the paranoia used to save them from being pushed down.
Where is he going?
Kai has gone running straight through, and the punish is there. A sense of normality, but with the B aggression, the site is now wide open.
He's gone rogue. At this point, I can't imagine that was the plan. But even still, they're going to come out with an advantage. The first pistol that Leviathan won was off Aspas with a 3K. He had a Blade Storm by round number 3. Oh, they're going to need a different hero to step up. King's had his moments. Fong is so far away. He's only just making his presence from behind them. Like, this is such a ridiculous lurk. I don't know if they're even going to question. He's still behind them. They've got to clear the players on the side. They have more pressing matters to attend to than this man sneaking up on the flank. A 3rd kill up, but Com, alongside Mazzino, have done well. They've made this one competitive. They made it possible. It comes down to one, and actually, they've made this one work. They've got enough time to get that defusal over the line. Somehow, from that position, Leviathan have got a lifeline.
A lifeline indeed. 10-3.
Real
That's now
lifeline
both pistols under Leviathan's belt, and well, that's...
Nope, it's not happening again.
You don't think so?
Nope.
The classics?
No shot.
All right.
No, there's no way. If that happens twice, we just end the streak. We just end it. We turn it
11-3,
off.
game over.
That's where it finishes.
We're going home.
If it happens, you know, everybody on watch parties just agrees that, no, actually, I'll get fired if I say all watch parties will click stop streaming.
No.
Bro, come back.
Don't do that. Please don't do that. 10-3.
I reckon Finesse is down.
Trace with double digits on the board. And they've gone for mostly classics.
They've got one sheriff. It's not happening this time.
Wow, they're trolling. They're throwing. The 5 classic buy, they win it. But that sheriff, it could be the curveball. But in all seriousness, yeah, Leviathan need this round. It looks like Trace are going to play right into their hands. The full utility setup, not just from Deadlock, but from Cypher as well. Camera inside B main. They have everything waiting for this B push. And indeed, you can see Mazzino's got a net in his hands. The second they make noise, net goes in, and you're completely stopped, which means Kai has no support. Really nice setup by Leviathan.
Yeah, it's always going to be difficult walking into this setup.
Spam.
Mazzino, he knows his spots. For looking, not really a lot of expectations. As I said, this is how these rounds are supposed to go. Com even playing the Odin. He's got to be careful. He does still have light shield, so the sheriff from any distance will be there to finish him off. But with Aspas watching the cross, they have thought of everything. They've got every angle covered. King just waiting for anybody to try and attempt the plant. And actually, they are going to get a plant. Fair enough. That's at least something. A few extra credits.
Yeah. But that side of Leviathan confident they can win the fights, and as you can see, it's not misplaced confidence. The follow-up round for Leviathan. This pistol and second has doubled up their numbers on this map so far, and Trace have hit a bit of a roadblock. I will say, again, Zeno, you're insane for buying the Ares. The weapon is trash. And Ares and Odin buy in second round. Y'all got love hearts in my eyes right now, but it's the net as well. The fact that you have the dash, and the point is that you can immediately follow up with the other two players. He's creating a bit of space, and they're swinging with him at least a second or two later. Not possible when that net hits them all.
Over there.
Bianca likes the odds, and he's bought one for himself. He's going to try and I would say counter, but he's not gone to B.
Yeah.
Going for the early setup. And they're walking into Zeno once again. Now bear in mind the weaponry, not the best. But Lev would be a huge stepping stone back into the match if they can win this with the weaponry that they have. Shock darts are being utilized to clear out a lot of that utility. One of the major things with the sensors is a lot of teams, in fact most teams, will play Jet on this map, and you go dashing out and you're immediately stunned. So the fact that that's removed sells an idea, but here you go. I saw that Odin, I was thinking an A site Odin, bit weird. They're going back towards that B site.
Decent proposed plan, but now the call's being made. They know that there's a player spamming. They know where he was, but they'll be a little bit late to the party. Shift walk up. You have to put some faith in the fact that if Com starts spraying, then Bianca can trade it out. He's actually going to be the first one to start spraying away. The site under pressure. It's Tex inside his cages. Dash in. Good for Kai. He's got control on the right side. Putting pressure on. Aspas toying with the idea of going through. Only has a Guardian, and now the door is closed on him. It's Calm on backside. Odin in hand, and he doesn't last a second. In fact, it's Bianca to wallbang him out of the round. 5 versus 2. Looking for their 11th round. And what would be another nail in Lev's coffin for sure. Putting them to bed here and now, 11-4, locked in.
GG है guys ये मैप.
It's clean. A flawless
हम
round
GG जा रहे
for
हैं.
the side of Trace. A great way to kick things off with their economy. As said, that was a weaker purchase. But just how clean everything is, the utility in support, the spams as well, actually just immediately ruined. And then just meeting Com in his angle and fighting him back with the Odin.
2 wallbang kills as well in that round. Both of the players on B side didn't even get to see a player. They just got shot straight through.
There's no margin for error. A loss here would destroy the economy of Lev and mean they need 8 rounds in a row. The net has been dodged, and actually, they seem like they know that King's there. It's not worth the gamble, and there has been a push from the defense on the other side of the map.
More rounds for Trace. And a slow start to this one. They know Annihilation is online from Zeno. An ult you definitely have to be cautious of. It's hit most of the time for either squads that it's been deployed. Barring, I think, 1 on bind. Smoke down as King runs away, concedes the space. They're beckoning them in. Once that, there you go, once it's broken, the little barrier, take a look at the sonic sensor on A site. This is, like you were saying earlier, Tom, for the dash. But Trace are making noise there and going the exact opposite direction. There'll be a challenge. It's going to be Kai against Aspas. This could be the round decided. If Kai goes down, then they're in trouble. Instead, it's Aspas who falls immediately. Oh, almost catching them on the cross, and in fact, catching them on the way out. Tex completely unaware. Annihilation goes through, but it looks like we'll have a counter spam, some utility perhaps.
It was immediately broken, but it doesn't seem to matter. The time now starting to tick, and they are fighting back into this one, leaving it all onto King. Lockdown going to be used, but he's looking to fight the site. In fact, he can get onto this one without too many problems. The first shot connected. They need a little more, and he's going to get it as well. Leviathan needed a hero. Only one King can wear that crown.
Oh, King in the car.
Stepping up when they need him the most. Their back was most certainly against a wall here. Late play through mid, catching them off guard. Same thing that we just saw. Working the way of Trace, and my goodness, he's playing it up to the crowd. 11-5, still a long road back into this, and relying on individual performances is never going to be consistent. But they've managed to take some dangers out of the arsenal of Trace. In particular, lockdown no longer there. There won't be an easy way into the A site. Annihilation for Mazzino has fallen, but Calm back up with a Hunter's Fury. And that's an ult in his hands that you rarely see miss its mark.
Here comes that attack side operator. Kai is looking for this fight once again, looking for Aspas this time. The Brazilian will live to tell the tale. On the other side, a very different setup. The hero of the last round dropped down to a judge, but if anything, in some cases, it might be considered an upgrade.
Back up Blade Storm for Kai if he needs it. It's a slow walk up through A short. Drone stopped early, not able to find any information really, and the counter drone will go through. This one focused on middle again, which hasn't really been held by Leviathan in most of these rounds. It's a much more passive hold around that angle, but after sneaking a player through there last round, it makes sense that they want to clear it and see if anyone's filled in that gap. Still, it's pretty open. Bar a passive play from Calm. Orb taken. Didn't get the ult quite online, but just one away, and the shot from Kai dodges with the dash. Hunter's Fury fired through, and it's got one. Hey, just before the ult comes in, so he can't be rezzed.
Mazzino's gone, though. That leaves Com to try and make a play above the smoke. Doesn't want to overextend. It will be a post-spawn. I don't think there's anything that can be done about that. The second shock dart might do a little bit of damage. And some counter being put in. Kai not willing to give up this fight. Again, he's going to meet his opponent of Aspas and win another battle, but that Odin's still doing damage, still making this one competitive. As Tex looks to try and jump down, he's caught by utility. They know that he's done it. The spam almost trying to act as a distraction, but both players now sat towards the generator, and a full wraparound from Kai, just waiting in the backlines. Tex with everything to do, and he has no idea that there's still another man there. 12-5, 7 chances for one of the greatest upsets we've ever seen.
And no matter what you thought about this squad coming in, how much promise they showed, and even after the match versus Vitality, this, it has to be said, is a massive over-deliver for this squad. Beating Leviathan 2-1, 2-0, that's a big accomplishment. They are grinding them down to dust here.
I was messaging good old Ryan Central, the man who watches every game of Try, and he's like, I think they could give them a run for their money. I think they could give them a match. But I don't think a 12-5 was ever on the cards. Maybe he'll tell me otherwise. 3-man stack, weaponry weak. The only advantage they have is the fact there's plenty here and the damage they've just done.
Kai barely holding on to his life. 8 HP, it is a lot of damage. Tex tagged low. Weak weapons across the board. It's not looking great. Calm's just been wall banged down. A taste of his own medicine. Bianche's been doing this a lot here on the attack side, and the reward is massive. Rotation underway from Mazzino. That's the one main rifle that they have to work with. And a nasty trap setup from Aspas. But if he gets greedy, they've pumped the brakes, they haven't moved. Someone's got to check it eventually. And if he does, they are ready and waiting. But the patience might pay off. He gets Kai, but that's it. Shut down after just one. The trades not coming through for Leviathan. Tex trying his best. 5 shots and a stinger down to the classic. And the Odin spray gets him. It's all on King. 1 versus 2. He clutched it out before. And now has the Vandal to work with. Time ticking, damage done. And he's being pushed back.
Desperately trying to get this kill before he has the chance to isolate the battle. The plant is that moment as he looks for the swing. Nothing connected just yet, but he's definitely tagged a little lower. Isolating these jewels is not going to be easy. They play this one together, and it seems like it's all over. King gets that first spot, but now they know exactly where he is. They're going to try and play this, and they almost line up, but almost doesn't win anything. Last year, champions won by EG. There was a man who said that Americas would never be beaten by China. It's time to take a seat.
Playoffs पे
There
भाई.
were two kings on the server today, Tom, but it's Trace that seemed to have a real shot at the throne. Number 3 Chinese team beating out America's number 1. If you had this in your pick'ems, well, I might take my hat off to you. An upset like we've never seen, and you saw the celebrations after beating Vitality.
incredibly dominant performance
they did it
from them on
again.
the Ascent. Yeah, coming out of that map 1, I said Feng really, absolutely, utterly destroyed Lev. If you spell that out all out, it spells fraud.
Oh, you're calling it back. You're so proud of yourself with that.
I set it up in the first act and we'll close it out in the third.
You bum. Paperton, though, man. Seriously, before we move on, I mean, just this Trace team, I love them. I'm a fan. This is it. Buy me a jersey, buy the bundle, or what we got to do to support these boys.
What else do you want? They played amazing today. Top to bottom, they look really, really good. Yeah, Sunset's still a weak point, but that's okay because the rest of their maps, Bind and Ascent, look phenomenal.
Yeah.
They are absolutely a team
and they
to be
didn't
feared.
just look phenomenal. They crushed them. They flattened them.
Yeah.
Like unreal stuff. I just again, Trace Esports. I wasn't familiar with your game, papas. I'm so sorry. Okay? Pero now I'm on your side. All right? Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to their compatriots on the other side of that. They're going to be taking on G2 Esports. You got EDG going up against G2. We'll start with G2 first, though, because G2 coming out of this one, when we saw G2 versus PaperX, we were all stoked, Paperton. We were all excited. But G2 Esports, it was business, and they took care of it with a 2-0.
And it was business time for sure, and they are really in form right now.
They had their business socks on.
They did. The suit, the tie.
The whole kit caboodle.
There you go. All right,
I love you, man.
I do too, man. No, I just, they're such a fundamentally strong team right now. They're so well prepared for all of their matches. They play off of each other very nicely. They come into all of their games with great ideas. Josh is a great coach. I mean, top to bottom, I am so impressed with G2 this year.
Yeah, it really does feel like this G2 team, Seth, can, find those layers. And if they do it here at Champions, it could be dangerous.
Oh, no, for sure. I mean, this is, I think, the squad to be feared because they just have such a solid read. Valen has been an incredible IEGL since he started playing the game, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, this team is incredibly gifted. We saw in the, the bumper coming into today, a nice little pre-roll video. They're saying, yeah, we see your playstyle, EDG.
Yeah.
Our playstyle counters yours.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we'll see how this plays out, though. But let's check in with the professor and get a lesson for today. It's Jonah P, standing by with the Insu.
I'm now standing by with one of the tournament favorites. It is Jonah P from G2. Now, I think the hype is real. You even have the doubters believing at this point that you guys can do this. So I wanted to ask you, what makes you guys so scary, so good? What is it that is setting you apart right now?
The way I think about it is like no team wants to play us because of our playstyle. Everyone's very aggressive and we capitalize on that. So I think we have the best best discipline compared to all the teams. So I think that that little thing makes us different from everyone else.
Oh, I can't wait to see you on the server today. Good luck.
If there is a word that you can associate with G2 Esports, it 100% is discipline because they exude it every single time. In fact, Paperton, I know you have a round that you wanted to break down for us on this. What you got?
I've got round 17 on Icebox versus PaperX. And so there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. So first of all, I want to highlight what the situation is coming into. This is just coming off the back of Leaf's 4K on the Eco, where he snuck up behind. Now, they're in a really good situation here with their ults. Oops, wrong button. That's okay, though.
Seth cursed
we'll
you,
clear
by the
that.
way.
He
Seth
did curse me.
you.
He does this to me all the time.
He said, don't screw it up.
All right, so for real, 3 ults, 1 away for the side of G2. Plus, they're going to opt into an outlaw here because they know that PaperX economy is not good. There's a great reason for that. Leaf also very good with it. But let's start the round. And immediately, I want your eyes to go to the mini-map and look what they ping out. The orb. They're going to prioritize the reckoning here for Valen. Okay, that's the first ult in this equation. Then they're going to wrap around. We're going to speed up a little bit here. And you're going to see they're going to come from the back. Now you've got the Outlaw and you've got the util from the Sova to delay here to buy a little bit of extra time. Now pause. There's going to be a wall that comes up. That's to kind of fake a little bit.
Yeah.
And they're going to anticipate PaperX's reaction. PaperX wants to not have happen what happened in the last round.
Yeah, they don't want that backstab.
They don't want that, so they're going to send some players down themselves. So let's take a look. And they're going to send, first up is going to be Forsaken, and he's going to come around the corner. They're ready for this. Gecko util, boom, he's done. The Reckoning is already out, and it is going to spot something. He is stuck in the corner. They're going to use Gecko utility as well. That's a kill for Icy. That is the Thrash online, one of those 3 ults I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And they knew coming into this as well that there was an ult for Mind Freak here, right? You have the, yep. You have the Viper's ult, and they are very ready for this. They have so many answers to this, whether it's Leaf getting a kill, he gets the lockdown. If you get the Harbor ult, that's a counter to the Viper's pit. You have the Thrash, that's a counter to the Viper's pit. You have everything you need here to clean out the rest of the round. From the start to the finish, they have this round read like a book. They have Paper X's number the whole way through. Insane preparation.
It's wild because, you know, it's not just the prep too, it's also their mid-rounding. They're so aware of everything. It's almost as if Valen just has everything in his head and he's thinking about everything in a 3D plane, Achilles. Like, the guy is he's like a walking GPS, it feels like at times.
I think he does exactly that. I think he just goes into his mind palace and then he's able to just see through walls and everything like that and just download and just recollect things from team's previous series. It's been incredible performances from Valen as the IGL, but I mean, Leaf is also nothing to shake a stick at.
And that is something that, Paperton, you were talking about in that telestrator there, that the round prior was Leaf having massive impact here. And well, I mean, quite frankly, Leaf has massive impact all the time because he's just such, he always finds those openings, those gaps. He did it as a duelist and he does it as a Sentinel even better.
He's so reliable.
Yeah, he is. He's absolutely incredible. And when we think back to Shanghai, I think about him playing Breeze, those lurks that he was able to come up with.
Yeah.
It was insane how many multi-kill rounds Leaf was able to come away with. And when G2 were starting to kind of get ground down, slowing down their performances, is because we weren't seeing that same impact for Leaf because teams were starting to get a read on his tendencies. But he's looking very much reinvigorated here.
Yeah, that's right. And let's not forget, this is not the first time that Leaf has come to a Champs event. It was actually here in 2021. His hair was quite long at that time. But thankfully, he found a pair of scissors and pop, pop, pop. He went right to work.
What team was that? What team was he on?
I believe that
I'm not
was...
sure.
Yeah.
Are they?
I don't know who they are.
Well, yeah, are they around
I actually
anymore?
couldn't see because I'm blind.
It was Cloud9.
It was Cloud9.
Okay. I couldn't tell. You
I
gotta help
remember
me
that
out.
team because of Zeta, but
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zeta, we love you, buddy. But yeah, he has been here before, so he is no stranger to that stage. The guy has popped off time and time again. But let's go ahead now and turn our attention to the other side of the field. Let's talk about Chichu here because he's going to be speaking about bouncing back after Master Shanghai, a massive event that for EDG's team's history in this Omen player moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的基主。我觉得很不容易吧，因为我们变了阵，然后现在能打成这样，我觉得很不错吧。然后也是我们换阵过后的一些效果，我们也看到了。然后我们希望我们后续能做得更好，然后去突破吧。其实怎么说呢，我们现在其实在心态上面应该是没有负担的，因为毕竟我们也经历过5杠26这种东西过。我们的整体来说是每拿多1分，其实对我们来说都是好的一个过程吧。所以说我们现在就是更加放得开了，因为毕竟已经更烂的已经出现了，不可能我们还会打得比之前那个还烂。对，所以我们现在会放得更开。
Molly's all going to be used in conjunction on one another, and with the rifle aim in hand, it's the only thing that could steady the course. EDG got to put a stop to this. Uncertainty here still. Kang rattling the bars.
也很感谢观众对我们的喜爱吧，跟支持。我们也会去更加完善我们自我的一些技战术吧，然后去打出更好的比赛。因为我们经历了低谷，然后还能喜欢我们，我觉得大家都很不容易吧。我也希望我们整个 EDG 不会辜负你们的希望，然后也能不辜负整个 CN 瓦，去打得更好吧。我希望你们的加油会让我们的手感更加火热。
And after I had mentioned before, right, that Shanghai was a massive, you know, like a hole in EDG's team history. A team that's only ever been on the up and up, but they experienced utter defeat in their homeland. And they're now trying to bounce back here, Paperton. They're trying to find that mojo again that they had when we were first introduced to this team.
Yeah, and that's why they made changes after Shanghai. They talked about how they needed a reset in a bunch of different ways. You bring in Simon, you change the coach, and all of a sudden, you know, EDG still doing what they do regionally, sure, they're winning, that's great, but now they come in internationally and they smash foot. And it's on the back of these two controller players who have been really, really special for them. Chichu and Smoggy, absolutely incredible. Obviously, everybody knows Kong.
Yes.
He's always nuts. He's a very, very good player, but it's some of the other players now that are starting to step up behind him and really start to take over these games to assist him in his role.
Yeah, and is that like going to be the thing here? Because the thing was, everyone was talking about EDG and Foot was a bit of a muddy game. Yeah. Does EDG drag G2 into the mud with them?
I think that this is going to be difficult. I think that EDG does have they certainly have the firepower to contend with everybody that's there on the other side of the stage. My biggest concern is going to be how does the IGLing look for them going up against VALORANT, because you have somebody who's very recently been taking up that role and piloted the team, but VALORANT has so much veterancy. Does this end up being a Mako v Boaster type situation here, or will this time the veteran IGL be able to win out?
I mean, who do you got again, Paperton, on this one?
I have G2. I think they don't fall into the mud.
I mean, I took a punt with EDG, but we were all wrong about the first series too, so.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see how this all shakes out. We got G2 Esports about to take on EDG. Let's head out to the stage and meet our teams.
G2. Edward Gaming.
Can history repeat itself? Can a VCT China team defeat a VCT Americas team? We just saw Trace Esports do the unthinkable against Leviathan. The question on everyone's mind is, can Kong and EDG manage to pull one through and dethrone and take the G2 boys off their pedestal here? But we got our series layout as well.
We do, and I think that this is going to be a little bit of an inverse compared to that Trace series. They said we don't really rely on hero plays, we don't rely on individuals, we rely on our teamwork. I feel like for EDG to come out on top of this one, it might have to come down to some of those hero plays for Kong to have these fantastic moments to break through the lines of G2.
Yeah, you're just going to have to find a way to keep G2 off balance, to get them to start having their protocols fall apart. That's something that's been very, very difficult for most teams to do this year. G2 is a well-oiled machine. It's going to be getting through those structures, finding cracks in the defense that G2 has let very few teams through.
Yeah, and that is going to be a challenge. I think it is quite fascinating though, right? Like, we have been really pushing about the individuals and what they bring to the table here, but as we just saw with Trace, teamwork does in fact make the dream work. So maybe that will be the recipe for success that G2 can continuously lean on, because that has been their whole MO throughout the entirety of the America season, Achilleos.
Now, it really has been, and right now I think they're looking absolutely red hot. Taking down Paper Rex, they were dismantling them. They were having solid ideas and understandings of exactly what Paper Rex...
And that's a team with all the individuals.
Yes, yeah. But they were able to go ahead and pick things apart moment after moment. This is going to be a tough one here for EDG, but if they can hit those highs that we have seen from them in the past, I think they're absolutely capable of dealing with G2. It feels like they're on the up and up, and right now we can see a bit of a pivot compared to the last time that they played on Icebox, as Simon's going to be there on that KO.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of
lunch
what other initiator do you want to go with? Which initiator do you want to go?
Flashinator. I like Flashinator.
Flashinator. No. But, you know, Gecko or KO seems to be what most teams want to run with. And we already know what G2 does. The Harbor here, VALORANT Harbor, really, really impactful. He's not just a fragger. He's so smart with the way he uses utility, the way he's going to set up those cascades and high tides to allow for their retake play. They're so patient. The one thing that makes G2 so difficult to go up against is they know when to fight and they know when not to. That is something that a lot of teams don't do well with.
Well, let's see how this all plays out, and get ready for this one. We got your casters on standby. It's Sideshow and Brand's tragic hairline.
That's just insanely out of pocket.
An insane thing to write in
also,
the prompter.
Imagine saying you have the tragic hairline of the two of us. What's going on there?
Yeah, and I missed the memo. St. Patrick's Day was a few months ago. But we're going to get into the action soon enough. G2 versus EDG. And listen, there's a couple of things you can go into this match talking about. One of them, though, much more important, given the fact that we just witnessed a massive upset in the form of Trace beating Leviathan. And it's that spotlight. EDG is that powerhouse China #1 seed. They're used to that kind of attention being settled on them. They're used to all of that expectation as well, and the fact that they had that poor Shanghai performance and needed a return of it. But to be honest, at this point, they're losing steam, and the rest of China is catching up and maybe even beating them out.
We'll have to see during this match.
Yeah.
If they can get a win here, that would certainly put the attention back on EDG as the team to lead this Chinese region forward. But you're right, they're doing it by committee at the moment, which is even more brilliant to watch.
An app like Icebox to kick things off. Here's G2's playground. They are absolutely stellar from beginning to end, usually. In terms of the calling, the desk was mentioning the word mud quite a lot, which I do appreciate. Don't think we're going to see much of it here. Shots rattled by Leaf. He's going to be giving them a lot of space there, playing for his own life. Simon with the plan, nothing to push it back. We're going into the post line here. Kangan wants to get aggressive and will be rewarded. That's 2 players plucked out of the picture. Maybe a few more where that came from. He's eager for it, but Leaf, you don't want to test to this guy because he will challenge. Standing tall. This guy has already done the damage and has fallen to pieces before their very eyes. EDG, it's Smoggy forced to back away here, still with a plan down, time ticking. Leaf, not too many options left for him. Has to stick this one just for the win cons to happen. A defuse, sticking it all away. Slow body full attack, but the final one will do it. Straight to the chest of one singular Leaf. And so a pistol round earned up here for EDG. Great beginning.
And a great performance from 2 players to keep your eyes on throughout this entire match. Kangkang to open up, gets double-faced or at least traded, or an attempt to trade, I should say, from Valin. Instantly a response from Leaf, being able to pick up 3 on his own. So great individual performances from both of those players. I think Kangkang's going to need to try to take moves like that, where he fights in, knowing that G2 are going to be double-swinging him or trying to trade him. He has to try to outskill G2 today if they want a chance at winning this. The whole of EDG does. Because we talk about it so often, but this G2 team, they are so disciplined.
Yeah.
You know you're not going to be able to catch individuals on their own too often. They're going to be trying to set up these team plays. And I don't think that's the area that EDG should try to fight on, having better teamwork than G2. They want to lean into their strengths, which is the individualism, the brilliance that they can pull out at times.
If they can drag teams into that tempo and play style even better, the trouble is G2 not really privy to it. They don't particularly like to opt into it.
No, they are an extremely slow-paced team, especially once the side swap and G2 get onto the attack side. But you can see here, for example, no G2 players on the defensive A contesting these angles. They allow EDG a lot of space.
Really going to be trying to lean onto the retakes, I think, throughout most of this map, at least for this half.
Thing is, though, if you play retake all the time, EDG are going to get an idea of that, and then they're just going to start vacuuming up space without using too much utility. They're going to have it all for post-plant. Kankan's going to be on aggressive angles. You know, at some point, you do need to mix things up and go for contests, tuck somebody into pipes, run strats like this.
This is getting a little bit messy, but at the end of the day, it is cleaned up with 4 players surviving, so EDG will be happy with that one. Keep it moving. On forwards now into the bonus, a bit of extra weaponry.
And some good players with some good ult points there as well. Getting closer to Simon and Chichu's ultimates, who are the best ults to have online for your attack side on Icebox. Now we get to see what G2 are doing with an economy advantage. This is one of the rounds where you might expect them to play a little more aggressive. You know, we talk about G2 playing slowly, but that doesn't mean that they're completely passive all the time. They do have aggression. They do like to contest, tuck people into nest, fight over B green, for example.
Deep tap over there. Not too sure if the orb got grabbed.
I don't believe so.
No, it's still there.
It's still there. Just trying to see whether Nobody and Smoggy are going to sync up that utility combo that we see from a lot of teams on their attack side. Notice as well that Chichu is not using Nanoswarm to deny pipes, but Trent might get overwhelmed.
Yep, might indeed. Underhanded flash as well, straight through and out. Nobody wants to take that point and contact, and his body's dropping on either direction still. 2 left to stand here for G2. EDG with that player advantage. Massively so, in fact, now left down to just Jonah P. This is an EDG fully powered up, fully empowered. A bonus round win. That's 3 in a round now.
That's a fantastic beginning for EDG. They used very little utility there. Like I said, no shock molly combo to deny ult orb. They used the knife over towards pipes, but they also didn't use a nanoswarm to deny space. They're not using util on A already in round 3 because they've got the read that G2 are going to be sat back a little further. This time there was a bit of a brawler scrap on site, but you could just tell from the position that Trent used his drone. He had no clue that EDG were pushed up that far. He thought they were still sitting back waiting to exec. Valen likes to get the read of teams throughout a series. Sometimes G2 will be a bit slow off the blocks or download their opponent as the games go on, sometimes from map to map.
I'd agree with that point. They tend to take a bit of time as well, like you said, to download the opponents and make the necessary reads. It was becoming a bit of a chore, honestly, watching them in Americas. They drop the first map and then just go on to rinse by the time they got to the third.
But what that means is, if you're a team like EDG looking to secure another massive win for China here today, it's about trying to punish them when they're in that warming up phase, when they're gearing up. You want to get as many rounds on the board as early as you possibly can, so that comeback becomes impossible.
EDG's be ensuring to take this one slowly, steadily. Orb in front of them too, plenty of players close to ults. One of the benefits of getting off to the start, bit of snowball onto their own attack side as well. You have some big ults to utilize, which Simon's going to be letting loose and letting rip right now with a no command, at least to get a bit of safety down onto the site. Nobody wants to get this plant down. It will be defended.
Simple cleanup. Yeah. But a pretty big ult expenditure. It's one that Simon would love to have for the next round. Perhaps a little worried about time pressure there. But they've kept things very, very clean apart from that no command usage. Coming into round 5
domination
here,
दिख रहा है भाई
where
EDG का,
they'll have a
full
pit, no real
domination.
ults to be able to get into the
क्या
sites. But to be
खेल
honest
रही है
with the way
भाई,
that
4
G2 are currently
राउंड
playing,
कंसिस्टेंटली जीत रहे
EDG are
हैं,
just kind of
बहुत
waltzing on in
ज़्यादा
there.
convincing. इतना
Too much of
convincing
the early
कैसे
fighting,
जीतेगा
as we've
कोई?
already
ये
mentioned. This one
इस
we've
चीज़
seen
पे
it drift
इन्होंने
over
दिखाया
towards
है
the
कि
A
भाई
side.
किस तरीके से हम पुश कर रहे हैं, क्या जीत रहे हैं भाई ये लोग, क्या
Also
खेल
coming
रहे
up
हैं,
close to a
क्या
couple of ults
खेल
of their own, big ones in fact. 2 from the lockdown,
Zabardast,
reckoning,
bro.
Thrash 1 away. Kill could put that onto the board, but G2 have got to start, I think, pressuring at least that they're fighting over A early. Again, the knife just tagging onto the two of them. Pair of players, Valen and Icy. Ordered back, pushed away. And Jonah P is going walkabouts here with a wall in his face as two players side by side. Again, a game of time, and G2 are they going to be catching it, looking completely in the wrong direction.
Oh my God.
No response there to the audio cue of the wall falling. They're already pushed up too far. Leaf falls as well.
My.
It's open season. EDG looking like this one is far too easy for them. Simple stuff. These first 5 rounds that we've watched, I mean, look at this.
Yeah, okay.
Kankan making a bit of a fool there, making Icy dance and taking the pick. Valen's the final one to pick up the pieces, and it's as likely as anything that he'll take a bullet and have his ult for the next round. A 1v5 here, it's just not doable.
No, it's impossible. Got to keep the rifle, but already spotted out, noted, and he's going to be swarmed. Won't be able to carry that one into the next. Another flawless one, 5 alive, this time on a gun round. EDG have a tremendous amount of momentum behind them now.
Remember that EDG have been sat kind of in the back of champions today, watching their compatriots destroy teams that other people are suggesting favorites for the tournament.
Oh yeah.
They don't know if it's going to go 2 maps, 3 maps. They have to be ready. They're sat there backstage waiting
5
to go
round
on,
winning.
thinking obviously about the game
5
coming out, but
rounds.
also watching the match, realizing, wait a second, our region is doing extremely well today. And if that didn't give them enough confidence, how about a 5-0 start against G2?
On Icebox, nevertheless. I mean, it's a map that G2, as you said, mainly on the attack side, the calling of Valen. He'll be running rings around teams, he'll be calling perfection, the ults in terms of how they sync it up. It's all being worked to a masterpiece, but they're not on that side yet. They're on the defense, and they are struggling. Next to timeout that's being called. Adjustments have to be made. They thought that they maybe come to terms of it, but
full domination के
G2
साथ
just
आगे.
losing track.
I think in that previous round, G2 making a hard read that when the knife and the recon came in over towards A, Valen, he's thinking about going for the ult orb. He backs off and he's thinking, all right, this is similar to what I've seen before. This is EDG contacting in behind this utility onto A. And in fact, completely wrong read. EDG mix it up, drop the wall on B and get a couple of picks.
Yeah.
Just for people who haven't been aware of both of these teams, if you haven't been following them in their regional leagues, I thought from watching EDG, now they don't think this because they don't permaban it, but I thought Icebox was their worst map that they play. So for them to be 5-0 up right now, looking really prepped and running rings around Valen's understanding of what's coming at him, pretty fantastic stuff.
Bodes well. Definitely bodes well. And another pause. I see the timer frozen.
Yeah.
That strikes fear into my heart, Josh. That strikes, especially when you don't see the timeout.
We had a lot of very late hit rounds in our first series of the day. It's already the time ticking. We could be down for a very long one today.
Been here a few hours already.
Yeah, buckle in, get some snacks. G2 on the attack side are going to be slow as well.
I was
and here it
waiting
is.
for it.
Confirmation.
Pansy lands in Korea and this happens, okay.
And this will give more time for Valin to be thinking about things. But also, when you've just come out of attack timeout and there's ideas that you want to implement, that's frustrating.
Yeah, definitely is. Gives them a bit more time though to think it through. We'll see, find out a bit more information in terms of what exactly is going wrong.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be back into game fairly shortly as well. The timer's already ticking. We're into this next round of Icebox. So very small tech pause, nothing to be too concerned about. G2 trying to make sure here that they get good info on A, tucking Valin into Nest.
It's a bit of a bluster, isn't it? 4 of their players looking to try and fight this one. Waiting a bit of time out here with a Dizzy and the Dart. Only the one connection. They know that they've got acknowledgement that there's an EDG player at least around, but they don't know how many. And the slow pace that EDG are applying right now is making G2 just sweat a little bit more. Valin even going for a couple of peeks here, but he's missed. Oh, no, not quite. It's nobody that's missed the timing here with a Cove to evacuate. It's going to be safety in numbers. Backing all the way out of A. Almost expecting that reposition.
Choosing not to try to turn that into an all-out brawl like some teams might. There's that discipline of G2, dropping back in the 5v4. But with their weapons, still 3 players with Sheriffs, it's not yet a clear advantage.
Just the first hurdle that's cleared. About 40 seconds.
Look at all the space that Chichu got over towards B very early on. Dodge on those shots. Could have been bad for Simon.
To be set up here. Leaf doesn't have the weapon to try and push this one back here, so should be an open side, but also being committed. I don't blame them with only 20 seconds. Could be the difference maker. Simon going to be sticking that, going for the plan as well. Thrash doesn't really clear too much as well, but a backstab, no way! Responded and adjusted. Icy just whips it around and rips the head clean off. Out of Reckoning, lockdown, all going to be combined. EDG just trying to stem the bleeding and stop this one before it gets out of hand. Players are weak. G2, they committed hell of a lot into this round for them to try and lose it. Awareness, Smoggy already wrapping this one. Thrash connecting, that's a detainment. And there's still potentially that time on the board to make a go of things. Damage done though. As a casual reminder, and Simon still with that nade in his back pocket. Could play spoiler to absolutely all of this one. It's already gone flying and Trent is finished. Icy with a defuse, but that's been broken. And already, I hear it, time has just squandered. Gotten away from G2, but the kills. Not away from these EDG players. Edward today is gaming.
G2 did a decent job of that, considering the amount of money that they had. That tuck into Nest, not cleared properly by EDG because they're contacting in, because they don't want to make it obvious what position on the map they are. There's going to be gaps. So G2 tried to exploit that. But at the end of the day, too little time and too much good post-plant utility. Double nanoswarms on the spike got broken by the shock, but they still had that fragment to work with. G2 get rifles back. Are they going to try something similar again, where they go for a piece of aggression? I think doing the same thing on A would be silly, but going for a mid-push like this, where they triple up, does seem like a decent idea. They were threatening flanks like this constantly in their opener against PaperX.
Using the drone though, to take that space. Don't see the turret. It does give you access to flank most of the way. Instead, that one's just watching towards the flank because EDG want to go for this 5-player group up. Plant will go down here without too much, again, push back.
This turret position's actually lovely. You look at the position of Jonah P's wall. If the turret was on the left here, it would get blocked off by the Viper wall.
So it's broken. Alerts EDG now to the flank as well with its no command emanating out. Valendo catches the kill onto Kang. Wasn't expecting that one. Looking into the wrong direction. But the first kill does not necessarily mean a round win. We'll do the rest of the work past that point. Dizzy to clear this one. G2 blinded. Oh, still lands the shot before the eventual trade. And holding it tooth and nail in through the back. But G2 finally with those guns in hands put a round on the board.
It's the same flank play that ends up working out for them. It's been a staple of the G2 defensive playbook. They bring it out, and despite the turret realizing that they're out there, they get the round done. mostly thanks to Valen and what he was able to do to control the post-plant aggression. You watch him take down Kangkang there, and that's an absolutely vital one. In those kind of spots, the Jet's always going to look to try to get aggressive and open up some space on the other side of the map. So the first attempt to stop the bleed in there from G2. Now they're going to start to get ults online as well, but I'm sure EDG are thinking up a response.
Yeah, that's despite the fact as well that Valen and Icy, they ended up using it into that half by round 6 to no avail. They're almost halfway to him again.
Very true.
Those kills and the defuses stacking up.
This looks a lot like the same setup as when they pushed Valen into Nest. I think when you push up deep like this and then you get a recon dart, you can be pretty certain that EDG are not just going to contact back in.
And they're just full running, full sprinting. Simon with a tap as well.
Trent too far away for the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
But he might get it on the next tap.
Oh, Walkabout Sleep has got to put a stop to that one. He will. Alternating the movement, making sure that he stays frosty. Aware of all these possibilities. Chichu is being caught out of position. Hunter's Fury, at least to relieve that pressure, does not do enough. So with Chichu dropped, that's 2 players now down for EDG. Plan going to be committed. Simon gets it, but that's going to be a tag onto him as well. Lit up, and already players fall one after another. G2 racking them up. That's 5 alive for a flawless round to get that second round.
Back-to-back 2 rounds आ चुके हैं.
You see what a difference it makes when G2 anticipate what the round looks like from EDG, what nobody is calling. They had the protocol to flush out both of those lurkers through mid. Great discipline to even think of the second player in that spot. And the fact that they'd pushed out on A, got the recon deep as well, gave them enough peace of mind to know it was a full B hit. They weren't worrying about which direction things were going. The things that were working for EDG early on were when they were quiet and contacting, making it very difficult for G2 to read it. And G2 were playing more passively.
Yeah.
At the moment, this seems like a very good adjustment that came out of the tactical timeout. So EDG are going to try to make one of their own. See what Muggle can do. And Haldong, of course, got a lot of experience IGL in this team before in the past.
Yeah, it's an interesting note. I mean, we didn't really talk about it too much when we were covering the EDG game recently, but sometimes a shift up is what you need, honestly, because this EDG team, they felt just, I don't know, knocked down, unable to really get back up, I think, as well after that series of losses to Shanghai. But they make a series of moves, switch it up. Haldong in the assistant coach seat, fresh perspective, I think, especially from a former player, maybe exactly what the team needed.
Yeah, I think I would phrase it as that they had hit their ceiling. They were still performing very well in China, but they'd had one breakout event last year at Tokyo, and they weren't able to replicate that. They weren't able to go further than that. And so at that point, you got to take a risk. It might make you worse, benching Haldong and bringing in Simon and making all of these changes. But if it doesn't, perhaps it's the thing that's going to crack you through that ceiling and bring home a big result for a fan base that is extremely hungry for it. And now they're in a race with the rest of the Chinese teams by the look of things to crack a big result here at Champions.
Yeah. Knife just unable to get broken early off the rip here that Simon keeps throwing out, so he gets the tag and the information.
But it doesn't push G2 back. G2 still get good information. And this is not A.
Yeah.
Yeah, this usage of the recon dart, stuff like that, it's basically exactly the same round that we just watched. Last time, the wingman got denied by the nanoswarm from Leaf, and then you had ults ready to deny. I could see a very similar round happening here unless EDG have got something different. Well, the shock's a good first thing that's different.
To count the nanoswarms. No longer a problem for them. Again, a lot of walking up behind these walls and underhanded flash. Simon wants to make a play for this one. Leaf was tucked though, and there is safety there, but not for the respite of the rest of his team. They couldn't quite follow up on all of that, so he's going to get traded. Tag up into the back. Thrash now followed through, straight through onto the site, but broken just before the detainment. Onto the high ground, Kang. He's getting quirky with it in terms of trying to play this spacing and timings as well. He's already flanked straight through, and Icy, yeah, the knife out, just was not expecting it. Deep dart. Able to follow off of it. Trent is so damn concerned now. All these players, because Kang is ripping them to shreds, man.
What a great adjustment coming out of the tag timeout. Obviously great individual play from Kangkang too, but I gotta give credit to Muggle and Haldong. We were just talking about how good the tag timeout was from G2. EDG hit the panic button and immediately come out with a round that looks exactly the same to the one they just ran, except they flash, they push deep, they trade out Leaf, who had the lockdown, and then they have all of that position for Kangkang to go nuts in the post plan.
playstyle of EDG, it is almost hard countering the fact that G2 don't really have a natural. Oh,
that's
unfortunate.
That's really bad in this patch.
Yeah, we won't talk about that.
Yeah, you are not going to have any smoke for mid now. It's a good job that they break the turret, otherwise that would be giving permanent mid info.
Yeah. Well, the point I was just about to get on to is that there's not necessarily a natural op carrier on the G2 side. Something to punish, I think, a lot of this contact play that EDG are going for.
It's a great point. Icy, even when he plays duelist, doesn't pull out the operator too much. He is almost the opposite of Kangkang in many respects.
Yeah, he definitely is. Not leaning into it, although Kangkang's rifling. Definitely been on the up and up now. A year plus, to be honest. And again, that contact playstyle, just walking all the way up. Shot dart again is good. Dash is active, but it's going to be dissipating. No value to be had, just walking most of the way up. Another plant down, shock darts are missing. So there will be no pushback, and there's that extension into round 10 now.
Kangkang's playing for this, trying to deny the lockdown.
Knows what to play for, just needs some supplemented utility as well. I can hit a footsteps, lovely sidestep. Just rips to it ahead, clean off G2. Have no chance in hell to keep playing this one. Spam through the box, Leaf is lucky to be alive. He'll be backing all the way away. Needs to be defended here. They want to keep these guns.
This G2 team that's normally so good at shutting down superstar individual players.
They just cannot deal. I mean, cheeky.
They cannot deal with Kangkang. What we're getting from Kangkang in this map so far, it's Tokyo.
It really is. It's given Tokyo.
Is Tokyo.
12-4, top of the scoreboard. Not just for his team, but top of the leaderboard overall.
Yeah, and not just the kills that he's getting, but here, completely denies a lockdown opportunity, completely shuts down G2 trying to trade him out. You know, he's facing two players so often and killing them both. And that's going to win you rounds.
G2 are going to be desperate to salvage up any rounds that they possibly can before they get into that second half here for round 11. At least they do have the Viper's Pit in the back pocket already offloaded. Down through B main, one less thing to worry about. But the money isn't too good. Only a couple of players with a rifle, so you're looking at Icy, Val and Jonah P to do the damage. Drone, get a tag and a break.
Yeah, Simon backs off as Chishu goes forwards. They're hoping that they don't read there was a second player there.
And it's just barely held. Jiggle peaked as well. Chichu almost lucky to be alive. There was a couple of players that quickly were looking to try and put a stop to this one. Trent plugs up the gap in through mid.
A is extraordinarily open, but if they commit to the B split, Jonah P could win the round still.
Allen's dropped, I think that's through the window. Leaf has got a lot to do into this spot as well, but just with the Stinger in hand, close quarter combat, even with him being set up for it, the pit's still up and active, walking around. Icy, he does drop Kangkang. With the Dizzy broken as well, he knows that there's even more where that come from, and Jonah P's worked his magic! Right from behind, just not expecting that. Level of awareness that went missing there for EDG into this round, and it leaves it to Chichu. One player running and gunning, but time is against him with only 12 seconds to do it all. Him versus Jonah P. The timing should be granted. You need to hit a miracle shot, but Jonah P won't even give him the chance.
That is brilliantly played by Jonah P. He gets out of his pit for a kill over towards Orange, and that makes the rest of EDG think he's still playing on site. He manages to duck back inside his pit.
That kill there.
Yeah, that kill is just so big. He manages to duck back inside his pit, and then they don't realize he's somehow managed to loop-de-loop behind them and picks them both up from behind. He's called the Professor for a reason. And that was locking down B with a Viper's Pit 101. Learn.
Yeah, I take that class. Wouldn't do me much good, but I'd take it.
I think the classes are normally more generalized than that.
Yeah,
it's
that's
extremely
incredibly
specific
for an opener.
Yeah.
Egotistical professor. I mean, we've all been there. Not me. Didn't go to university.
I got kicked out.
It's round 12. And there's big ults online for G2 here. Again, going for this re-clear into mid. They've been doing this quite a lot with the drone. Gives them peace of mind in that direction as well. They've got to get it Good read, at least, that it's going to be leaning over towards the A side. They do have, again, the ult for the retake.
Yeah, and they're going to try
Ideal
to...
leaf dropped.
Oh, that's huge. No lockdown now available, and Simon, if he pops ult, can deny the reckoning. He's just got to get the timing right here.
You should run.
Locking down one avenue as well. Lockdown's going to be just dropped straight into the center of the site with his flank. They're going to be pushed out into Audi's extremities, and Smoggy is left to watch most of this one. Ducked, crouched. The peak timing is absolutely everything. And Smoggy delivering death blow after death blow and toying with his food at the end. He knows that he's essentially wrapped this one up. Running around him, not giving Jonah P any easy access to the body. Valen shut out. G2 with a movement, nice little jiggle, pit in the face. Jonah P shut down and shut out of the round entirely. This is a 9-3 if I've ever seen one.
And a beautiful half from EDG. I mean, the way that they played around the ults in that final round completely outplayed G2. And then you think back to previous rounds where Kangkang is pushing deep onto screens to deny lockdown. They've just had a phenomenal awareness of how G2 are going to play around ults this whole half. And I'm sure that's going to extend into the next.
.11 on the board, and at that point, it's just, I mean, it takes anything. A swift breeze can potentially take you over the finish line.
This is where nobody absolutely shines. If there was a lurker over on A, he's dead right now. I mean, the risks that he's taken, he's a very feast or famine player.
We do love our nobody.
But nobody over on the A side. It was just guaranteed to his team as the IGL that this is a B hit. They should be able to completely box G2 in here.
They're going to go for a refine, a reclear. It's just a contact swing. Straight up, taking the fights as well. This one could get dangerous, and Dire still winning it potentially out as well. Kangkang needs some help here over the shoulder as well. Reinforcements have to arrive. He needs some defense, but still, yeah, Chichu is right there alongside him. How could I doubt? The 10th round, a pistol round. EDG. Oh yeah, they've heard all about the upsets.
Looking great there on the pistol. They got the read perfectly that it was on B. Is it a risk to go for a re-clear like this when you know that they're 5-stack in B main? Absolutely. I mean, you're opting into a numbers disadvantaged team fight, and yet they still come out on top. They had that element of surprise, dodged the utility beautifully, and their players are popping. I mean, just take a look at the scoreboard here. I've been bigging up Kangkang. Smoggy was amazing in the game against Book. G2's at the top of the scoreboard. Everything is working right now for EDG.
Right here.
It would be unfathomable that they dropped this map from this point.
It really would.
And that's without taking anything away from how good G2 have looked here. It's just, it looks like EDG's day here on Icebox. Right there.
The read and more firepower hitting. Weapon in the hands of Smoggy. It's going to be hearing all this noise. Bullet sent flying. Straight into the back here. No punish though. Almost catching onto Smoggy. He's going to get overwhelmed. Surely will fall. Drop the gun into the laps of G2, including this plant. Time might get against him as well. It's long rotates on a map like Icebox.
Tucked up position as well from Trent and Valen. Looks like Valen's trying to bait for Trent.
It gets tricky at this point. It gets real tricky. They can be moving in and out as well. They're in the walls, man. They're in the walls, and it's all about collecting the kills when they're at least propped up, and opportunities are presented to you. Kang, not to be denied. It was looking tricky. You can see the health on a few of the players just to the right, especially when they get that plan. I start to get a little bit worried, but all contained, all maintained in the end.
They are in control of the map. Updraft dashing into
No, I respect that.
That's ridiculous from Kang.
That's ballsy.
खत्म करेंगे भाई ये तो सीरीज क्लोज करेंगे दूसरे मैच में.
Time has paused.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
मुझे लग रहा है भाई ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं चलेगा मैच. G2 ने जरूर टाइम आउट किया.
after
लंबा
owning
नहीं
the
जाएगा.
pistol
यही
and the
क्लोज
follow-up.
करेंगे.
Yeah, I'm worried.
Yeah.
Because what kind of input can you really get from your coaching staff here that you didn't get during the halftime anyway? I understand that EDG are up to 11. Maybe you just want to run through the bonus, figure out what's going on. Maybe overall things are off. Comms, somebody's freezing up on stage, someone's not playing as you would expect them to. But that's the final timeout that G2 have access to. They're 8 rounds behind, and EDG are 2 away from closing things out.
Sorry, no more adjustments. I mean,
I think Josh might have a chance to talk to his team in just a couple of rounds' time, to be honest.
Definitely
face to face.
At least the turnaround mentalities. But maybe just throwing out a set strat, an idea, anything to counteract this momentum that EDG have right now. And I mean, they're going to be going into it with bonus round weaponry. A couple of the players didn't invest. They might be able to buy for the next. I mean, Kang might even just be choosing to make sure he can save up for an operator.
It's very unusual the way that this map has played out, not just because it's a map that G2 are great at and EDG have looked a bit rough on in China, but also because G2 have all year been excellent at shutting down individuals that meet them one by one and get double kills, get multi-kills on them. They are very, very good at trading that out. We have seen so many multi-kills so far in this map. Huge ones, massive impact. And this looks like a scrap on B.
Orb in their face. Try and get your way past this one here with a Dizzy, getting that acknowledgement. It's G2 sending a couple of bullets through. Do collect the one, drone as well on top of it. Kang has to respect that. So we will back away, Chi-Chu. Free exploration, underhand with the flash as well. Right from behind, that is sublime, man. EDG just cooking in the moment, and they brought it to that 3 versus 3. Simon up close, onto the corner. We'll have to give that one up. Backs himself away here, but they know that G2's there. They want to refight it as well. These timings they're taking almost to perfection once more. Bring a stop to anything that G2 are trying to go for here. 50 seconds left into the round. Could call for the pause, but your Viper's down and out. Can't even wall up and just try and fake like you could be rotating, faking like you could be walking up. Valen's hard committed, bodies and shoulders peeking out wide. In the danger zone here though, Chi-Chu just overcommitting here, and Valen's the one to at least put a stop to all of that nonsense.
30 seconds left.
Simon now, last one left. First one's good. 2 more players to deal with. It was just a slight tap as well, and doubled up side by side, jumping around the corner to set this one up. Simon, a wonderful job to try and isolate these fights out, but only 2 bullets left to work with before he has to commit to the reload, and with the wide swing in the face, that bullet just will not land. G2 get to stay and compete, at least on Icebox, for a little bit longer.
First time, actually, that we've seen EDG go for one of those defensive reclears or like a piece of aggression that is, I think, risky. We've talked about it being risky in previous rounds, but this is the first time that they lose it. Normally, they've still been winning out these situations, even when they take fights out in the open, trying to force the tempo up against G2. They would have to take risks like that and lose it so much more, though, for this map to become even close.
Not again.
Well, I mean, that's just 1 for 1, isn't it? Smoggy did it.
No way.
Why not for Jonah P?
Brutal.
See, the thing is, people are going to say that Jonah P's rattled in that situation, even though Smoggy did it earlier, and you know, he
when they were dominating,
massively leading.
Oh, yeah.
Not everything's fodder for the armchair analysts, but
it is for me. Ready to pick it apart. What 2,000 years of Roman war can teach you. This Kang is hyper committed. He's got nobody alongside him here. The Z connects though. They should know he's up top, and the dash will not save you. Nobody. Again, seeking to at least potentially get a few more kills. All for naught. 2 of them dropping. Drone as well. Simon was seeking a timing, but now he is just fully committed once more into the corner. Chichu responds, vacuuming up that space, but he's traded in that discipline, rearing its head at G2. He was singing their praises, expecting that level of play from them. It will grant them at least a round winner. It looks towards it. I mean, there's no real chances for Smoggy in this spot.
There shouldn't be an opening. And I do like that you highlighted that discipline, because you could see that spacing super, super tight.
There it is.
Beautiful as well, again there,
yeah,
as Trent swings, freezing that player in spot so that Jonah P can get the backstab. G2 were trying to do these things earlier on, and the individualism from EDG was shutting them down. They were also slightly off, just ever so slightly, in terms of those multiple swings and timings. I mean, there's a pretty big difference between Countdown getting 2 players, one trying to trade, and Simon there getting swung with 4 at once.
I heard the crowd go, oh.
Shh, keep it down.
Oh.
I mean, you can't ask the crowd not to react when you bungle something at the beginning of the round, man. They're just going to do that.
That's funny.
That
EDG.
is funny.
Lighter weaponry here. Went for an attempt. Nobody will not give up this space either. In fact, the rest of EDG alongside him. Very pushed up through A main. Looking for a play. With the peak though. Turret did not get broken.
Yeah, both turrets actually staying alive throughout this round. The weaponry doesn't really seem good enough here, but if Chichu can bait so that they don't think about Smoggy.
And also, I mean, EDG have got the hardest read in the world, of course, with Kang getting all this space. Now he does get dropped here, but a pop flash play. Already going to be going live and active into it. Phantoms in hand. Jonah P will offset most of it.
Yeah, amazing from Jonah P again. There are a lot of threats in that round that EDG throw out. I mean, obviously there's Kang on the flank, which Leaf shuts down, but like I said, that duo play between either Chishu and Simon, and then trying to set up Smoggy, who had the stinger. Jonah just swings kind of behind a few of the rest of his pack and takes them both down. He's anti-flash, deals with them really nicely there. But Valen did use Reckoning, so they're not saving big ultimates for big moments. They used the Thrash when they were in a 5v3. They used the Reckoning on an anti-eco. They're not feeling comfortable enough here, G2, to save the ults for when it matters. And right now, this round really matters.
I can't blame them. EDG are up to 11, but you are right. Sometimes you have to
take flight.
Stretch whatever resources you have. Really quite thin. Drone tags onto the one with a Dizzy as well, so nobody knows that there's 2 players here. Despite that fact, he's not backing away. Wants to take the up-close angle.
These are the kind of moments where it worries me that nobody is playing aggressively like this, because again, you're 5 rounds up, you actually don't need to take these kind of risks. But maybe a risk like this will end up putting them over the line.
Just a feed waiting to happen, Trent. Okay, drone's going to be used as well, so nobody will get the hell out of there. Lockdown's going to be used as a response to this.
EDG
there's a Soul Roll to break this one, so to break that fast as well. Plant down from Icy with the wingman dropped, so at least getting themselves into the post plant. They've got plenty more util where that came from as well.
look at Jonah P out here on B, by the way.
He's going to be trying to wrap this one while nobody's way ahead of the rest of his team as well. So with him drop first kill advantage gone away. And honestly, the fight might just be over before Jonah P even gets into the fray. I see. 3 on the board, there's 2 plays left to stand. You know the maths. Adds up to potentially an ace, but not anymore. Jonah P finally strikes right from behind there. So all the timing's taken. And I see just running his body in, based on the end of a stick.
Jonah P got up to the Viper's pit, and Icy's not too far away from Thrash now as well after he popped off in that round. He's only 1 away. So after my criticism of how G2 were using their ults, they've actually just managed to win an incredibly crucial round, fairly dry, to get the ult cycle working again. And as much as we were talking about, EDG massively in the lead,
weird play this round.
EDG are going to take a tack timeout, and you hear Trent already calling it out. He's expecting something unusual. Something that's going to knock G2 off their game to push them over the edge. I could absolutely see that. I mean, Kangkang also has Blade Storm.
Yeah.
If there was going to be any round where Kangkang's going to dig a tunnel and pop up behind you or something, some kind of weird thing that Haodong's cooked up.
Yep,
It
certainly.
would be this one. Yeah, but what I was going to say was G2 are actually starting to make this look reasonable. The gap's down to 4. They've just won 4 in a row. And we're starting to see Valen really heat up with his attack side call and getting a nice read on what's happening in the game. So,
how many rounds do G2 need before you start to become a bit of a believer?
Only 1 more rifle round.
1 more rifle round?
Yeah,
so if they
absolutely.
Win this,
if they win this and win the next rifle round, it's 11-9. Probably EDG have used a lot of their ults, and then it's insanely, it is game on at that point. Obviously, 2 more rounds is not the easiest thing in the world for G2 to be able to string together. That would be 6 in a row. But let's keep our focus in the here and now, because Trent was expecting something silly, something weird.
About to find out if EDG have been cooking with it. As you mentioned, there's a Blade Storm here in the mix for Kangkang. He'll be holding on to this one. The defensive setup, though, hasn't really shifted that much. I mean, EDG not going for any stacks onto various sites here, just going for the same old, same old. It's just nobody playing over towards A, mid, knocked down by Chichu.
They're keeping a very confident read that G2 do not go A early on. You see that the A site is pretty open almost all the time. It's only nobody holding towards there. This looks like very specific prep they've done against G2 on Icebox.
Yeah.
And thus far it's been all right, but G2 have done great with the space that they've taken on A. They're so patient here, G2, waiting for that aggression, but EDG also matching them bar for bar with the patience.
Yeah, right down to that minute mark. And through mid, Chichu wants to take the peak. Wide committal, no heads to be popped.
You can't allow the time to run too low here if you're Valen, because nobody has that Hunter's Fury.
Seeing that pressure as well, might be calling for a few bodies moving over towards them. Not too much shift though occurring. In fact, EDG are kind of scattered to the wind right now. In fact, making the rotations over towards A. And here's the danger zone that you were talking about right now, Josh. Nobody.
I think play off site here, play for your ult.
Yeah, but he's not intending to do that one. I see what the plans. Already 7-4s need to be defended. It's not. And already broken. Nobody in Chichu. They strike from the sides to pincer play. Double pronged in the approach. And guess what? It's worked out fully in the favor. The flash repeat again in the refight here with the rifles. They've got to try and sail their way through this course, but already it's tumultuous indeed. Time running them down, and a thrifty win to get EDG up to that 12.
G2 were ready for it. G2 knew it was coming, and yet they still could not stop it. Ran perfectly into that read. EDG had 4 players rotating over to the A side, only Kangkang on the other side of the map, before the plant was even anywhere near ready to go down. The patience from G2 ended up being their worst enemy there. Time was not on their side. And now, whereas it looked like those 4 in a row were going to set a comeback on the path for G2, suddenly EDG won away.
As I said earlier as well, it's the case when you get up to that 11th, you know, all it takes is one thrifty and a swift breeze to knock you over the finish line here for EDG, because just need that one, the pressure is on the shoulders of G2 right now. Once more, playing it slow initially here, but now waiting it out and taking a main control. They have ults to use and expend, but EDG are ready for this one. There's a knife held into the hand as well with the drone. After the flash is going to be cancelled almost immediately. Nobody, he's right in their faces, a flash and an overhead. Simon is swinging wildly into them and still returns with 2. Just before that trade comes up with 2 left to stand for him.
आज हम
G2
लोगों की
themselves.
दोनों prediction ही गलत हो रही है।
Dizzy,
G2
Drone,
भी
Reek
हमारा
spotting both.
poll पे आगे चल
This
रहा
is a
है, but
disaster for G2 here.
जीत नहीं
Individual's
पाया।
going to have to bail them out of this spot. 50 seconds, you can afford to slow it all the way down to a crawl if you want to, but couldn't have asked for a better beginning to the
3v5
round here for EDG.
और ये है match
No, they're looking
point।
good for it. Nobody tucking himself into generator. Is this a spot that
ये
G2
match
can even
point है,
afford
ये
to clear?
match
This setup looks nice from
हारेंगे
nobody.
या
in G2.
जीतेंगे यही round decide करेगा। Match point।
No, that's not broken. Trent, though, he's going to be dropped and damage done straight through the wall. Wingman broken once more. Icy. It's the K down, a tap, forcing them forwards into the fight as well. Needs to try and isolate some of these fights. Done so, 1v1, all to survive. Icy has only gone and done it.
Red Bull clutch.
It's survival.
Let's go.
That's what that means for G2. My God, did it take everything from them. EDG's setup looked really solid on site there. They've been breaking these wingmans very consistently when they've been coming into A. Thrash was irretrievable. Didn't make a difference in the round at all, and yet IC didn't need it. Great kills towards the end, and fantastic fake plants for him to be able to get up into a position to win that.
You can't argue with that.
Leaf is picking up an attack side op to try to make something happen. 4 chances remain for EDG to close.
Kang himself wants to go with things. Dash was activated off the back of that util. It's going to be fading away though.
ये लोग एक और round जीत गए थे और ये वाला round हार गए।
Chichigo and re-exploring into mid. He hasn't been punished for these peeks onto the turret up until now.
Did he get a spot to know that Leaf is playing with an attack side op as well? No idea. Nobody looks like he wants to take another swing at this. They still have the turret up for mid information, but they're so hungry for it.
Yeah. Difficulties here for ED, or for G2 I should say, is don't want to be running into the same problems that opened you up for the thrifty loss earlier.
Absolutely.
EDG up to 12, with time becoming an issue once more potentially. Drone up and over, the nice is dodged, only tagging onto the one as well, might be a bit of that false information. Oh, underhanded Simon is eager for the scrap. Does come up with the one. Is he going to be into his face as well? Plenty of targets up and over. Jonah P just did not know which way to adjust. And this is it, surely.
Jonah be gone.
The impetus to take away this map. Nanoswarm's at your feet, detted, ready and waiting. Trent is spotted, taken out, swinging wide. Simon denied, but not enough.
GG guys.
I see that one still 13 to wait for the finish. EDG. They get it over that finish line, and Icebox
Next map आ रहा है heaven, तो जो जाओ यार जल्दी से like
An
की
incredible map
वीडियो को
to
like
open
करो,
things
चैनल
up
को
in this
subscribe
series.
करो, अपना
EDG
poll
won the
बताओ कौन
win.
जीत रहा है guys.
They've taken a massive scalp there by taking Icebox away, and it's their brand new player Simon that closes things out.
Phenomenal stuff from EDG all throughout the map as well. Absolutely deserved.
a little bit. So how did you guys manage to turn things around and look this good in the space of time that you guys have had?
很多人都说觉得这一次的 EDG 有一些回到东京大师赛的那个感觉了。那在上海大师赛可能表现并没有那么的达到预期，但是现在你们表现得这么的好，是做了哪些调整呢？
进行了一些记忆阻断练习吧，就是忘掉某一些我们后面可能学习的太杂七杂八的东西，然后回归这个游戏最本身的玩法。
I think we're trying to forget that kind of things really like make us be chaotic. Just go back to the pure game.
Oh, thank you very much, Luna. Thank you very much, Margot. Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, everyone, and guys, it's happening! Oh no! Listen here, as the host of VCT Americas, let me just say for a minute, today is a dark day in our history. But hey, we're not out of the woods yet, right? I'm not selling out my boys in G2 quite yet here, but we got to talk about EDG because obviously not only did they win, they dominated, they looked great, they had their number, they shut them down round after round. I mean, Paperton, this was clinical from them.
No, I'm very, very impressed here with the game plan from EDG in that they get to the post plants, and what would normally happen with Paper X, they're sitting way back. Like, their furthest like forward player on A site is on A nest, and then they're like dice and then on the back.
Yeah.
They're getting ahead of that. They're pushing screens. They're trying to contest G2 when they're trying to cut in towards the site, and they're cutting players down on the way through, and that's what started to snowball their success, snowball these rounds. And then when they'd get a little bit spicier, when they'd start to get the mud flowing, is when they get a few of those opening kills, and then they'd start pushing.
Join me in the mud. Right. No, but I will say, though, what Coach Muckle said, I mean, they played beautifully. That wasn't money at all. I actually quite enjoyed everything that I was seeing from the Machilios.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple scary moments where there was a run back happening, but I want to highlight Kong and Smoggy because from the outset to be able to get that 9-3 half to start things off, it was widely on the backs of these two players with some really excellent setups from the likes of Simon as well, whose util usage was very much on point. But Kong and Smoggy, they were doing the heavy fragging in that first half. They got them that advantage, which then made it a little bit easier to close things out on the defending side. G2 trying to make it happen. It looked like we were going to be going into an OT for a little bit there, but ultimately EDG were able to put their foot down, and this is a fantastic way for them to kick off this series as, again, G2's map pick.
Yeah, 100%, man. What a way to start off for them. And something we do got to note real fast is, a big win condition for this G2 lineup has been Leaf for a very long time. And what he brings to the table on the lurks and how he plays around the map effectively, he was utterly shut down. He had little impact, which, I mean, that seems like a key to victory for them here.
I mean, I kind of talked about it, what we were seeing from them over at Shanghai when G2 were having their struggles, when they were dropping games. It's when Leaf wasn't able to find that impact. But similarly, we saw some struggles from the likes of Trent, who's normally very much on point when it comes down to those Sova Dart lineups, but we saw a couple of them trying to interrupt those plants in that first half, going wide, not really landing on the mark whatsoever. So things like that need to be tightened up. However, as we have seen from G2 over in Shanghai, drop a map, get the download complete, come back in and dominate the series. That's still very possible here.
Yeah, very true, very true. All right, well, let's go ahead and cool down on the existential dread of being an America's fan for a second here and just look at some bingo. We got some stuff to fill out here. So we got Icy gets first kill. Congratulations, Icy. You are very good at the game. And then we have Valen 3K. Ay, también. And then we get a tech pause. So, just make fun of ourselves sometime. So we're so close. G2, brother, come on. You gotta clutch it out.
G2 just needs to win a map.
I mean, if G2 can get the win,
G2.
if Clove gets picked at all, or, there's a couple different things.
Team Ace would help.
We're hoping for the G2 map win so we can get bingo.
I think it has to be the series one.
Oh, it doesn't? We'll
otherwise
fudge the numbers.
we would have put in the EDG win.
Oh, that's just too much time. In any case, let's go ahead and hear what Josh RT has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm standing by with G2's head coach Josh RT ahead of map 2. Now, we're going to Haven, and Haven is not really a map that we've seen you guys play a lot of in official. So without leaking anything, what can we expect from you guys?
I think we're going to have a much better performance this time around. I mean, we just experienced some tech issues in the first game. But moving past that, you're going to see a new Haven coming up. I think it'll surprise them a little bit, and we'll bring it to map 3.
Thank you very much. We love new stuff. Good luck.
Okay. A new Haven. Brother, I'm in.
Okay.
You know, sell me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's too shocking. This has been a very middling map for them overall. They've only played it twice and have a 50% win rate here in 2024 on that map. So doing something new, I don't think is going to be the biggest surprise.
Yeah, I mean, they were just running the stock standard Haven comp, right?
चलो guys, जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ. Second match start होने में बस 2-3 मिनट ही बाकी हैं. Second match start हो जाएगा. मैं भी आ रहा हूँ 2 मिनट में. जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ यार. Live आ जाओ.
Do we have a Neon in there maybe? A lot of teams are leading into Neon comps.
Whoa, okay.
Or the Yoru. That's the other one.
Okay, okay. And Kong, of course, going to be playing that Neon, so look for him to get real big impact with that.
Yeah, I mean, but this puts a lot more weight on Icy's shoulders as that Yoru, as that solo duelist here needs to be really smart about his timings because we've seen so many teams struggle with just solo entry Yoru, whereas the Neon, that's something that can go in and very much take over games.
Yeah, but this is a comp that Fnatic runs very, very well on this map, or very similar at least with the Yoru, so they've definitely got some good ideas to base it off of. You've got the Viper in there now as well, so you can use those walls to kind of obscure what you're trying to do with the Yoru a little bit better and things like that. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to work for G2. They've had some time to cook. This could be pretty spicy.
Yeah, there's a lot of confidence going into this one, right? If you're G2, you put all your eggs into this basket, and it better pay off. Can they force a Mat 3? Let's send it back over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it's a lot resting on the shoulders of these G2 players that this Gambit, and I'm sure that they put time into, at least with this composition on Haven, but the fact that it needs to pay off here because you've already started a map down. It's unorthodox for sure.
And EDG's actually looking really competent on this map. I liked what I was seeing from them.
Hard agree.
EDG are going into the defense side here of Haven with a chance for another big win for China. Their flood defense on this map is beautiful to watch. They also fight super hard over A lobby, so whoever's job it is to try to lurk down behind that Viper wall, good luck to you, buddy.
Yeah. It's a gate crash, though. It's dropped down, so I see feigning and faking that they're going for this A pressure. It's going to keep most of these EDG players at least tethered to the spot.
Actually, both teams faking here because EDG were making it look like it was only nobody playing A when suddenly there's 4 players over in that side of the map.
Both teams trying to obfuscate their intent here. The Nana Swarm dropped down! Hot feet there for Leaf. Unable to really rest the steady hands there for the kill onto Chi-Chu, but catching this in theory and at least in practice too. Trent does get that kill. So Kang down as a 4 versus 4. Spike planted for G2. Going for that re-exploration in through Garage. Chi-Chu, 40 health will be dropped. He's looking to put the squeeze of the rest of his team onto these players here. Icy still comes up with one just before the trade, but they're missing these timings onto one another. And now just 2 against the 3. G2 have got to try and hold this one back here. Util in the back pocket. Simon's got that fault line. It's going to be let loose along with the paranoia in through the back. Valen could not stand a chance against it. They know where the last is. Jonah P is no more. Another pistol round here for EDG. We were highlighting the ideas that they had coming into this map. They look well drilled on Haven. That's why it's that scary, tumultuous territory here for G2. It's a map that they haven't looked too hard at. You know, they've had to experiment. They've had to run different compositions, at least here and now. But for EDG, you're going to start to see a lot more of that, I think.
You note as well that Jonah P uses his orb to place that over towards spawn and make the retake very difficult. Where did EDG come from? From the flank, from Garage. Only Chi-Chu, the only player coming from spawn. All of the others went on the flank. EDG know how to play against this composition. You can tell right from the pistol round that they're comfortable playing against Viper comps.
Smoggy potentially going to be tested here.
पहला round EDG जीत गई है क्योंकि Heaven में बहुत ज़्यादा strong है ये.
They're going to grab an orb, see if they can pull a few players out of position, maybe get a kill. Meanwhile, full lobby control. Nobody's holding onto the drone like, do I use it? What's going on?
Playing aggressively like this is really, really strong
against
this Viper.
It's
aggressive. It can be punished in other ways.
Just bonkers, though. I mean, going for the flash re-clear. Wow. And the crossfire's already been set up, and it's a gun given away, but Leafy's got his back wide open, so Simon will happily take that timing against him. Aftershock is good too, in through the back. Icy trying to TP and make a play happen, but it's a second one now screwed up here for EDG. Not too much damage and danger into it. It still keeps 3 of these players intact
Yeah.
At least a few of the guns.
They're doing fine though. There was 2 players that didn't even buy into that round, so they kept all 3 pieces
दो
of
round
weaponry.
EDG जीत चुकी
They're
है
doing fine.
और
EDG's
अब
bonus
वहाँ पर
is going to be
अगर ये
very
सीरीज
potent.
जीतनी है
And we've yet to really see G2
G2 को
a good
तो
opportunity
ये
to get in.
rounds जीतने को है
It is going to be
जो
tough
अब
fighting
buy
against
करेंगे
position.
वो जीतना
Hypothin made the comparison
buy
to
करो जीतो
Fnatic's
अगर
composition.
अब buying
For
round
Fnatic's
हारती
comp,
है
the
G2
Euro makes space for an ISO.
तो इस
That
मैच
doesn't
को
exist here. Someone else on G2 has got to
जीत
step
कर
up.
लेगा
Probably Valen going in and trading these out.
इस मैप में डोमिनेशन दिखाने का काम ही G2 का है
The sound bait here out towards
EDG
A
अपना
lobby.
डोमिनेशन दिखा चुकी है
Still making it
ice
feel like it's
box में
only nobody home.
क्योंकि वो उनका पिक मैप नहीं था ये पिक मैप है
One still being held by Simon.
इसमें वो डोमिनेशन नहीं दिखाएंगे डोमिनेशन दिखानी होगी चीट के लिए वो
Get around
G2
it,
को
make sure
दिखानी
that they can
होगी
break some of this
अगर इस
util.
मैप में आगे
Strong
जाना
forwards. And through B. All the trip's going to be dealt with here. We're barely down into the minute mark.
It's good defaulting.
Oh, Simon, what are you going for here? You silly Billy. Dropped, man. He's taking risks to try and get that mid-round information. Stun connects, but leaves covering over the shoulder. All it takes is a few bullets to drop down Kang.
ये राउंड अच्छा जा रहा
That
है
is an
G2 के लिए
enormous risk. Just a hard
पांचों
read that
बंदे
G2
अलाइव
were
हैं और
going back
यहाँ
and
पे
going
दो
into an
बंदे
A
हो
exec.
चुके हैं
Smoggy barely
EDG
spotting
वाले
the shoulder on either side here. He is the one in danger. So at the end of the day, you got to take risks. It's a good paranoia. Doesn't connect onto too many more of them as well. They want to make a good go of things here, but Trent's going to be swinging this with the might of the rest of his team, and they do put a stop to any sort of bonus round aggression.
That's a lot of economic damage done towards the end there, though. I mean, considering the way that this started with G2 fully in control, map control all over the place, breaking all of the Cypher utility, like very good slow defaulting, the thing that you come to expect from G2. And it baits out that push from Simon, which was absolutely ill-advised. Considering that's how the round began, the fact that they've done serious damage to the economy.
It's not too bad.
Light armor on 3, Bulldogs on 2. That's a really solid bonus in the end, results-wise, for EDG.
Toxins going up.
Probably going to be seeing more of the same here from G2. Real cautious at the beginning. EDG fully disrespecting A lobby, just walking all the way up. Now they hear the Euro all popped up, and G2, he wants nothing to do with it. Orb over the top as well, it's just straight from the lineup, but EDG players going to be trying to evacuate into the arms of Leaf. Already sucked up position in through garage here. They hear the footsteps as well. EDG just crossed up, nobody not expecting, like Leaf could already have repositioned there. Fake into the TP, Kang. Not going to be setting his eyes there for long, but not also going to be winning out the fight. He's going to be dropped. And at this point, we're just
ये डोमिनेशन की बात कर रहा था मैं पिक्स की बात कर रहा था इस फाइट की बात कर रहा था जो अभी G2 ने की है पिछले 2 राउंड
In
से
his head there, Leaf was just pushing out garage, and Leaf is going to be popping out of
2 राउंड टोटली
window or
ED के
pushing
नाम
around
है
behind
बट
him. He thinks he's
इसके बाद
fully
जो 2
stuck in
राउंड्स
that
थे
spot.
वो G2 ने अपने नाम कर ही
Obviously,
लिए
we can
हैं
tell that Leaf had
स्मोगी जो है वो
decided not
सेव
to take
करेगा
that
अभी
particular snack and had
क्योंकि
gone off in a
नेक्स्ट
different
में
direction
ये
to make sure that the post
मेंटली
was
काम
secure in
आने
other
वाली है
areas, but
नेक्स्ट राउंड में तो
yeah,
सेव करना
EDG
जरूरी है
getting a little stressed out in these final 2 rounds with the correct ways to respond to things. It was a beautiful insert, though, from Valen's calling to get Leaf into that garage window position. That was lovely. But what we've seen from EDG in China is that they enjoyed flood defending on C. And that means that Chishu, Smoggy would hold their ground on C, anchor the site, and other people would come in to reinforce that. Now, I think one of the reasons that they are feeling like they can't do that here is because they've got 3 people defending A very late into the round, because they can never be sure that A is clear. You watch the way that EDG defend on the A site, they're holding the fault line, they're holding the stuns, they're not actually going for early round flushing out A lobby.
Straight pass, there's no TP necessary, nobody punished for the hubris. Yes, it is these weaker weapons in the hands of these EDG players, and they want to try and make usage of them, but to their own dismay.
One more round for GG.
I think you're right on the money as well, talking about that kind of push and pull from EDG where the defense onto A is going to be weaker. Kind of looking to do some damage.
Yeah, it's not necessarily weak, it's slow. I think that's the biggest issue that EDG are currently having. In an ideal world, they would want to flush out A lobby, clear it out, and then get back to doing what they're doing on the rest of the map.
G2 just going to be looking to get some players out alive, although Leaf might want to go hunting. 2 away from a pretty big ult. He's the one watching the flank though, and money is booming, so don't really have to worry too much about losing some of these guns. Taking the jiggle, Silent spotted, taken out. Kang's last one left, right through the wall.
And to add some additional context to G2's Haven, we haven't seen it very much this year.
No.
We've only seen it twice, I believe, both times playing this over Breach Comp, which was a surprise to us. Because when G2 were playing in Tier 2 under the Guard, they were known for pushing forward this Viper Omen composition and really selling new ideas and ways of playing it. I believe they invented this version of the Viper Wall as well, whereas other teams were using one that goes over towards the A spawn connector. A lot of other teams stealing their ideas, loving the way that Jonapi and Valen were playing on this map.
You're already seeing the difficulties for EDG to get a handle on that A lobby control. Unless they fully commit with bodies and a bit of utility to clear it out early. The Viper Wall.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, I think nobody needs to be using his drone from short to clear out that area while someone else jiggle spots A long. This is a mistake I think that a lot of people make against this Viper. Certainly one the Sentinels made when they were playing.
G2 right now, they're fishing for a couple of ults to be used, misused by EDG. They've got a lot in their back pocket. See the tap of the orb, that was the intent of it, to see if they had those protocols to...
Both flashes have been used already on A, just to re-clear for information. And there are still 3 players deeply committed to the A site of 50 seconds on the clock. They're not ready to flood defend into B right now. Now they're starting to get a move on. Now they're starting to get here.
Bolt line's good. Aftershock even better. Will be able to get themselves out of there with the util. Yes, at least. Now the rolling thunder clears it, but it's an open and empty side at the end of the day. Kang. It's like tap. Forces out the first wave of things, which happens to be the bullets. Snakebite laid out on top. All alongside it, all grouped up. There needs to be an extra element here from EDG if they want to try and navigate this spot and situation. It's a drone out and through. It's going to get that tag onto Valen. Going to be util used to clear him out here. Wall blocking the way, but holding it down out through Garage and whipping the rifle around, spraying.
Oh my God.
Not quite praying. It was all quite precise at the end of the day here for G2, but very well organized and navigated. As I said prior, I mean, a lot of ults to try and deal with and get through there to even get themselves into a plant position.
And they didn't bait any of them out. I mean, in terms of the post-plant ultimates, sorry. The ultimates that G2 had in their back pocket to make that post-plant a checkmate situation, they didn't even have to use them. Specifically the Hunter's Fury, but Leaf with the kills even got his lockdown online. That's going to be another amazing one to add to the arsenal. So, tag timeout called here by EDG. They've got to figure out how to stop the Rock, because this is now 4 rounds in a row, likely 5 in a row, and they've used that breach ult. There wasn't really a push down mid there going on.
No.
There haven't been any opportunities for them to push up aggressively on C or A. They tried once to get Nobody and Kangkang on a deeper line in A lobby, but when that didn't work and the flank didn't pay off, it seems like they've been disinclined to go for it again. And unfortunately, what that means is G2 have just got their run of the map. Right now, it's almost like there's no defense for the first minute of the round as long as they don't go into a site. They can go Garage, they can
अगर ये मैच जीतना है ना G2 को तो दिखानी तो पड़ेगी dominance इसमें full.
They're not getting contested.
जैसे अभी start किया ना 4 round जीते हैं regular 4 round जीते हैं अभी.
Passively laid out across the map here, so Chichu's trips is no
वैसे ही जीतते रहना है क्योंकि
most of the time
अगर
they're getting broken.
He must be having a nightmare as well. He keeps buying all of this utility and then it just gets broken.
Yeah. Within the first 40 seconds, G2 just taking their time with that one.
This
This entire comp of EDG, it really relies, I think, on either following the noise cues or
Guys,
knowing exactly
जल्दी से
where the
वीडियो
hits
को
coming
लाइक
through,
करो,
so
चैनल
they
को
can either flood
सब्सक्राइब
defend,
करो
have
यार.
some
पोल
angry
डाला है
players,
उस पे
but
वोट
when
करो
it's
कि
getting
कौन
slow to a
आज
call like this by
क्वालीफाई कर रहा है.
G2, they're forced to spread their players
जल्दी से
out
करो
and
यार.
ultimately play to the advantages of the composition. Here's bit of a push, looking like they're trying to feign like they're fighting over A lobby, at least with the early stun, and Kangkang is immediately getting the hell out of there, but it's just a cheeky play. Throw out there when your money's a little bit weaker.
At least this time, though, they also have Nobody posted up with a Marshal, so this is going to allow them to rotate other people off. You know, this line that he's on is going to allow the defenders to stack more over towards C rather than keeping those 3 cemented on A. This is the kind of thing they could maybe try to add into their rifle rounds.
Oh, Valen, oh my, nobody's catching the contact. I also heard the ult popped off into the background. It's Kangkang using it, but already understands that the rotations have to be coming through. fast at it. Nobody's going to need some help now. He's going to be swarmed into this short position. Oh, still there, but it's going to be running short. Kills need to be found from it. The stun is almost perfect. Yes, indeed it is. There's that util that we're talking about. They've got spades of it to try and refight those areas, and what a time to do it. And Trent. Oh my. 30 seconds left into the round, but surely you can't do it in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Spike hard committed into the middle of nowhere. EDG's eyes set on it.
में अल्ट काम आई नहीं ऑन की और ये राउंड उठा लिया भाई.
Time on the clock, surely.
Yeah, no, there's no way. Unless there's a weakness that crops up here for EDG, but they just catch it. Contact as Trent was sneaking around. So there's a thrifty win to put him onto the board.
That's what EDG have been looking for the entire game, is that setup between getting aggressive on people as they're executing with some breach util. That couldn't have been better for Simon.
Nice.
The players are just stunned up, unable to do a thing. Valen's the only one that could have bailed them out of that situation. And he whiffed and also had Leaf jumping around in his face. Couldn't even see the player that he was shooting at, really. Small bump in the road there for G2, but if they get right back on things here with like a Euro ult, Sova ult kind of combo, then they won't be too worried about dropping it. Kangkang looks to disrupt.
Just holding time as well, but that turret's going to be dropped down. Kangkang, you are right into the middle of nowhere, using both the glides, but he just cannot escape.
What the fuck?
The fight that G2 were just squaring up to.
He knows he has to get aggressive in that spot though, because if you just let G2 fight, that ult combo is going to be deadly.
भाई deadly push करता है ये Neon.
That's all occurring in the first 30 seconds. Nobody now will be using that drone to clear up.
But कुछ फायदा नहीं हुआ यहाँ push करने का भाई. Damage भी गलत आया और
EDG's defensive setup again has to scatter.
Advantage भी आ गई सामने वाली team.
Players going to be spread thin. Nobody getting that tag as well, and you're going to be hearing that Euro ult popped off now. Corners are cleared by Icy. Nobody going for again that re-exploration. It's a risky play that does not pay off for him.
EDG will go for it just to, you know, poke, prod, see if they can get a pick. But if they can't, this is looking like a save round already. But
Simon's missed.
With a couple kills, with 1 or 2, suddenly it becomes worth going for.
3v4.
With the damage done to Trent already, Simon's got
that
util ready. Valen though holding the paranoia. It's going to be using this one pound for pound unless EDG have a plan around it. There's the blind and there's the smoke. Already down and out here. Time is going to start to tick here for EDG. Smoggy waiting for his win con to try and play himself into this one. Blinds it up. Matters not. This for G2. Got that discipline, making sure to play together as a pack.
And it only hurts the economy there of Simon.
एक और round G2 के नाम.
I mean, he's the player with 250 credits.
क्या हम जा रहे हैं decider map की तरफ?
The others might be able to scrap together a buy. See what decision they end up coming to. But yeah, that's the reason that Kangkang goes so aggressive at the start of the round. If you allow G2 to get into a spot, they're just going to Euro ult. If they want to spot somebody on site, they can Sova ult afterwards. Very difficult to dodge that. Lockdown also to try to open up sites. They've just built up such big ult combos that they can use here to try to close out this half. We're in round 9 already. And EDG have actually ended up going for a half buy. They chose not to force.
The economy's just going a bit skew with.
That was the danger of committing to the retake. That's why I said it might have just been a save round, but they were baited into going for it after that pick on Leaf in mid.
Smoggy's going to be priming the paranoia. Kangkang with deep control out towards C as well. There's a lot of information to give the rest of EDG, knowing that G2 are just sitting pretty. Or potentially giving up most of mid control. Thrown out. Used pound for pound again. Broken, taken out. Smoggy still holding, spammed, expected. Heads up play by G2. And they don't overcommit into it. Instead, walking over. Kangkang's at an off angle. All he needs is the one kill, but running way ahead of it. It's a flash, or at least a stun, at least, to play himself out, and he's done so with perfection. Nobody right from behind as well, making sure that this is really putting a squeeze down. That's ludicrous.
EDG and winning thrifty rounds. Iconic. Also, I am loving these spot lines from Simon. Oh my God, they're coming from Narnia.
He's cooking.
Straight out the wardrobe. I mean, he is miles away when he's throwing these. Take a look at this.
Yeah.
Have a look at the mini-map and see where he is. He's on B.
And he's throwing that one out.
He's
to make sure that nobody can
far
swing
away.
off of Trent.
Yeah. There's no... Trent jumps through there, and his movement indicates somebody on G2 is supposed to trade that out. They can't. They're stunned. Another beautiful moment from Simon with his supportive utility. It won't really show in the stats, but you can see it here. It's been a number of rounds now since Leaf has had this lockdown online. They could have tried to build a round, trying to get it into a position, you know, deep down short, tuck it into Bunny. But instead he's been covering the flank.
Yeah, never really in a position to use it. Might
tell
be
you
getting
what.
challenged soon.
Yeah, that flank coverage may be coming through in this round.
No one's watching this. Nothing to take point and contact from it. The players have already pushed up from G2 straight into mid with the drone. Again, they are none the wiser. 3 players now. Kang leading the charge as the spearhead for the team and striking right where it hurts. It's G2. You're going to be left reeling, and you have to pivot. You have to hard react now into the A site. It's the only option open. But already they've got these kill trip setups, and Smoggy's already repositioned. The reinforcements have arrived at that. An ult committed up onto the high ground. This is an awkward position for G2 to be into. Jonah-P with a plan, but he's pushed back and away from it with the damage done onto all of them. And already tacked up, a kill to be claimed. Jonah-P dropped. Valen is right there at him. Kang going to be found. Simon's right from behind. Again put in the squeeze, and just not expecting it.
EDG are coming out with some brilliant, unexpected moves to turn the tide of this map completely. The rounds that they've won have not been based off having some immaculate defense. It's been based off putting people in unexpected positions. Kang tucks down into a spot. Simon stuns off the back of it. This round, they get a triple push coming out of C. They're finding the gaps in G2's expectation and G2's literal gaps in their defenses, if you want to talk about that round. Slipping in behind Leaf. A timeout call for G2.
No, G timeout.
I think they could have been fast playing some of these ults. At this point, I mean, you're not going to get them back in the half.
No.
Right? So it comes down to finding the right moment for them. But
I mean, you got them so early on, you're basically going to get 1 ult per half at this point.
yeah, are you going to really be able to find moments to use Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, and Viper's Bit all in one round?
Yeah.
Probably not. That's why I was advocating for using them in round 9, round 10, maybe even earlier. But all right, it's 5 apiece. EDG balloons slightly with the win of the pistol, but still with a nice comeback here to even things up. G2 with a scrappy buy, but they are going to force.
Okay. In the danger zone potentially, but there's only 2 rounds left to play for in this first half.
The Guardian and the Bulldog are not great in these kind of spots.
What are they going to go for? As you mentioned, they haven't gone quick into really any of these rounds. Could be trying offset against the conditioning that they've been laying down, which is that slow play, but maybe that will get read by EDG.
If they do increase the tempo, Kang is on the wrong side of the map. But no, G2 decide to play this one pretty similarly to the rest of their rounds, slowly. There's that alarm bot over towards C. Not sure what happened with the alarm bot in the previous round. I wasn't paying attention to it. So that's going to stop any kind of push now from happening.
Through spots outmost. It's the trip here for the defensive setup. Kang's at the up though. Great line of sight. Good awareness though from G2, already jump spotting this one with the smoke in their face to try and feign like they're crossed up here. But a lockdown's not going to be stretching into the back section of this C site. And Kang will be able to hold his ground, stand it down. Hunter's Fury now into the corner. That is a nice set play. Haven't seen that one in quite some time. Reminiscent of EG on Fracture back in the day. I see we'll be able to get that plant down as a result of that one. So baiting him in, but he hadn't cleared Smoggy, but the trade is intact. And there, Valen rewarded with it. That patience that's being played, and with the pit drop down into the back. Juju's desperately hunting for the neural theft. He does get it off and stays alive. But what can EDG do with that information? Stun into the corner again. Global util, it's been good. Trent is basically dead to rights. Indeed, cleaned up just from that utility time. Might start to become a problem. Spike's ticking away. Chichu with another one. Pit's still up though. Gotta worry about this one.
It's not planted for the pit.
Yeah, It's playing out wide here to Tap. He knows he's not playing onto the contact. Jonah P is going to be weaving in and out. Still going to be coverage. There he jumps around the corner, but it's Simon who saves the bloody day. No! Oh, time getting away. 0.36.
That's a ridiculous situation because there wasn't a player on G2 there that really slowed that down. EDG probably could have played that half a second quicker and still had the same result. I mean, you know, Valin maybe slows things down just a slight amount, but it's all just based on when G2 gets on that defuse.
Oh, it's a heartbreak.
It wasn't quite there early enough.
Final
round of the half. Feels like EDG could have had that one in the bag. Simon with a big breach ult risks his life slightly.
Just trying to set Kang into the appropriate spot. I see. Spam down into the corner here. Smoggy, though, is going to be going down. Valin will not leave that one uncontested. Nobody. Steep tucked Paranoia is going to be dodging. But at least with the draw, no way! Backstabs in play. Kang with all that positioning. 6-6. That is an explosive finish to the first half of Haven.
And one more situation where EDG find the gap. Bait them into a big fight in short, walk down mid. Kang is right there for the backstab. It looked like G2 had all of their pieces prettily set up.
क्या परफॉर्मेंस है भाई EDG की यार, कितने राउंड लॉस किए इसने, उसके बाद भी जीती है ये। 6 राउंड हारने के बाद 6 राउंड जीती है। तो गाइस कहीं मत जाओ, 1 मिनट बाद ही दूसरा हाफ स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, कहीं मत जाओ, बने रहो लाइव। Oh my, 6.5 घंटे हो। लेट्स गो गाइस, स्टार्ट हो गया मैच। आ जाओ जल्दी, सब्सक्राइब करो चैनल को, वीडियो को लाइक करो जल्दी। Let's go.
Actually found success there in a very different way to the way that they were winning in China.
ये हाफ डिसाइड करेगा कि हम डिसाइडर पे जा रहे हैं या
well on the global stage, where you're able to take not just your strengths, so we're getting you across the line against the Chinese teams, but being able to adapt to what's put in front of you, realizing if we just fight these guys straight up, we're losing the macro game, and realizing that you need to take risks, find those moments to push on defense, to get yourselves tucked into one and dones and then bailing yourselves out with the breach util. All of those plays that were crafted, probably on the fly, worked out really, really nicely. I think the pressure is all on G2 here, all on them. And that might seem a little unusual if you're not familiar with Valorant, because you know G2 are not the top seed coming out from Americas, but they did very well in Shanghai.
Oh yeah.
They felt like they choked the finals in Americas. They felt like they should have been lifting that trophy. And historically, the Chinese teams have just never really been able to crack the big time. Save one, which was EDG at Tokyo. And they're barreling down A-Long, looking to put on a performance like that again.
And win over G2 would certainly set that kind of tempo and pace forward. It's going to be util used. Responded by G2 to try and push back this A-Long aggression.
A bit of a team flash there.
Yeah.
A rough one that might have just saved G2 a little from that opening exec. They still have paranoia. That didn't even get baited out.
Nicely sitting with another flash in the back pocket.
5 seconds until the fault line comes back and the recon.
So the timing's been waited out, so EDG2 have that util now to make another go with it. The smoke in short is causing problems. Kangkang's just going to just walking straight through it. No util to clear. He's lucky again to be alive. There was no damage really. Lay it down onto him here. There's 45 seconds left. Again, the dart at their backs. Recon going to be broken, still lighting them up, enough, and the crossfire setups are definitely enough. G2 didn't budge, didn't get rooted away from this spot. Trent delivers a 4-piece to set the stage here in the second half of Haven.
Fantastic paranoia as well from Valen. Didn't get baited out with that first wave of utility because of the miscoordination between Simon and Kangkang. So then when it's available towards the end, blinds everyone that could have followed up, and Kangkang gets chopped down by that crossfire. Valen and Trent there, really nicely able to catch the duelist. Everyone else also is basically swinging through this Viper's orb. It's a different spot, more of a hard anchor spot rather than a flood defend for A. Also, we haven't seen G2 play with Viper in a long time, so hard to know if this is standard or a specific read into how EDGvsG2.
There's a lot of unknowns. We'll be learning alongside everybody at home.
Their flood defense strat looks like it's going to be over towards C, as a lot of people do. Most teams are going to be running that. Throw a smoke over, get the Viper wall up, and you can reinforce Leaf's position very quickly.
Plant the spike.
Kang not willing to reveal the fact that he's holding on to the Marshal. Now an attempt over towards the C side. The util is always going to be good for it. I mentioned how good EDGvsG2 are, but they don't really have the weapons for it, so it will have to be util to try and save the day. Leaf peeks up and over, realizing he wasn't favored. Going to be backing away, and the pause is caught at just the right time. Refighting into the back of the site will not turn up with absolutely anything. It's cleaned up. Stack him up, knock him down by Jonah P himself.
Nobody saving in that round, though. They went for the full buy-up. A lot of respect being shown for EDG. But that also means no Vandals, no, Phantoms to carry forward. So this is light weaponry that G2 are coming into their bonus round with. It's good, though, to play scrappily inside smokes. So that's something that EDG are going to have to watch out for and dodge here. And EDG would love to get off on the right foot. Losing this round might make Haven an impossibility.
I might just send them spiraling. Flash through into mid, couple of stray shots. Bit of posturing from Kangkang. Overall though, nice and slow. Drone timing, I believe, missed there by Trent. He's not going to be able to see too much information, and the shot whiffed by Icy. We're going to get posted back up onto that one. Trent is going to be under so much pressure once more here with a drone into his face. He's going to try and take a timing past it. He's way ahead of it. Question is, does he come up with any results as well? The fuel timing, it's got to be calmed. Aftershock in through into the back as well as the dart. He doesn't reveal it. Bulldog spray is labored at that, but at least he claims the kill. What a trade down. Snakebite up and over the top as well, only applying a slight amount of vulnerability. And as they attempt to play and swing off of that, EDG are ready. They hold it down with the rifles.
Nice attempt by Trent in that round. Really needed his aim to be a bit cleaner to pick up two if there was any chance of making this one winnable. EDG showcasing that they're happy to do a two-wave exec to try to get through that Viper wall, Viper orb, sorry. But if they're gonna sit there, drone, and then execute afterwards, I thought he teleported straight into the trip there.
There's a chance.
Yeah, if they're gonna do that kind of play, it's gonna give G2 a lot of time to set up flanks, to rotate over and reinforce the A site.
It's Valen looking to do some damage. It's
That's
quite
good.
nice, yeah. Two kills.
Good damage. Smoggy has to rebuy armor. Nobody can drop a teammate. You see the late reaction on Trent. They were so confident that that drone had cleared his position. Really caught them on guard there.
Yeah.
Icy is going to pick up the operator. Saw it in a couple rounds from Kangkang, but he didn't really find too much value with it playing on back plan. See if Icy can make the difference. When you're playing against a team that doesn't have that Viper wall, playing A long super good with an op.
Dodge on the phone line, misses the shot though, and the gate crash is not good. Delayed as he's trying to activate it. Kang will punish. Steps up to that challenge with a stun as well. All up in the face of G2. Makes it feel like they could have been going with a bit more pace off the backside of it. Drone in the mid round, use the clear. Nobody's going to use it. See if you can gain any more information. Jonah P, they know that the Snake Bite was dropped down, at least from the one avenue.
Nice cage, threatening like there could be alert going on. Does Jonah P buy it? Doesn't really seem that he does.
They're going for a reclear. I mean, as many fights are about to be occurring here. Nobody wins it out through mid. Valen, gone peekaboo. Rips the head off Smoggy. Backs away and plays his life. Trent as well, baited to a one and done position in case there is that re-exploration by EDG.
If you had a stat of players fault lined, Simon would be,
He'd be
right
up there.
I mean, that one aimed for Valen, but catches onto Trent. Like you said, he's kind of stuck in short right now. Leaf's going to be asked to do a lot. He has to be worried about this B lurk, and he has to try to cover the C site as well. Viper's down, so Jonah P can't pop that wall up and try to help them flood defend in here.
Yeah.
And Leaf's getting squeezed.
He really is, right from the sides. And the damage done. I mean, listen, Kang was almost alone taking that fight, but he would have had backup at the end of the day anyway. C-plant and G2. Take the tail between their legs there, going to be going all the way away. They want to save this operator.
You certainly don't want that one to fall into enemy hands.
Yeah.
Making that donation over to Kang would be probably a pretty large mistake. Who knows? Maybe they wouldn't even want to play with it on the attack side as a Neon, but Kang does love to attack up. I think this round was fairly chalked right from the beginning when Icy fails his shot. Kang immediately punishes over there by A-Long. If you're making the investment to put the operator into his hands, as they are again by going and saving it, he's got to be hitting. With Yoru, yes, you can get out, but normally that saves you from the trade, not if you miss the first shot.
Exactly.
Got to be good for them. Looks like it just skimmed past his knee. And this one's a particularly weird one because G2 are not going to be able to buy up around their weapons that they just saved. The economy on the others is too poor for it, really. I mean, they could scrap together bulldogs if they wanted to.
I mean, you don't really ever want to be doing that, putting a position to force up around the operator.
Yeah, and G2, they're going to take attack timeout, and I think half of it is going to be just discussing whether or not they want to commit here. If you take the commitment and you're in a disadvantage because of the economy, and then you lose, and then it's 9-8, and then you're on an eco, so it's 10-8.
And you're still holding on to the operator for some reason.
Yeah, it's a big,
dragged along.
big risk. Yeah. If G2 go for this one, it could well define the map for them. You know, if they win, they're just in it. If they lose, they might be out of it. These last couple rounds for EDG have been absolutely vital to re-establishing their position in this map. Could have easily snowballed away from them.
They maintain that composure up to 8-8 here. Second map of Haven, already up one here for EDG. So at this point, it's all about putting that slam dunk finish onto the series with another upset. Can't get enough of them here, Champs 2024.
G2 have made the decision not to invest. Trent's only bringing a classic into the round.
70 round start हो रहा है, 17 round start हो चुका है. 8-8 equalize हैं दोनों टीमें. 5 round जो जीतेगा वो इस सीरीज को अपने नाम.
For that one now, he's going to be one away.
अगर EDG 5 round जीतती है तो अपने आप को
tool to use.
इस सीरीज को लेके जीत के अपने नाम करेगी और अगर G2 जीतती है तो हम डिसाइडर मैप खेलेंगे.
Favored to at least get the plant or a couple of kills into this with G2's weaponry being so low. The danger has to come from Icy or Valorant.
They haven't particularly tested this C defense. I mean, they've been over there once or twice, but we haven't seen what the G2 flood defend on C looks like. They're actually running into a similar defensive problem as EDG were, where they're keeping 3 players A deep into the rounds. I mean, look at them right now. They don't have too much info, deep down long, that kind of thing. So you've just got no ability to pivot your players over and defend against this exec. This is just absolute free real estate for EDG.
he's the one who steps forwards, taking a challenge into the smoke. Flashes won't connect. And again, playing a retake without any rifles, really, other than just Valen and the op. It's an impossibility for G2. That's the position they're going to be forced into. Choosing whether or not to even make a go of this. Up and around as well. Baiting with the bodies, seeing if they can set up any sort of kills, but everybody falls. Flawless here for EDG. Op doesn't survive.
Kangkang getting a glimpse of that trophy that he's hunting for. So G2 forced to go into the next without the op. Maybe it's going to be a good idea for them, because it hasn't found them too much value in the couple rounds that they've been running it. But this one wasn't really a fair one to judge. He had no chance of defending. Kangkang is so hyped up. You can feel the fact that if they win one more big rifle round right here, they've got G2 on the ropes.
A mass amount of pings over towards the C site. Valen is going to be tested potentially here from the exec. He sprays down a couple of bullets. No kill inside, just contact plays, but a dart going to be short of the mark there, shy of it. All up once more, EDG.
They've seen Valen over towards C. Now, he was previously playing A a lot, so that might make them think, okay, let's not go into C. It looks like it's reinforced fairly heavily. Perhaps we can take another avenue here, a different approach. And the breach ult, as that tool in their back pocket, may end up being a fantastic asset.
Jump from nobody. Nothing else past this point. Looking to fake this presence. They're all in front of it, cuts it up as well, but already deep down C, G2 have taken that space, and they're going to know and be fully aware that there's really nothing else behind this one, and so the call is made. They realize it, the slow crawl all the way over towards the A site. EDG think that they've sold them an absolute blinder.
What a timing for Icy and Jonah P to be re-clearing C. They are still going to be forced to retake, however. Can Trent ult to deny this plan?
30 seconds left.
Nobody sticking it. It's a little bit delayed and late here. The Hunter's Fury, yeah, it's not going to be connecting. Kangkang's going walkabouts. Played in right off the back of it. Their own ult as well, potentially obfuscating most of it. Flank is going to have to be held. Icy, no way past it. Has to break the trip now. It's alerted him to his presence. Locked down by Smoggy. This 1v1 being taken, but the rest of G2 is being just, again, plucked out of the prettiest picture. Still going to be trying to win out these fights, held over the shoulder. Down to that 2 versus 2. Kangkang ult in hand. Lets it rip, but again, his head's on a swivel. And Trent delivers a miracle. Get the hell out of here.
He's pulled it out of nowhere. I mean, I had no concept that those players were even lined up. I assumed they were lined up. Has he just hit a crazy spray transfer?
Gotta see it in a replay. There's no world in which G2 should be winning that.
And they needed that. A round loss there absolutely decimated their economy. They needed this more than any round they've had on Haven. Wasn't a full lineup. That took some serious skill to pull off. Fast reactions.
That strat is actually insane, Jacob.
Light-hearted by the sound of things on G2, but they just got away with murder.
Yeah, they're taking the entire map in their stride, despite the fact that it's not quite elimination, but it's a game that will knock them off their feet. Here's a Hunter's Fury to supplement this play as well. Lighten up Trent. Kangkang to capitalize.
It's another round where G2, if they lose, their economy is broken. They are not out of the woods yet.
Neural to try and potentially play this one into the retake. The Neural theft spots out most of the players. They know that the flank isn't really a threat right now. G2 playing this one in almost entirely together. A lot of util to be used here. Ural already popped off. Blind with the paranoia, up into the corner, spraying away. They know the rough positions of these players as well. They have to collect it all together. Jonah P up onto the high ground. Not enough to collect it. Drop down and spray down. Simon delivers them around, and the players are delivered right to his bloody lap.
2 more rounds for
response
match
for what
point.
Trent just did in the
EDG
previous
and close
round.
the series.
Hitting a similar level of spray down. G2, no answers, no economy. I love the increase of pace as well. You look at the way that G2 are defending on the A site. They've got that Viper Orb that needs to come up. They need Valen's paranoia in that spot. EDG just caught them with only a single player looking to defend, reading that Trent was the only one home. EDG should be favored to get up to 11 here, and that is within touching distance of securing this match and going to playoffs. The only #1 seed that would have managed that so far.
One that was least expected.
From inarguably the weakest region, and I don't mean that as a knock on China, just historically, trophies gained, depth in tournaments, China hasn't been there yet. But that yet is doing a ton of heavy lifting here at Champs.
It's the key word. The tide might be changing. EDG are grouped up here, contacting most of the way forwards. I know there's not too much of a risk, but G2 are taking a gamble of their own on the eco. To stack of players could present some danger, especially with EDG just making sure to walk all the way, most of the way through this one, spotting the contact here. And now, Dart not going to be dealt with, lighting them up. Cutting it up into the cross. Fire setup with the smokes finally blooming and blossoming, and Icy trying to flash himself in. Making a play, but this is EDG up to 11.
G2 are going to have to make an adjustment to reinforce this A site. It's been such a glaring weakness in their defense now. Oh,
Did every pellet miss?
Who knows how that one's happened. Leaf is one away from getting a lockdown. Trent is a couple away from a Hunter's Fury. These kind of ults can really reinforce an A site. They work for plant denial, they work for a retake potential as well. But they're going to get them online by dying, really. That's not a great way for the end of your map to look.
No.
EDG, like I said, touching distance now.
And as we mentioned right at the beginning of this series as well, EDG, they were the top dogs in China for quite some time regionally, but they've been overshadowed a lot. Pushed to the brink by their own region. And not just that as well, they've been watching some of the other teams at this very event, even just earlier today, overshadow them. But EDG not willing to go down quietly. They want to show the strength of their region, the strength of their team, the improvements that have been made. I'm dead impressed, the pace and tempo. It's turned up, increased off the back of it. Ult, not committed, in fact, just broken. Kangkang trying to play himself in, it's doubled up. Movement slightly ajar, enough to just offset all of it. And pre-fires into the corner. Hunter's Fury again to supplement and push back EDG away from this C site.
G2 are using huge amounts of ultimates here, but it is getting them the value. 5v3 and G2 are looking to re-clear over towards Garage.
Spike picked up. G2's got it now.
Does he realize his back? He's got enemies there.
Silent drop down Leaf. He nails it. Chichu drops, so does the spike. Nobody going for another reclamation. No, my goodness. Smoggy can only do so much into this spot. He's got the time to work with, but unfortunately, insurmountable odds. And it's all set against them here. G2 will not go down themselves.
And that was a good setup. They had Viper's Pit over towards A, reinforcing that site that has been a weakness for them. They deal with Kangkang by doubling up, break that Omen ultimate. They've even got the Silver ult that comes through, denying a Garage split. Everything there worked the way that G2 would have thought it up. But now they don't have the Hunter's Fury. Now they don't have the Pit to reinforce the A site. So now it becomes incredibly important that we see a change around in the defensive setup for G2. The A site has been a massive weakness. EDG are going to try to exploit that. Or fake that they're going to try to exploit that. 3 players cemented in place for G2 on A. And Icy incentivized to go for the push down C.
And this is ballsy. Yes, he has the gate crash, but he's taking this fight almost alone. Nobody. He's droned up. And right ahead of it! Nobody! Burst it down, beam down. Where's the follow-up and through? It's up through Garage. And Kangkang will be dropped. Leaf making sure to shore up those defenses with the reinforcements now scattering and arriving. There are some potential holes here into the setup, and Chichu has found one of them.
Very safe positioning there from Icy and Leaf. They don't want to get caught out. They're happy to give the C site over. They've got lockdown for the retake, as long as Leaf doesn't die right now.
Why not play like that? It's a 3v5. Don't give away any unnecessary advantages. Fault line. Push into the spawn. Smoggy wants to go with things, but it did not connect. Not onto Icy, not this time. Simon with the plant. Stuck in place. Chichu's still there. Pushing forwards. Aftershock as well. It's all highlighted and orchestrated like they want to try and fight this once again, and G2 are fully aware. Anti-flash. A dart into the back. A playmaking ability by Icy.
sacrificing his own body for it, but he's still the one to come up with the kill. Simon has got to do so much more. Kills are offered up towards him, but not enough in the end. G2 collect it all together, playing together with that discipline that's highlighted this team as a major strength all throughout, and they've managed to equalize it up to 11.
That A fake was such a beautiful call from EDG. And Icy's push down C long should have been punished if nobody had a single other player with him. Icy goes down in this spot, you gotta think it. And yet both of their players that were in more solo positions, Nobody and Kangkang, both fell.
Do the thing,
11-11. Don't know what the thing is, but I've got to imagine here, EDG are taking attack timeout.
Okay.
They were all set up. We could see on the minimap, all set up to go for an A hit. I would imagine it wasn't going to be another fake. Just reading into the psychology of the way that players normally play the game, if you run a fake play and it doesn't work, and the only thing that's been working for you recently is the big site execs on A, I would expect EDG to just go for it. Maybe the coach has hit the button here because he didn't like what the call was, when things are getting to crunch time.
Possibly getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, I can see the economy. Of course, there's options for EDG to adjust, but Kangkang does have that operator into his hands on the attack side. So if you're going to be going into an A hit as well, it's not really the best tool for the job.
At the same time, it's something that EDG do very often.
Yeah.
They will often run fast plays where Kangkang is opping. He's just super comfortable in those kind of spots. Is it the best way of playing the game? No, not really. But does he still find value with it? Yeah. More often than he should, I would say. And they've still got this huge breach ult to use. I think they're expecting G2 to be playing in retake positions. You look at the ult status. Attacking team has breach ult, defending team has killjoy ult. You're expecting defenders to be playing retake quite a lot of the time, which means that EDG might want to try to take the site for free and not use that breach ult. You might get some weird situations here where Simon's trying to be a bit greedy, hold it for post plant, and gets punished.
11-11. Nice and cautious here by EDG. They're hoping and praying that somebody will just peek onto this A-long angle for the information. Full prey to Kangkang with the up. It's being jiggled, I believe, onto the other side of things. Chichu also going exploration. Raj does manage to fire a few bullets necessary, takes out the alarm bot.
Nobody
actually has somebody with him, right? He's not going to get timinged.
All from IC. This is going to be used roughly around the minute mark. He needs that mid-round information for the rest of his team. Spotting two of these players in through mid. Pretty big tell. Exiting out, gate crashes potentially to the other side of the map as well. So a slow and steady play by EDG. The longer this goes, Kangkang misses it with a shoulder peek. And the awareness is now there for G2. They do not want to offer any more chances. Shock dart rebounds. Patience played, but A-long has been given up with only 35 seconds. This looks like it's moving, the jump spot. Trent tempt him twice. Rolling Thunder now committed. Paranoia alongside it. Valen is tucked safe. Nicely inside the orb. Stunned up. Matters not. This guy's still alive and kicking here with a flash of his own as well to play into the back pocket. The rest of his team are already played all the way in. Simon weaving in and out. Nowhere to play. With the spike into his hands, he just has to let the time run way out. And G2, they've stolen this round away. When all the momentum felt like it was in the hands of EDG. This is the 12th round now for G2.
What a beautiful adjustment from Jonah P of where he put that Viper orb. We've been seeing it towards that A-long entrance almost all the map. And now he's making that shift to put it in a more standard spot. This is where most teams would be running that Viper orb, at least in the previous meta when Viper was played on this map. Valen hunkered down inside of it. Hits a great headshot.
Let's go. Match point. We're 12-11 right here. This is where we end it, boys. This is where we end it.
And that's confident from G2. They were just on the ropes. 11-9 down. Now with a chance to bring us to bind. You gotta close teams out like G2.
Kangkang's going to take matters into his own hands here. Order util to set it up. Another fast play from EDG. Again, an open site for the taking. Fault line in through the link as well, but G2 and none playing towards it. Wisened up to the tricks of the trade. Lockdown's going to be used as well to clear this one out. Nice
and freely. No more util has to be used here by G2. Drone in through the back. Trent's going to be threatening, like it could be making a play for this one.
Alarm bot for the garage reflank. They're going to know about this.
Nobody's already passed it though. Alarm bot triggers. Jonah P defusing half onto the board. This is for the map. Someone needs to stop this. Someone needs to stop this. But no one is there. G2 right from beneath them. They steal the map away. And bind is fainted to happen.
I think steal is the perfect word to use there. EDG looked like they were in control, up 11-9. You have to close out against teams like G2. You cannot afford to let the series go deeper. EDG have just lost control.
क्या मैच हुआ है यार, क्या मैच हुआ है भाई, कहाँ था ये मैच और कहाँ आ गया। हम चले गए हैं डिसाइडर में और जल्दी से जुड़ जाओ, इक्वलाइजर लगा दिया है G2 EDG ने। तो अब हम देखेंगे डिसाइडर मैप पॉइंट, तो जल्दी से लाइव आ जाओ गाइस। मैं भी एक शॉर्ट ब्रेक लेकर आ रहा हूँ, जल्दी से आ जाओ, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो, वीडियो को लाइक करो, जल्दी फास्ट।
What's up guys, it's G2 Jonah P and I'm here to talk to you. I mean, it's always great to get a dub, but I definitely didn't appreciate my first match to be against Paper X, but I can't decide that. But overall, it's very exciting to play them, especially because of their playstyle, and we feel good to start our first match ever at Champs with a dub. I think our coaches did a pretty good job at preparing us for them. It definitely felt less individual plays and more team plays from them, so props to them for, you know, trying to incorporate, you know, W gaming and more structured gaming. So I think we just had a good read, a good flow on them the whole time. We started to get pretty close on Lotus, but, you know, one clean round from us and we knew it would be fine.
Now they maintain their control, slow the push from Paper X, send them in the other direction, but Jonah P waiting as usual on a sliver of HP, and he triples up!
The name Professor's definitely grown on me. I have an idea when we win the whole champs, I'm gonna ask to get a Professor title in game. You know, you never know, gotta shoot my shot. I think that would be cool. But yeah, I didn't really like the name Professor at the start, but you know, seeing how much it's grown and seeing the whole community type it whenever I do something crazy, I've grown to love it, so it's great.
Welcome back, everyone. You heard Jonah P there in that Omen player moment talking about, you know, the nicknames. You don't get to pick the nickname. You know, the people bestow the nickname onto you. That is why he is the Professor. Absolutely love it. But wow, I mean, incredible stuff. Let me fix my headset for a second. Give me a hot minute there. we're in this, boys. We're back in it. We're back in.
6 map a day. Let's go.
It's a long
Good,
day of work.
honest Valorant today.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But let's talk about what we saw on this one, man, because the talk of the town going into it, fellas, was the Yoru, right? And Achilles, you're seeing what they were getting with that value.
Yeah, and this was from the outset. I mean, granted, yeah, EDG were able to make things very competitive in the half, but G2, I really liked the game strategies we were seeing from them from the beginning. That Yoru ult comes through right there in round 4. Immediately Mask goes on. You chase 2 players out of that C site right into Leaf, who's just counter-taking that space in Garage. He's up in window, and it just lambs to the slaughter for him to go ahead and pick things apart, and the round just falls apart from there. So there's some very good stuff there from the side of G2. Obviously, EDG making this one incredibly competitive. It looking like we were going to be going to overtime for a little while, but right near the end, that economy just getting out of hand for the side of EDG. They just couldn't recover.
Yeah, and I think overall there were some weaknesses in G2's game plan, like where EDG was like constantly putting pressure, especially with the Neon, on the extremities of the map. Long C, long A were really difficult for G2 at times here.
The
and
flanks
that's why,
were nasty.
Yes, the flanks were great, and just their ability to control that space, you know, using Kong Kong to kind of dash in and out, to get some op shots to whiff and things like that, really did cause G2 some trouble. However, their fundamentals came into check. They came back, they started having these great retakes. The Yoru ults were so amazing, like you're talking about. Every time it had a ton of impact, even if it was on a retake or if it was on just an info gathering mission. It really made it a lot more difficult for EDG to work the map the way they wanted.
Yeah, it felt like whenever they, you know, had the opportunities to pop those ults, right, they were getting some kind of value. Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit, they were finding that value wherever it was, you know, available to them. Yeah, and they were able to pick up the dub there. But one player that we were really hoping to see come online in map 2 was Leaf, and he did just that. Absolute turnaround that we saw from him on this one, Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, he went from, fairly absent on the first map to just full-blown impact, being near the top of the standings here for the team. Yeah, that's right. His first map was so bad. He had 1.5.4 ADR, which is just abysmal, and also the ending of my IP address. But this was just a really good turnaround. But we kind of teed this up.
Yeah.
That slow start for G2, starting to get the understanding. This was not nearly as clean as some of the matches we were seeing from them in Shanghai, you know, being able to pick up that second map win. But as we get ready to go into Bind, we could still follow that trend of just slow start into this ramp up into domination.
Yeah, I do think G2's got something with that composition on Haven. I'm curious to see them continue to iterate and grow it. But now we set our sights to Bind. I was actually talking to Sideshow about this before when he was reading the series layout to me. And I was like, you know, I think this is a pretty strong one for G2. Like, no matter what, if they get the map 3, this is good for G2. And here we are, map 3. And Paperton, I mean, you kind of got to side a little bit with G2 on this one. They have a great track record on this map. They're very good at it. So, I don't know. I'm curious to see what the community thinks.
I'm with you. I felt that way going into Icebox, though. I felt like their fundamentals, their structure, would get them over the line against some of the quote-unquote messiness that, EDG brings. However, EDG had some good ideas to counter it. They were able to kick some doors in, find some opportune moments to catch G2 off guard. So G2 here, they play the standard Bind comp, and they played it to perfection. They were undefeated in Stage 2, and America's on it. And they weren't just undefeated, they were destroying teams. I think the closest scoreline was like 13-8. Like, they are phenomenal at this map, but EDG also very, very good at this map. They switched up their comp very recently. They have the Fade in there now, so the biggest difference is going to be the Initiators. It's going to be Fade versus Sky for both teams, so really curious to see if they can find ways to get some value with that Fade versus kind of that long, deep control that the Sky gives you.
I mean, they were able to get the win, in that opening series here of the group stage on Bind. Yes, a little bit scrappy, but still a decent victory for the side of EDG taking that foot. So I'm curious to see how this one looks, because if they can level up their performance, if they can kind of get back into that magic that we were seeing from them on Icebox, where everybody was going, fragging out of control, Smoggy, Kong Kong, they're at the top of the standings, and then Simon and G2 creeping up in that second half. If they have that level of firepower behind them again here on Bind, they can close this out, but this is going to be the ultimate challenge. Icebox was a bit of an hors d'oeuvre as we get ready to go into this.
You know what, though? You get a situation here where G2 does have a lot of film, on how they play this in officials. So there could be something that EDG could lean on potentially in their prep work. One would have to imagine, because damn well sure G2 prep for this one.
Yeah, I mean, EDG has been, so far this event, very, very good with their anti-stratting. I mean, Muggle's done a great job with this squad, getting them ready for what the other teams are going to bring. And you're absolutely right. I mean, it's something we saw in Icebox. It gave them grief because there was such a good read. You had already shown it once this event against Paper Rex. And like you said, tons of data on this bind for EDG to work with and try to take this strong map away from their opponents.
And one player that we haven't touched on too much is Icy. We mentioned him there with the Yorn, but he had a pretty good performance on that Icebox, carried that over into Haven. If he's going to continue on that level with this race, the G2 might just be set up for a victory. So Kong gonna have to do that much more work to really try to outdo him.
Yeah, we're on the precipice of a massive, monumental achievement here for VCT China as a region, right? Going clean in the day with Trace moving forward, EDG potentially moving forward as well.
And with Trace doing that, they were the first Chinese team to be able to make it out of groups as a first seed. It's always kind of been that second position.
Yeah.
EDG might be able to match them. They can't beat them to that achievement, but they certainly can tie it up.
Yeah, but it's going to be a tough challenge for both teams, but it couldn't end any other way. Let's get ready for map 3 and send it over to your casters. Brendan, Sideshow, one final time.
We're going to be finding which way this series ends up landing as well. And, you know, best of threes. Typically, at this point as well, we're finding that map pools are getting tested as teams are getting pushed to the brink of them, which sounds odd to say, right? But there's only 3 maps played. Normally, you'd expect that to be reserved for best of 5s. But when you have all the maps being shifted and changed just before you go into champs, in before playoffs, and a lot of time to prep for, you end up with holes in your game plans and unexpected results when you reach that pinnacle, that third and final map in series.
And there's a really good reason why people talk about G2 having a little stumble or maybe starting slow and then closing out strong. The narrative is they drop the first map, second map is close, dominate the third map. You want to talk about the last 3 months, G2's win rate in third maps in a BO3. They're 6-0. They have not lost the third map of a BO3 in 3 months.
Yeah.
All year.
Sometimes narratives we spout, they are correct.
Yeah. All year, they're 8-3. It wasn't really a narrative that was around before May, but since then, the numbers, they speak for themselves. The more time you give G2 to warm up into a series, they do end up dominating towards the end. I'm not sure how much EDG are going to be thinking about that. Obviously, the teams just take it one map at a time, one round at a time. 100%. But if they VOD review and if they look back, that end of Haven was the opportunity. They need further opportunities, and they're going to have to do a lot of hard work to get those further opportunities on Bind.
Hard to push that out of your mind sometimes. Now, yeah, if you've got keen eyes, you can probably tell that we're solving an issue down on the stage. Quick audio issue. Hopefully it's just in-ears swapped in and out. Get that tested.
Yeah, I mean, it's Valen's in-ears, and he's popping them back in right now. We're getting a nice deep look down his ear canal, aren't we?
Yeah, what's the magnification on that bad boy?
He's testing them out and seeing what's going on.
See all the details.
It is interesting thinking about audio. For our viewers perhaps that have never been and attended one of these events, they are much louder, bigger events than the ones where you play regionally. Even when these players play regionally, there are things that you will notice in your ranked games, little sounds that you can pick up that our pros sometimes can't because of the roar of the crowd or because of the white noise in their headsets that's used for competitive integrity reasons.
Yeah.
There are things that are different about this game on the big stage, more than just the pressure, the nerves.
I mean, for me, it's been the spike time at this event.
Yeah.
Been missing that one quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely seen some other moments where people have dropped down behind players and they haven't reacted.
Yeah.
It's not always a comms issue.
But we will be getting into this one here. For the beginning of Bind, our pistol round. Starting right at the beginning here, EDG versus G2. No slouches on this map. They are dominant. Desk was kind of going through the details, picking apart the statistics. Early smoke in their face, though.
That fakes the fact that EDG are taking short control. We can see it's not the case.
G2 are right there behind it now. Up and over. Wingman going to be escorted in through the side. A bit of spam into the smoke makes Simon think twice. He could have potentially denied the plant there, but it's going to go down into the next.
That's really good work. Spam into that smoke stops the plant denial. This map, the A site, all about plant denial.
That just removes that crucial element of time. Moshpit util. Nate's going to be rebounding here, just trying to get Icy out of there. Regaining control of Lamps as well. Heading 2 for Nail. EDGvsG2, they're going to be setting their sights now over towards the forward section. See if they can take the fight through with the flashes, and heads are turning, facing away. G2 are dominating now every position, leaving Chi-Chu the last one left to do so much here, but Icy with a running gun shuts him down. Bullet to the brain for the pistol round win.
What a brilliant start for G2's duelist. 4 kills in the round, but not just any old kills. He was under a lot of utility pressure. Perfectly timed raise nade to keep back and keep Lamps control. Came around swinging through smokes, confident the whole time. He's here to play. You get Icy online, and it turns G2 from being a team that's very scary, looking to make deep runs in tournaments, actually, I think, to potential tournament winners. Like, it makes that level of a bump increase for them. At the moment, of course, still being pressured hard by EDG. And we've seen with teams like Gen G and Fnatic losing that all of the heavy favorite, Leviathan losing as well.
Oh, and they are fully aware. Simon was going to try and go for that cheeky play. Most of EDG playing in Spawn for this round as well to see if they could just react to the noise cues sent their way. Now here's the danger zone for EDG. G2 getting into positions as well with his ults are being earned up. Icy's 3 away from his showstopper into this. They want to be hopefully empowering him, setting him up to try and get these kills. Trent's the one though, taking them all away. Leading it forwards here with a 3-piece, so flawless against the Eco. Very little damage being done to them by EDG.
And like you pointed out, this is massively dangerous for EDG. The snowball is right on their doorstep. It's looking like an avalanche. Picking up so much pace and momentum as it comes down the mountain. It's looking like a Thrash, a showstopper, super early on. These are the rounds where if you lose them, if G2 are able to convert a bonus, you get that domination that we've been talking about sometimes happens for G2's previous games. Looking like Trent's going to be playing just to reinforce Icy's position to start with, but could play for an ult orb later on in the round.
A bonus round with potentially a bit of bite behind it.
I feel like we're actually noticing less and less teams go for that obvious run towards an ult orb at the start of the round. It's just too predictable for the defenders to think about. So you get rounds like this where there's a bit more of a default, no immediate lunge for that micro objective. And then they'll try to grab it later on or maybe even play for post plants. Of course, if Trent gets that spike down with Wingman, he'll have the Thrash as well.
And the Prowler pressure just connecting onto Leaf a little bit prior will keep a lot of these EDG players tethered to the spot over towards the A side here. Nobody looking for that info, just slight jiggle. Mosh now reutilised to try and push them back and away, but it's one less tool really to stall out potential attack. That's why Chi-Chu's holding on to this. That's the second wave of things with the Boombot. Triggered out. Mosh Pit now up and over Trent. That's incredible awareness, just knowing that Chi-Chu was going to be placed up into that spot with the Thrash earned from that kill. He wants to send this one flying forward. Stimmy, very rapid shark indeed, clearing most of the way, but not clearing the pocket. But Simon spotted. Icy plays off of Leaf's contact almost perfectly. Running through the smoke. Kang. Smoggy has made the most of this. It's a 3-piece for him. Make it 4! And everybody falls from G2 in the blink of an eye.
That round sums up the kind of team play macro calling versus one individual. Who's going to win? Beautiful G2 calling, 5 people rotating around the map perfectly, or one little smoggy boy? It's Smoggy.
It definitely was in this instance. He has not slowed down, has he? That momentum, just from the last 2 maps, the previous series as well.
No, but apart from trading out Smoggy, G2 played that round perfectly. I mean, the macro movement around the map was beautiful. Came up towards B long, got the opening kill, rotate through the teleport, huge pressure through showers, trade out the player pocket even. I don't think the G2 should be too disheartened by that. And they've done a little bit of combi damage. It's not a huge amount. Light armor on a couple, Bulldog on 1. It's a fairly even round here in round 4. But Icy is one away from Showstopper. He's currently, though, the only player B long. Trying to work it on his own seems very dangerous.
Oh, that's an accidental TP. Kanga's just sidestepped backwards there, and he just landed that. He was supposed to be playing, or being played in at least by the jump spot, a bit of a bait and switch setup. Broken into pieces now. This is going to be used absolute A short.
Icy, I don't think has even realized how lucky he just got.
I mean, EDG potentially ready to pounce on him. And all because of that. I mean, Icy's picked up the orb. He's got his ult, the repeat, and reposition here from nobody. He wants to try and get that information. Surely you don't use the mosh pit. Surely you don't overheat. Man, you got to get out of there. Mosh still being held down. G2, this time he's the bait. Going to be trying to lock this down onto one of the angles here. There's a showstopper that is exchanged onto either side. It's just a 1-for-1. They're going to be making the mass wraparound now over towards the A side. Still that crossfire. Holding it down for the back of the side. A bit of damage potentially done. Simon's here trying to play himself in once more. Taking a fight with the Bulldog in hand. He just can't land it. Takes a molly to the face, yet still Smoggy defends. Up and over. 12 seconds left. Orbital strike. It's all toppling now. And the spike has to be planted. Defense is necessary. Valen needs to be held. All the way through is the last one left. Swung through and out. Through the wall.
For all that Smoggy did in the prior round, Valen is there to answer. That round got so close. EDG with that accidental teleport, but they actually made a decent run of it still. Kangkang found his value on the other side, going 1-for-1 with the raise. They were ready to fight. Why did they not swing Valen immediately as soon as they heard the plant go down? I don't understand that element of it. A bit of miscoordination there between, I believe it was Chishu and Smoggy, the last two players alive.
Right here.
EDG's money. Sent toppling. Back down to the weaker by G2 again. That's that danger. This composition.
And if you think back, EDG were trying to set up that trap play B long, but they failed. And so G2 have just found this area of the map for free, basically every round. The one round where they should have been contested, the execution was fumbled. Now, B-long control, ult up taken, Seeker's out.
Here comes the snowball, potentially, but a kill zone. Whiffy all over the place there. Icy has to retreat inside the smoke. He's been locked out. The rest of his team can't quite get themselves through this one. Angry Smokes plays down. G2's landed it, but eventually cleaned up. The rest of his team, though, needs to be aware.
थोड़ा momentum चाहिए यार.
Into this one, yes. Spike planted. Icy makes sure this rifle well trained onto that spot here. So the retake from Simon and Smoggy, unlikely.
round मुझे लग रहा है G2 लेगा ये.
Trent, by the way, 2 away from his second thrash. We're only in
round 5.
It's just insane. If you get the ball rolling with this composition, you cannot be stopped. You can just keep snowballing it. Ult orbs into plants. And then ults themselves into the XX. Very difficult to stop.
Yes.
Look at that. Trent comes in to steal the kill. That's perfect. Gets another one.
At least baiting it. At least baiting it. He's trying to get Trent to kill here. This is just min-maxing to the utmost. But okay, eventually put Simon out of his misery. That's a 4-1 now. Into the round differential here for G2.
And EDG can't figure out these timings of when they need to be fighting over certain areas of the map. Of course, that was just the eco round. But they're going to take a tack timeout to discuss this defensive strategy. Generally speaking, it's not working. I know that they had a close round there. Came down to Valen against against Smoggy. And Smoggy, of course, with that fantastic round, gets a 4K. But these are rounds built on more of the individual than they are of the game plan, the macro, the team. These things that are going to be more consistent. EDG, though, are also getting close to their first big ult cycle. One away from Pit, one away from Showstopper. Being one away from Pit, though, sucks. Because you're thinking about, well, I'd love it for this round. This is the round where we actually have rifles.
No way to get it.
No, I mean, what are you going to do? The Viper pushes showers to get the ult orb and then hits. It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
They could, however, do something similar with Kangkang. They could try to double fight over showers. Strategy that we see quite a lot of teams go for.
Yeah.
See if you can catch Jonah P, because he's normally the attacking player that defaults in that area. If they're doing an A-leading default.
EDG spotting seeing weaknesses, I think, as well. When
1 minute में चीजें swap हो गई हैं.
Like
अभी EDG full domination दिखा रही है कुछ टाइम से.
What I'm noticing as well, a lot of teams, I think, when they catch contacts on B1C players, they'll say the mosh pit, they won't end up using it, they just back away. Getting the information is good enough, but you're seeing nobody just kind of rush into things. He uses the mosh pit early, and it leaves him with one less
ये मैच 2-0 से ही ओवर हो जाना चाहिए था. डिसाइडर मैप तक हमें पहुंचना ही नहीं था. But डिसाइडर मैप में भी आ गए.
He's not using it for B long, so they kind of need that mosh, or at least they feel like they do.
Otherwise, the pressure's too overwhelming. Now they've at least offset it here with a deep smoke. He's going to drop that one down defensively.
And they're trying to get good information on both edges of the map, where both the ult orbs are. But I feel like Simon's getting baited in here. G2 deliberately giving him bad information. Wall up, they're expecting some kind of push. G2 looking to control that. Trent doesn't need the ult orb, remember. A post-plant Thrash would also be great if Wingman can plant.
G2 now grouping up, looking like they want to set themselves up into the exec.
Kangkang is the player to watch. He's got nade for plant denial. He's got ult for plant denial. Or a kill.
Full piece of kit here. Flashed up though, blinded. Nade's going to be rebounding, ricocheting. Here's the ult showstopper. Back wall, but no targets and no casualty. As a result, through the wall, spam down, Haunt reveals up onto Leaf, putting that pressure down. Vulnerable is excellent and good, but he still needs some extra elements to help him out entirely. He is being pressured, overwhelmed, taken out. Coverage there from the lamp position, but EDG have control of showers, and now calling for the evacuation. Trent, though, not so lucky. Will be dropped from behind. And Gigi was saving this one, a snakebite for a rainy day with the wall still up. Bullets are excellent. Damage through the wall. Taking those timings, but he can hear it. Scuttling, scurrying across the sand. Icy wins that fight. Jonah B covering it all. You cannot be squandering this. No way. Simon will close it out anyway.
So many of these rounds are coming down to fine margins. That is not one of them that I thought would go like that. EDG looked utterly in control. And they do close it out. Credit to Simon. Newer player stepping up, his first time on the big stage. Still delivering. He had to go and play that one a little silly, didn't he? To put the pressure on Leaf so that they could focus elsewhere. You see Chishu's reaction. EDG, though, one of the reasons that that round worked is they got the plant denial working on A. They had nade, they had the molly actually coming out from Smoggy. Smoggy hasn't even bought molly this round.
Yeah, not quite. It's a Thrash to use. Clears the way, paves the way in for an A exec. Up two alongside that. I mean, Showers has been fully disrespected. Sees up and over. Man, not worried about that one, but a nade. Icy's got to be concerned. Satchel and around. Bit of bungee cord in play. Will survive. And the plant's down crucially here for G2 now, but the second wave of things ready. Prime. Simon scatters it. Forwards now with a Nightfall. Thrash wave 2. All to push them back in a way. It's a cacophony of util. The mosh pit of nobody that gets that first kill. Advantage, Leaf damage done again for the wall. The play EDG right back into this one again, but the bodies are toppling. Players are falling. EDG cannot hold a candle right now to the rifle play and work right through Leaf. Even with the pressure, he's overcoming it all, and they all are falling. G2, a chokehold onto that A post plant, not letting EDG in.
No plant denial for EDG. No showers control for the Chinese squad either. And so G2 are just able to run in down short, have perfect post-plant positioning. Valen sat back with a molly, one away from the orbital strike. I mean, how are these players supposed to retake when they don't have a stable area with which to play from? Oh,
yeah,
and that
bro,
is a bit lucky, I think.
Finesse, bro. My movement is giving them...
Okay.
I was waiting to see if we caught the thing that his movement was giving them.
they बोलते momentum lose कर दिया EDG ने.
Couldn't clear him out of that corner. Walkabouts for Chichu. This guy, he's a demon with the sheriff in his hand, especially when Kangkang's there to help him out right from the side. Shot fired, this will force potentially a pace increase out from G2, but instead, again, they cut the noise. Bit of discipline here. Just the slightest of pause, enough for them to full rotate out through the TP. Seekers as well.
काफी space भी दे रखी है.
Leads it to an open sight.
Plant करने के लिए बहुत space दे रखी है.
Already push it in through the spawn, I see. Taking liberties with it. Kangkang's a danger man with that rifle in play, and with him toppled and dropped. No more towards it. One now for the ace. Simon is miles away.
I don't think Icy's getting this one, although if Simon did go through showers, you'd have to cut out the middle to make a clip out of it, wouldn't you? But but certainly a different energy in here for G2. And mirroring a lot of their previous rounds, here it comes.
Yeah, will we see it? And ticking away, Simon's cutting it up close, he denies. It's a funny moment.
Not funny for Simon. Not funny for EDG. As every round ticks up for G2. There'll be a little voice in the back of their heads thinking, should have closed it out on Haven.
Yeah.
Had the chances on Haven.
The missed opportunities.
Could have been a 2-0. I mean, look at the aggression that they're going for here. This is how you get into spots where G2 steamroll on map 3s. 6-0 in the last 3 months when it comes to the final map of a BO3. Icy has run away with it. He's 13-5. And like we were talking about, the ult cycle has never stopped. No. It's a runaway train.
Just keeps generating, man. Perpetual motion machine.
I've seen those on TikTok.
Flash satchel clear. Can hear the util being pulled out. It's Chichu and nobody already using their mollies. G2 don't want any part of it though. Instead now moving over towards the A site. Feeling content that they may have just pulled rotations away from that area. Showers now, that deep push. Icy with a showstopper. Looks to potentially open up the round. Opposite of the namesake. Through the smoke. And Smoggy is no more. Leaf potentially hearing that sound cue and calling for it. Yep. All the noise being made. Opened up Simon. Back to the world. And at this point, EDG, gotta save these rifles. There's no more money left to play with.
But also EDG looking like they don't have a plan. And honestly running out of a bit of hope as well. You can tell in the way that G2 are playing, they know they've got this.
Yeah.
They can feel the wind coming towards them. They're outplaying EDG, running circles around them. I mean, again here with Jonah P's positioning, but nobody comes out on top. We need to see something, maybe from an individual, like Smoggy's 4K earlier, that re-energizes EDG and gets them back into the game. Either that, or some kind of tack timeout, to get a strategic change on things. They just haven't been able to stop the plants from going down. It feels like G2 are constantly in these spots where EDG are backpedaling and having to make, you know, solo plays like here where Simon just gets caught alone in showers.
More smiles on the G2 players. I mean, you could feel it. The vibes were taking a turn even in some of the replays we were looking at towards the end of Haven. You wouldn't think that's a team being pressured. The potential of losing the series, but now you can see why, taking it one round at a time. It's worked out nicely, and EDG, there's no timeout called. Maybe they're the ones talking it through in that short amount of time as well to try and cook up something here with a stimmy. Satchel, flash as well, sets up Icy.
Good nade.
Nicely, and a nade is nice. Sees. There's a little bit off the mark though, no connection for it. Leaf was low.
If Trent gets inside Thrash or Jonah P gets inside the dog, there is a Brimble on the other side.
Contact refight, I want to get ahead of most of this already, but do they have the weapons for the job? But it isn't a cheeky play and a nice one, just to try and call that one up and cut up the timings that G2 were trying to take. At this point though, again choked out.
Another round that they basically have no chance in. It would take something momentous from Kangkang. He's found a timing.
He slipped past. Leaf is down, and so is the pit, but Valen's immediately there to respond in through the back of the site. Leave it just down to Simon. It's been good for the clutches in the past. Newcomer to the roster. This is too much to do. Sheriff in hand.
Guys, her body or desperation.
It'd have to be improbable and impossible play. And he knows it. Won't over, doesn't even spot him, doubled up, discipline, 1 HP and a dream, but it's an 8th round for G2.
And a nightmare for EDG. If we get some of that aggression though, coming out from them when they have rifles in hand, ults to work with, maybe that'll end up being the key. They did find quite a nice timing there. I'm not sure that G2 were ready for that timing necessarily, but without rifles in the hands of Edward Gaming, the G2 players were just able to react in that spot and win the fights anyway.
Dude, sorry, Nate. I actually don't know how, bro. Okay, Jacob's 15-5.
And that is so true. Icy taking over, 15-5. It's easy to play when you've got a star player putting out performances like that. And we were expecting it from the other side on Kangkang.
This is the adjustment that EDG are going for. Any signs of the util as a C's being held, Kangkang's there with a showstopper.
Anytime you have ults like this and there's a deep smoke, it also looks like a sand. So, as Valen's reading into this round, he's thinking short's dangerous, sand's dangerous.
Waited out though. Prowler catches it. Trailblazer alongside the Boombot to Seize and a nade. Again, at least the Seize was good, but the nade just a little bit too deep. Banks it off to the side now. Reposition from EDG. They want to try and take up that shower's control. Kangkang's still there. Has the ult waiting at the minute mark, but there's no signs from G2. They're going to take the TP pivot. The spike was already leaning over towards the speed direction, and a lot is asked of him. Orbital strike through the back. He does land the kill. Needs to lock down his position, though. In and out through. Find space for the rest of his team. Moshpit's going to be landing with 40 seconds left into the round. Full side control.
Thrash has already been picked up, right? Trent, I think, has it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. So this is going to be the repop.
Wait for the second wave now. Straight through, up and over, not broken, but the timing taken across it. It's rifles in hand. Nobody in Chichu to try and put a stop to all of this. Kang through the TP, might have just done enough still. 15 seconds, nobody not clear, but eventually is. 12 left, time is of the essence. G2, they stretch it to the finest of details. And Simon again, asked to do so damn much. No crossfire setup, but you know, as soon as Valen has taken that contact, the swing will be there from Trent. It has to be a miracle. It will not be the case. A 9th round for G2.
One more round for G2.
It's amazing the way that G2 are able to recover these situations. EDG had a stack on the B site. The Thrash found nothing. Kang is coming through behind them with a showstopper as well.
Can't believe it.
Valen's kill, when he comes back through this one here onto nobody, absolutely crucial. If they get locked out at the choke point there, if that solo player B long is not able to find that value, EDG have won the round.
Stay focused on us. Make the
Double operator coming out for G2 here on the attack side, just hoping that EDG overstep themselves, get desperate, and they have. Yeah, immediately.
Straight into the trap. Leaf is there waiting. Thrash to try and set up some sort of crunch in through the angles. Horn's going to be revealed. Leaf squares up to it, takes the challenge. Trailblazer forwards, but way ahead of it. Jonah P had no one else to play off of here. EDG might have at least carved their way a path back into this round. Thrash round 2, Chichu with the push. It's all putting the squeeze onto these G2 players into a 2v3. Chaos sowed. It's not over yet, the job's not finished. Hearing all sorts of sound and heads, not expecting it, Icy! Frying them!
He's made this incredibly winnable.
Chichu dropped down to just 5 health, 50 seconds left, the footsteps are heard. It's a game with those timings down. Just what I said earlier, the finer moments of the round now. Will he catch it right from behind? The answer is yes. So,
EDG
a consolation round. EDG, they get the third one there. To finish up the half, potentially enough. But listen, it'd have to be a hell of a comeback mounted.
Desk was looking at their bingo card earlier on. They had a 9-3 curse in there. But G2 have just been so heavily in control.
It'll be a hard ask indeed. We'll find.
Let's go, guys.
A lot lot of these teams have looked shaky, and yes, G2 are getting pushed in these maps. But if this one ends dominantly, you've got to have your eyes on this squad as another one of those potential candidates to lift the trophy later on, to go on some kind of run.
That's the crazy thing about these big events, especially
अब यहाँ पे
champs, where it all
EDG
culminates
को
at the end of the year.
अटैक करना होगा डोमिनेशन
G2,
के
you can't
साथ
exactly call them unlikely.
फुल पेस में
Dark
अटैक
Horse
करना
would
होगा
say to potentially get that trophy because they have
ये
been
भी
good in their
यहाँ
own
जीत
region.
सकते हैं ये लोग
And they were excellent at Shanghai too. They only ended up losing to those
और ना ये
finalists.
3 राउंड का गेम है अगर G2 ये 2 पिस्टल जीतती
See
है
if EDG can get a pistol
और
and
एक
make
पाइन
this one.
जीतती है तो यहाँ पे ये
again.
मैच ओवर हो जाएगा और G2 पहुंच जाएगी क्वालीफाई
Grouped up now with a Dizzy. And the Haunt not being broken.
Rarely chance है कि
The
यहाँ
IC
पे
rebounds that
Edward
nade.
अभी
So here's
अच्छा
the wingman.
खेल
That will be the plant denied.
EDG
From the plant, see if they've got a second wave of things here. If EDG just want to evacuate. Grouped up. Hesitation in their step, but now going to be making their moves over towards the B site. Should be open for the taking. Leaf gives up a lot of this space onto the off angle.
Oh,
G2
nice.
just wanders right into it.
Nice G2.
Happy to take that fight now, but G2 not willing to
Well
slow down. But
played,
not anticipating
G2.
the full wraparound.
All around.
Beautiful round from Chichu.
Spike planted.
Leaf was even anticipating that there was a lurk happening over there. Pretty rare that EDG would be going through the teleporter without having some
Reveal
info on the B side of the
position.
map. The crosshair placement was not there, and Chichu cleaned
Pistol
up.
round win.
Crispy round,
EDG.
lovely ghost aim.
पिस्टल राउंड जाता हुआ EDG के लिए
EDG are going to have to win plenty of rounds here.
अगर ये मोमेंटम 2-4-5 राउंड्स के लिए भी लूज नहीं करती है ना EDG इसी मोमेंटम के साथ जीतती है तो ये मैच बन जाएगा
That's the first step. I think it would also have to
मोमेंटम
come
नहीं जाने
with
देना
somebody like
फुल बाय
Isaac
करो
cooling
पुश
off.
करो अपना डरो नहीं भाई वैसे भी
Individuals on
लूज कर
EDG
जाओगे
stepping
बेटर
up.
के किलो
Felt like at the beginning on Icebox, it was all those EDG players coming up with the big rounds, the 2Ks, the multi-kills.
And never being shut down for it.
Haven't really seen that.
No. G2 making the most out of the round, just trying to squeeze out every little efficiency. Deny the orbs.
Nice nade, nice nade.
Alive.
The goal in rounds like this, just stack as many ult orbs on your players as you can, and then see if you can deny them on the other side too.
There's a lone one taking that fight, even with the better weaponry. So the 1v2 in the favour of G2, even with Valen down to the single digits. Go button's called. Hard clear into the corner, just the shoulder peeking.
Nice,
Right.
nice movie.
Goal to the eco here of G2, just
Good job.
deny at the orbs.
I think they've done a good job. You're looking at the ults that are most likely to come online for EDG that could potentially start a comeback happening, and it's Thrash. That's the one that I always look at first. You just get it up so quickly. You're trading people out, you're getting spike plants all the time. You can go and pick up the ult orbs too while Wingman's planting. Generally that Gecko ult is coming online super early. And nobody's not even halfway there yet.
Simon. That's a read.
He was so confident.
Okay.
Lucky bro, lucky. Let's go. क्या अभी भी इस मैच में कुछ बचा है? 9-5 चल रहा है.
Get the ult orbs that potentially they were looking for to again get that war machine chugging like G2 managed to do on their own attack.
पहला राउंड बाय
It's
करेगी
all good.
G2.
Keep the rounds going
और
one step at a
EDG
time.
का तो अभी बोनस ही चल रहा
It
है.
won't matter if EDG can find
ये राउंड और
an
जीत
individual
लेती है
to
तो
step up
उनको
in this
बाय
and carry
नहीं
them
आएगा
over.
नेक्स्ट राउंड में.
You know, somebody like Kang
ये
Kang,
राउंड
who has the
जीतना
only
पड़ेगा.
real
EDG
rifle
को.
out of the group. If he comes in here and hits some
Momentum भी है
blinding
तो let's
entries,
go.
this is going to be a fight on showers. He's got his opportunity.
I want to go for this one. Valen, early smoke drop down. EDG are holding the util here. There's a nade.
guys go
Prowler
shower.
press forwards here. Now Icy is going to get squeezed
Oh.
with a stimmy in play as well. I mean, close range weaponry at short work onto the hold. G2.
एक खोया but दो पाए.
Struggle, Mosh. Sent preemptively. I was trying to break that wingman. He's worried about the spacing and positioning. He's already lost track of most of this one. But with the horn broken,
Location
Spammer in the box as
reveal,
well. He's
5
still alive
HP
for
Gecko.
God knows what reason, but eventually cleaned up. Bonus round for EDG.
One more round for EDG.
Looking good. Nobody.
बोनस राउंड जीत लिया. इकोनॉमी अच्छी हो गई है.
Prioritizing to try and get his ult online. Jonah P off from the
अपने
flank
पी से
now.
नहीं पंगा लो भाई. अभी भी निकाल सकता
Positioning
है.
of these EDG
मैंने बहुत clutches देखे हैं भाई
separated.
ऐसे.
He's going to try and play that one together, and Smoggy will just isolate the
But
fight
not this
himself, take
time.
matters into his
One
own
more round
hands.
for
So
EDG.
it's exactly the type
Let's
of
go.
steps you need to see EDG taking if they want to try and even up the scoreline.
Yeah, if there was a path to a comeback, we're watching it. The run through with the stim beacon and the stinger ended up being massively important there. I was putting the attention on the Kankan, but he got traded out. Double kill for Simon. They death balled up, ran through showers, and Trent's positioning towards the back of triple, it was riddled with bullets.
G2 ने
So
अपना
places
पहला लिया है
down,
ना
forces the
time
timeout out of
जब से
G2,
आया.
maybe a glimpse really into
Momentum थोड़ा
too much
तोड़ने के
again you
लिए
can
ये
read
सब
into
tactics अपना यार.
tactics. Only 3 rounds in onto the
भाई
half.
क्या मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वो ये बोल रहे हैं.
You can make some small
भाई थोड़ा
read
different
in terms
बोलो
of
यार.
how grouped up they were on that side.
मैंने
of the
बोला
map.
tactics तो वो भी
Four
tactics
players
बोल रहे
ran
हैं.
through shower there.
Yeah.
गलत बात है भाई.
Unusual way of playing. Possible that Josh RT wants his team to, pull back a bit, give Showers control, play for plant denial, that kind of thing. When you watch the way that nobody uses his wingman, I mean, they took Showers and he just sent little bro in on the wild escapade
A solo
towards
mission.
default.
Yeah.
Stuff like that can really mess up a round if you're thinking about post-plant positioning before plant goes down on buy. So there are some small things that they could maybe be reading into. And I don't mind an early timeout in this position where you're ahead and you're trying to stop the comeback from happening. Because the earlier you nip it in the bud, the quicker you stop big things from snowballing out of control. And again, eyes, attention onto the Gecko ult. Is this a Showers crunch? It doesn't look like it.
No one on
G2.
the receiving end. Yeah, G2, normally you want a player to try and break this haunt.
Yeah, they're just looking to get the orbital strike online. Again, looking
Half
for
buy
plant
है.
denial. I think that's going to be so key here to the way that G2 are playing their defense. It's key for every team, of course, but seems like we're going to see G2 try to play a more passive look to the defending side. Focus on putting EDG in bad spots.
EDG going to be creeping and crawling now over towards this B site. The B's up close here, wants to try and take that fight. Bullets, lay it down. Not enough for the kill though.
A lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage. Soften them up for Trent, but Christian is going to do much with it. Just playing, peeking out of the smoke here. Found himself corner window of opportunity. EDG want to go over towards the A side now. There's no players there yet. But
Leaf could easily take a timing through this Viper Orb.
Not just that, I mean, he's got a, if there's signs of life from EDG, if they just try and go fast off of this one, he has his own molly to try and slow them down. A snake bite in the back pocket. And Icy's now there with an aid. This looks like it has some danger to it, I'm not going to lie. There's a snake bite. Slowing down the approach. It's the weakest players who are first through. They're trying to take that point of contact. Kang really separated from his team now. And weaving in and out. It's just spraying and praying away. Rewarded though. Coming up with the goods. Coverage has to be there, and it finally is. Valen shut down as he seeks to deny that plant.
Nade was strong though.
3v3 scenario.
Shishu down to 33 health. And here comes a flank. This kill so important.
Timing!
Patience,
Whoa!
patience, play. Trent barely there. Grabs the kill in the end. And all this sound and pressure is being made as well. Simon doesn't know which way to look. Satchel's through and plays him in. It's
1v2.
disaster for EDG. And Smoggy is the one who now has to pick up the pieces. 1v2. Time played, time ticking. Smoggy's out wide. A tap, a stick, coverage. Trent lands it! With a bullet to the dome.
Not
it's
this
an
time.
Round in the making. Completed fully. Thrifty win to get that 10 for G2.
ये tactics में तो जरूर जीत गई है G2.
Doesn't Trent know it? Just feeding into the crowd there,
Time
knowing that
out
they
लेने
just
के
pulled
बाद
off a
momentum
huge
लिया
one
और
to
ये
stop
round
that momentum.
जीता.
You could see that disaster occurring in slow motion. The weak players, like you mentioned, going in first, getting hit with the vulnerable as well. Leaf barely had to peek.
बहुत गलत position में था
That
यार.
first kill onto nobody.
Mastercard Thrifty pushed G2 right back into it.
Look at this death ball from EDG. Nobody
Bye
watching
की
Sand,
कोई tension
nobody
नहीं है,
watching
bye
Fountain.
है.
All 5 players grouped up on A to go for a slightly delayed A execute.
Yep, complete intent. Try and get this plant down now. It's overwhelming with the ults. Icy's avoided most of this though. Tucked safely.
Opening the smoke, underhanded with the nade again. This is going to be denying the plant, surely. Nobody, no way. Wingman survives. Intruder back in the site, though. That is overzealous by Kang. And there was that punish in sight. Thrash through and out detained. Even now Simon, he's pulled it back out of nowhere.
Simon?
Gotta see that one again somehow, somewhere. What was looking so damn dangerous. Leaf now.
Tough, bro.
Much in terms of opportunities, spraying right through the wall. Simon finishes it with the secondary shorty.
Hidden gem for the EDG team.
Gotta see that.
He pushes through by the look of things and just swings back sight and deletes 3 of them. But he
nice one, EDG.
Very
Let's go.
unexpected. Take a look at this in the replay. As they're focused on retaking lamps, and he gets Trent in the back.
That's beautiful.
Valen, Jonah P, not there to deny.
Yeah. The target priority too. Doesn't get flustered, doesn't get overwhelmed there when he sees 4 players. Picks them off.
Now at the top of the scoreboard for EDG, but still 3 behind. And last time, they bungled it on the anti-eco. They can't do that again.
There's no pushback from EDG. They're not going for any stimmy plays off the rip to try and punish these orb pickups.
No, G2, despite losing the majority of the rounds in this half, have actually been blow for blow with ults.
Toxin screen down.
Basically because of what you're talking about, that ult or prioritization.
I don't like that. If you are EDG, you kind of need every advantage you can get if you're going to...
दो लोगों ने classic buy की है G2 के.
Trent is the one player with the rifle, looking to try to take contact
3 बंदे save कर रहे हैं.
Simon. The 2 initiators who are down to fight, down to scrap.
Played Leaf in. He's with the judge. Mosh now as soon as they hear this boom bot. Nade again through, that's a TP though. EDG trying to help Jonah P, you are right there behind them, but again there's util into the back pocket of G2. Surely this doesn't happen again. Ring around the roses, they're running away up through A short once more. They can't take
Ringer roses
surely not. Running them down, classics in hand. Really just try and stave away and play a bit of patience into the round here by G2. The plant is tapped from behind. It's wrapped. The players are being picked to pieces. Nobody gets that plant down. At least they do have that extension, but they've lost all semblance of map control here and given up guns in the process. Doubled up with the rifles, swinging through. It's Leaf who trades it onto Simon.
2v2.
Slow down once more. Fight. And a bullet. Just through the wall there. Leaf will survive. Trent walking in. The barrel betrays him. Nobody's down, and it's given an opportunity in for the 1v1. Adjustment not there. Snaps into the side. The wingman not being used. For the defuse.
Nice one, Spooky.
Goes down to Smoggy. And EDG
this time you've done it.
Alive.
I learned something.
These anti-eco rounds are so unbelievably close. And some of them, you know, like we saw earlier, going across the line. Smoggy's the savior there for EDG in the final moment. There was another bullet that got dodged there for EDG as well. Had Valen been able to stay alive for but a moment longer, he had orbital strike to try to deny plant. I mean, the way that EDG are celebrating here, you don't celebrate like that usually for winning an anti-eco. That shows you how close the scoreline is and how much they want to get to playoffs right here, right now. They need another 5.
आज
Operator.
पहले मैच में चाइना की नंबर 3 टीम जीती है और ये चाइना की नंबर 1 टीम है.
IC's pretty far away from the action.
और दोनों चाइना की टीमें क्वालीफाई करती हैं या अमेरिका की एक टीम करेगी.
Valen's got to be aware of that fact. Bursted through from the contact plays of EDG. Nobody is there alone though. This time, not too much more players alongside him.
This is one of those rounds too where you cannot afford to let Smoggy get into post plan. He's got Molly, he's got orbital strike.
ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है, बस 2 राउंड चाहिए.
Already be getting dangerous.
कौन जीत रहा है भाई? कामी
out over towards B with the pressure.
भाई लग तो ED जी रहा है.
Man, I mean, it just feels so fake that they already offload the Seekers. G2 get full awareness now.
G2
There's no hiding this intent.
G2 का भी लग रहा है भाई
They want to land over towards the A site.
EDG
Pivot
को
options
जीतना
might be
चाहिए.
there if they try and take the showers. TP,
वो
but Leaf is
बहुत
also
अच्छा
going to be
खेल
waiting.
रहा है.
Moss is down a tap to pull the util out again, but the timing caught with Leaf. Bullet to the back. Simon is dropped, hit is earned, and finally played the TP to no avail. And you got to scurry, you got to run away now.
भाई
The
20
Brimell
सेकंड
is just going to
डालो
close
भाई।
this out. They've got absolutely no chance of getting the plant
करना
down.
पड़ेगा
Just
plan।
not enough done
14
preemptively to
seconds
pull
left।
this util out. It will take miracles, but again, like you said, orbital strike, primed, ready, nobody pushed back. 7 seconds, 6, down to 5, 4. There needs to be a plan online, but the time is lost against them. EDG, no more chances, no more opportunities. And the 11th round concatenated up now by G2.
Close.
One more round for
to closing out this match.
11,
G2
8.
have weathered the storm on Haven, are currently weathering a comeback on Bind after a 9-3 half, but EDG forced to take the tag timeout. They just got outplayed.
Timing पे add
That
करने के लिए
lurk, which
तैयार
was supposed to be their
बैठे
plan B, completely getting shut off by Leaf.
See,
The
just
timing around his
रेस को
Viper
इस
of
टाइम
levels.
ऑफ नहीं करनी चाहिए, push करना
Not
चाहिए।
enough to sell it. Just Simon alone, who's just dumping his util over to the one side to see if they can open up A.
EDG have actually managed to get themselves an ult advantage now, but they're 3 rounds behind and 2 losses away from having to drop down to that lower bracket of their group. G2 have burnt some big ults that
EDG ने अपने दोनों टाइम आउट लूज कर लिए हैं, लास्ट टाइम
great
आउट।
investment from Valin, absolutely secured them the round, but they can't sit
और
back
ये मैच
as
क्लोज होगा,
passively.
लग रहा है अभी 11-8
Also
है।
can't be burning up
G2
their
आराम से
utility early
जीतेगी
on
नहीं
too.
भाई, ये नेक्स्ट
Valin
राउंड देखना
used his volley
डोमिनेशन
early in the round there
EDG
because he
का
knew he
कमबैक
could always
करेगी।
rely on his ult to plant deny. Now you've got to try to save stuff like that.
क्योंकि ऐसे में
DC, I think, is gonna
ऑलरेडी
be
मैचेस देख कर आ रहा
particularly
हूँ,
important if
जिसको
G2
मैं
wants
समझता
to
था
win.
GG हो जाएगा।
He's got to find
इससे
himself
पहले
a
मैं
right
भी GG
place.
समझ रहा था, बट
Because he can't
हम
rotate
डिसाइडर में आ
much. He's
चुके
got
हैं।
the op in his hand. And he needs to be there to stop any push from EDG, that showstopper. Got to find value.
Has to be posted up.
I think EDG, it is more important than ever to dodge this op. Follow the utility that doesn't get broken. Try to push through smokes because he's not going to be opping behind a big smoke.
Might be running straight into it. He's committing his own orb here. Be used to cut up any sort of aggression in through and out of hookah. Sees it, signs of life as well. The horn.
Yeah,
At least
yeah,
the crowd, I
चाहिए
should
रे।
say. Excuse me, shot
Let's
missed.
go।
Orbital strike out and around here. IC with the rocket. No way.
Oh my
Insanity with the movement. Kang. He's dodged and ducked and weaved. The fast play from G2 will be punished with a molly at the feet.
मैंने
Cooking
कहा
them
था
alive in
guys,
the process
देखना
with the
दे।
rifles of the one.
नेक्स्ट
to
राउंड
claim the day.
डोमिनेशन
Simon
दिखाएगी EDG।
delivers all that damage.
देखा आप लोगों ने।
Valin, too much to overcome. A
One
rapid
more
play
round
by
for
EDG.
EDG।
Lovely punish as well. You know that the operator is not going to be in that spot. You've just heard the Viper orb go
भाई
down
मुझे
at the
आइडिया हो
beginning
गया
of
है
the round.
देख के।
Not just that, Leaf beefed his movement.
नेक्स्ट मूव क्या
If
होने वाला है
Leaf
टीम
manages
का?
to jump out of hookah there backwards and get that snake bite off,
Time out के
maybe
बाद ना
this could be
करंट सा
different.
लगता है टीम
Maybe
में।
Kang could have been shut down on the route out. As
Fire
it
in
was,
the hollow।
you make one mistake, the whole house of cards falls down. That's what Valorant's like at this level. And G2,
Fire
mistake
in
is
your
now
hole
caused
हो गया
them to be
भाई।
on an eco. A 4-stack over towards B, exact opposite side that EDG are going for.
लाइनअप
This
देखो
is
भाई
looking
मॉली
like the
की।
gap might close to 1.
A lot of presence now and pressure supplied over towards the A site. G2 have been good at least denying some portion of this one when they're on the right ecos, but the players are not in the right places at the right times. I see.
Oh yeah, Marshall
Definitely going to be falling here. Satchels. Bullets flying his way. Ult's even committed here.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, nobody feeling like he has to use it to try and
Nice,
clean
nice,
up most of this round. Maybe just evidence, I think, of the frantic nature that EDG are operating under. It should be cleaned up. Should be. Carrying a lot of weight. Valin, though, isolated into this spot. Tries to pre-fire it into the corner. And rifle. Bouncing and hopping up in place. Simon
10,
once more puts it
11.
close to that
One
round.
more round
EDG,
to equalize.
they are crawling closer to equalizing, at least in this map.
The lead is looking very,
एक राउंड और चाहिए इस मैप को इक्वलाइज करने के लिए EDG को।
very rough here for G2. On a nice edge, only 1 round separating these two teams. But EDG, I think a little timorous there in terms of how they use their ults. I think you needed to save those for some big rifle rounds that are coming up.
मैप का सबसे
Running
क्रूशियल
them,
राउंड यही है
Anti-eco when you'd already got the
और
plan
यही
down.
क्रूशियल राउंड में मोमेंटम ब्रेक किया है,
Timeout, so EDG
टैक्टिक्स लगाई हैं।
this, but I think that's a bit of a waste personally. EDG losing a potential ace up their sleeve that could have been so helpful in these final few rounds.
भाई जीतना किसको चाहिए भाई मैं चाहता हूँ EDG जीते
They forced G2 to take this tag time out. Forcing G2 to come up with the answer.
क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाहता G2 जीते क्योंकि G2 ने मेरी फेवरेट टीम को हराया था पेपर एक्स मुझे वो टीम पर्सनली पसंद है तो मैं नहीं चाहता G2 जीते थोड़ा सा पर्सनल ग्रज है मेरा
Just move to this school.
God. He's a quarterback.
बस यही रीजन है भाई बट जो अच्छा खेले वही जीतेगा ऑब्वियस सी बात
22 and 13. A player brought in, looking to add a bit of firepower, a bit of a different skill set to EDG, moving the calling over
बड़ा
to nobody.
चाइना का दिन है क्योंकि दोपहर में एक चाइना की टीम जीत के क्वालीफाई कर गई प्लेऑफ्स के लिए
new life into EDG.
तो
they are close, so close to
यहाँ भी
pulling off this
लगता है
comeback.
कि
It was 9-3
चाइना ही
at the
जीतेगी
half. You can see it on your screens. Only 2 rounds gained for G2.
Now, that's a horn that goes amiss. So as to clear out through the top section of E long.
Simon ने मिस कर दिया bro.
Bit more uncertainty now into the step of
ठीक है भाई
EDG. 2
अब
players
मैं
spotted
भी
there.
उसको ही
Trailblazer
सपोर्ट कर
G2 getting
रहे
some good information.
करो bro करो सपोर्ट
There is a
करो
possibility
EDG
that a Thrash could end up
Full
coming through the
support
teleport. You see that G2 are looking to clear out short.
They're
Here
going
comes
for it.
that Thrash.
Yep, reclear. Detainment catches onto him, but again, there's that reinforcement arriving. EDG, they want to try and put a stop to this one. Nade around IC. He won't be denied. The line is drawn in the sand.
Goodness, IC.
And any sort of challenge, he will swat you away.
What a beast. G2's going to try to make the difference on the other side of the map. He's found this lurk timing just as G2 have backed off. Could this be the moment? Could they maybe try to turn this 2v5?
It's a sound bait. Valen's holding. Valen's holding, but still loses the fight. Jumping around, that's a pit into the spawn. Trying to grant him a bit of that space and luxuries, even if they can get into the A side. 2 versus 4 still here for EDG.
The double push coming out from Leaf and Icy is going to be fast onto this. They've planted, not for the pit, not for backside, but exactly for the flank.
It's going to be delayed here.
दो बंदे flank आ रहे हैं, timing.
This fight. Contact plays, shoulder to shoulder. They split themselves up. Smoggy is alone and isolated. All comes down to this timing. Does he win this fight out? Can he make it a possibility? Across their placement, not ideal. And Icy, one more for the ace, denied from that, yet still the damage has been done. Chichu, it's a 1v3, no util left to his name. The defuse already tapped, stuck all the way. G2.
Match point,
round
G2.
is earned, it's under their belt. And now one more step is all they need to take.
It's a beautiful setup that G2 run. You saw that happening live. Boomba comes out, smoke, just to give Icy this space.
Crucial round.
He's not even that great with the first spray onto nobody, but then the readjustment shakes himself off, and every shot after that was perfection.
You are insane!
He's playing incredibly right now.
You're insane!
Definitely one of Icy's best games at a time when G2 needed it desperately. If this was Icy putting up even his normal performance, EDG would probably have already won this match.
कैसे भाग रहे हैं
They
चारों
have
साथ
needed
साथ में
their duelist to
एक ही
become a
body
star.
strategy.
He stepped up to it. As you've already mentioned, 22 kills. Not the current kill leader. Simon holds that title, but matters not if you end up losing the series. If you end up losing this map.
Info reveal.
On the precipice now, G2. It's a stalwart hold. The defensive setup. Icy's primed and ready.
Kangkang is going to pick up the ult orb here. If we see nobody bringing the spike back over towards A, then G2's read on this might end up paying dividends. Okay, Kangkang retreats. Icy's in a spot where he could have got one, popped his ult, and absolutely ruined an execute from Showers. EDG may not even realize it, but they've just dodged a massive bullet here by making the swap over towards B. Trent runs over, trying to reinforce the site. They've realized at this point
Rotation
it's
आ रहा
probably
है
where
एक बंदे
EDG
का
are
B
ending.
पे
It's going to be needed. Exactly
वो
right here with 30 seconds onto the clock.
बहुत
This is
अच्छा
do
lead
or
कर
die
रहा
for EDG. It all lands onto this, and it has to pay off massively. Molly's
Coordination
rebounding
काफी
off to the
strong
side, but Jonah P not caught out still. It's
Nice,
played
nice.
in to perfection here with the satchels in play. Nobody. Plan's going to be stuck swinging a wide leave with 2 out.
Nice, nice.
Through the hookah.
Nice,
Chichu denies.
nice, nice.
And Icy is left to do the most in this spot in a 1v3. No side control, very little information, just a nade to work with, spotting the jiggle.
Info reveal?
Jumping from nobody. And does Icy want to make a go of it?
I think he needs the weapon. Take a look at the credits here. 50 for Valen. 450 for Jonah P.
Yeah, as tempting as it is for Icy to take that fight, earn up the ult for the next. Playing the long con.
And you're right, it is possible that having the ult online may end
Bhai,
up making
save
more of a
karne mat
difference in
do
round
isko.
24. But we can't know that.
I mean,
Played for the weaponry.
This is just insane.
The Stim Beacon double blast pack from Kangkang absolutely broke Jonah P's wrist as he tried to keep track of what was going on there. Kangkang flew past him like a bullet train. He was just gone.
Yeah.
And then the trade through was lovely from nobody. Simon again, pulling up multiple kills in the round. And Chichu lovely to close.
ये match ये round decide
24.
करेगा.
It's do or die.
Last
OT
round in the map.
will knock down to the lower section of your group. And ults are now online here for G2.
और
Crewed up,
बड़ी
built up,
चीज
mosh
इन
pit.
लोगों ने invest कर दी है
Exchange, a bit of a
long
handshake
पे.
occurring out towards
through the teleport?
Showers,
With the
TP,
Raze ult?
Raze ult, it's here, it's earned, and now is the time to strike Kangkang right there forwards. He's already taken that timing, and now you might have some difficulties even getting the value, but now tucked to the corner. Expecting that nobody was going to be placed there.
And that's the spike. They've got to be aware of this timing that Chishu could have taken. Valen, Icy, they know this is a possibility.
In through Lambs!
Gone,
Head
bro.
ripped clean off Simon and Smoggy. Last two to remain, but they're up versus 4. And it's to stay alive in the series. What can they truly, really do? A tap. Trying to bait out some presence from G2. Baiting out a response. They don't take it. They let them stew. And the plant is down. Smoke in the face of Icy. A bit of spam. Spraying away,
Timing.
hoping for it. Jonah P.
Timing, Jonah
From
P.
behind now. Trailblazer out and away. Only the one contact. Jiggle speak is good here. Sees a little bit better. And a fight taken. Squared up to Simon. He wins it. Win cons potentially there, but the position is so damn obvious. EDG would need a miracle. They need it now. Smoggy to deliver potentially. No! G2
nice
to
try.
deny it all.
EDG. Hard luck today.
G2, what a performance, what a comeback. Amazing game that fits the script of how they've been playing every BO3 for the last 3 months. You just do not beat them in these map 3 situations. A valiant effort, a great try from EDG. But theirs is not the glory today.
Hard luck today.
Every single #1 seed has lost in groups.
G2, they rise up to the occasion. Don't get me wrong. Tested, pushed to the brink. Only could have got closer if we went to OT, but 13-11, you have to take that at the end of the day. A 2-1 scoreline.
भाई heaven map पे Jonah P ने यार ले ली.
Have earned that spot now.
ये बंदा Jonah P जो है ना.
Forwards into the
ये सच में
playoffs. So
heaven map जो
maybe,
इसने जीता है.
just maybe,
वजह से आज ये G2
their time
qualify
to
करके
shine, going from
playoffs में.
strength to strength.
I think you've got to be paying attention to this team. Coming out of a group that has Paper Rex in it, EDG in it, teams that are playing pretty, I mean, EDG are playing pretty hot right now. Paper Rex have done huge things in the past, and G2 come out through it looking fairly clean. This definitely pushed them much more than the previous one, but it showed that same tenacity, that same barking dog spirit that they've got in them.
That resilience, right?
Yeah, to get past the difficult times and push forwards.
It's just there for them.
And again, I think with all of these #1 seeds taking L's in the groups, win streaks of teams like Fnatic and expectations for teams like Gen G being wobbled a little bit, the time is right for somebody like G2 to step up and have a big performance. They're going to get their shot in playoffs.
Exactly. Already setting themselves up for success, just getting through this match. Battle worn and tested.
And another
GG
potential
for
matchup
today.
that might face EDG. If Paper Rex are able to get through their game against Foot, EDG Paper Rex, you can't get past it. I mean, it is inevitable.
It feels inevitable at this point. My God, this is
ये
explosive.
moment सबसे
Beginning
अच्छा लगा
to
मुझे game
end.
का.
These teams are pushing each other. G2 just barely able to grasp it.
What a performance as well from Icy.
Yeah. With that said, let's send it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. I believe if Leaf is standing by.
Hello, it's time again for the post-match interviews, and I'm joined by G2's Leaf. GG, Leaf.
Good game.
What a game, close game too. 네, G2의 리프 선수 만나보겠습니다. 원했던 EDG를 상대로 오늘 결국에 플레이오프 선출권을 드디어 가져갔습니다. 쉽지 않은 경기였던 만큼 이제 뭔가 중국의 넘버원 시드 EDG를 만나본 오늘 경기 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. You made it to the playoffs. Tough start, rocky start, but you came through and got a win against China's #1 seed EDG. What are your thoughts on the game today?
I think that there were some issues that we had that I can't really say, but I think that, you know, there were some problems in the beginning and we started a little rocky, and then Haven, even then we had to come back, and then on Bind we were in such a good lead, but I think they played very well, and I think that, I think we showed a lot of resilience in, you know, the adversity and stuff like that. So I'm just really proud of how the game went, to be honest, because we closed it out. We didn't choke, so it feels good.
이제 초반에 좀 이슈가 있었지만 얘기를 할 수는 없지만 이제 초반에 조금 그런 실수들이랑 이런 걸 만회하고 이제 헤이븐과 그 다음에 바인드에서 우리 팀이 이런 팀이다라고 컴백을 잘 보여준 것 같아서 오늘 경기 결과가 만족스럽다고 하네요. 그리고 말 나온 김에 헤이븐 후반부터 이렇게 좀 다시 컴백을 하면서 G2가 승리를 가져가게 됐잖아요. 좀 어떤 이유나 전략의 변화를 줬길래 이런 컴백이 가능했던 건지 좀 궁금합니다. Speaking of like the changes and coming back mid-Haven, what changes made that possible for you guys to like bounce right back?
I think just discipline and also just like realizing their win condition. You know, we played a very out of the ordinary comp on Haven, and there's some problems that there's some problems on that map in general. Like, I feel like the fact that like teams are known for rushing a bomb site every single round and just, you know, winning a game is kind of crazy, but I think we just fixed the mistakes and just held our nerve a little bit, and it just made it pretty easy.
이제 좀 헤이븐의 우리 팀의 좀 문제점을 좀 잘 파악을 하고 그리고 원래 뭐 헤이븐의 좀 독특한 오늘 조합을 갖고 나왔기 때문에 뭐 맵의 그런 좀 특유의 특징들도 있었고 이모저모 어떻게 좀 다양한 접근법으로 전략을 좀 다양하게 해서 우리가 컴백을 성공한 것 같다라고 이야기를 하네요. 그리고 이제 플레이오프에 선 진출을 하게 되면서 조금의 여유가 생겼습니다. 이제 플레이오프에서 다음에 만나고 싶은 팀 또는 그리고 뭐 어떻게 좀 준비를 할 건지도 좀 들어봐야 되겠습니다. You have a little bit of a break until the playoffs. Which team do you want to meet? And also, how are you going to prepare for that? If not, if you don't want to mention that, you can just say, oh, I would like to do something.
I mean, we're gonna have to see who comes out of, you know, like second seed in every single group. I'd really like to not play an NA matchup, to be honest, because I just feel like domestic is just not as fun as playing international.
Right.
You know, in general for playoffs, I know we can't play them first round, but like Trace would be super cool. I think they're showing a lot of creative stuff. And then I think DRX would just be cool just because of like being in Korea. And I haven't played against those guys in a long time. Obviously they changed rosters since I played them back on C9 in lock-in. But I think it'd just be fun to have that like kind of rematch.
이제 좀 아무래도 원래 아메리카스 출신에서는 만난 팀들은 다시 안 만났으면 좋겠고 그리고 트레이스도 오늘 되게 창의적인 플레이를 많이 보여줬기 때문에 좀 재밌을 것 같고 그리고 홈그라운드인 DRX 팀 로스터를 변경하고 나서 킥오프 뭐 그때 락인 이후에는 만난 적이 없기 때문에 그 경기도 되게 기대된다고 합니다. G2의 리프 선수의 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Congratulations again for your win, Leaf. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back tomorrow with more VALORANT action. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, man, it's a late
So guys,
time
thank you
here
so
in
much for
Seoul,
watching
South
my
Korea. Let me see.
stream today.
11:24.
Oh,
Santissimo. All right, I am joined by Icy. My brother,
Bye-bye.
congratulations.
See you soon.
That was